Just political slogans and train cars on fire. The Biden administration has delayed banning menthol cigarettes. Biden's Health and Human Services Secretary says there are still more conversations to have regarding the ban. The announcement is another setback. FDA drafted the ban and predicted it would prevent hundreds of thousands of smoking-related deaths over 40 years. We're going to go to the 14 next.
The Scandinavians are out to talk. Everybody
How in the world do you know if personal injuries when there's a definite one out there? Well, here's why you should switch your sweet change. When you get hurt in an accident, number one, sweet change used to work defending insurance companies.
up that high first egalitarianism.
So, and then the sweet change attorneys and whole scam theory discussed about how insurance companies are taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their vast experience and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Number two, they're writing only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and that means they're assembled and ready to go. It means they're taking on big insurance companies for you and maximizing every case so you get the most. And they consistently offer some of the top settlements in the state. And it's the compassion of injured victims that drive the men and women bid wars everywhere. And it's 800 9 million, 800
Then they criticize the whole idea of
Bad weather for KFI, sunny, windy in some spots, highs ranging from the mid-50s to the low 70s. This report brought to you by Allstate. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places where we will crash on the 14th. Calm down. This is the 14th. Southbound according to Avenue right outside of Mount Rocket to Mount Plains. We're still going to be having run away from Palmdale Boulevard. So the road programs in Wonderstone westbound right on the way to Mount Plains taken out. Then still identifying southbound lines with the boulevard that overtakes it. Still blocking that off in Santa Fe Springs. 605 northbound before I get to Delaware further. Now the natural blocking on 710 northbound right at PCH. That accident making its way to the right shoulder. West Southern California is only airborne traffic. Checking out fireworks.
Possession of the market.
Okay, what's it? Get rid of the high mark. Hey, wait a minute there. Get rid of the higher measuring value.
Measurement capabilities and audio, I think, surprised all of us, but all of it's been extremely helpful, and we've seen huge return on our investment. The methodology by which we're approaching audio and then seeing the real results with real numbers has helped us continue to invest moving forward. One of the things that's been really important for us is to see the extension of reach to new audiences that we could not really speak to before. We get about a 20% lift adding audio to our overall portfolio.
IRB's market has access to all professional tools that every audience, live conversations, and trusted influencers to present insights and data. Not just a marketing group, iHeartMedia makes your access to desire for your marketer. Go to iHeartResults.com.
What happened? 25 million people were killed.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all at once. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use iHeartRadio Podcast Radio. 22nd Street, John Avenue, Scott, visit. Follow me around.
I'm not too happy about being dirty.
That's the danger of compassion. That's exactly what happens if you get.
Because the first half hour is
Isn't it lovely how this weather is if you're takes care of
I
your
wanted
house?
to tell Josh a
Yeah, it's
story
lovely, man.
because I
Until
found
you
it
get
helped
coming
the
around
rest
the
of us
house.
see
That's not so
it's so
damn
hard
And that's the flip
to
side
get
of
out
that.
of
Until
prison
you're in the
to
real.
stay out of
Like
prison.
if you're on my side, if you're
And
the
it's scary
infant,
about Pearl.
sheltering out of my veins, it's like
I set out to tell a
absolute
story
enemy of
about a
maternal
sister.
love and care.
Are they
If
out
I
there
identify you as a predator,
and
you
like
better
now?
move the hell up.
Are they there to
That's
talk
how
to me?
What I got was a lot more than I thought it was. This is calling it aliens.
It's not just the agreeableness, motivates aggression.
This is a
It
story
certainly
about
does.
life
It's
out
also
of
that
prison.
it's
It's
the
about honesty,
envious and resentful can use
I'm not a
compassion
drug
as
addict.
coke.
a camouflage for their true
Heroin
intent,
and
which
all
is to
that
tear
crap.
down
It's
anything
about the
that's more than them.
stories we tell
That's the
ourselves
You know
about
what's there's discussions about the 1%.
It was just a sour
Who's the
relationship
1%?
I had.
Well, I'm in the
it's a story
market,
about a man who
demonstrating
thinks he
against Wall
knows
Street.
what
Down
he's
with
up
1%.
against.
If I
Wait a
could
second.
stay vote.
You're in the 1%, there, Mr. Protester. No, you don't understand. The rich are those who have more money than me. Right, that's the definition. Who's rich? Someone who has more than me. Not me. It's like, why isn't the 1% North Americans? Why not? Because it's in
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
This is the
All
real
the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Yeah. You like
And for fans of our flag, Scott shows us success walk the plank. Creator David Jenkins posted to social media accusation confirmed that he reached the end of the road and reference to the low creates swashbuckling in Pirate County following its cancellation by Max in January. Jenkins also struck a note of writing with a statement reader until next time we share something together. Despite strong word of mouth, the dedicated fan base of critical acclaim to the show, mostly based on the real life story of so-called gentleman pirates, on it was after only 2 seasons, though unlike many shows caught in Max's recent content purges, episodes of Flag Man's death remain on the platform. That's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Someone will come up and just try to get home amount of money. So this is the same story happening on this side of town with no money and no gas.
The twist is when they were like, oh, I have a Venmo. Sell me the money.
Send the rallies to
It's
the
sitting there when people are asking.
10 years later, 6 million
7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
do you think that people are so
John Cookville Show, KFI, and 640 live every year on the iHeartRadio app and 2 o'clock. Nathan Hoffman coming on. He's going to discuss the big scandal in George Gascon's office. Running against Gascon, LA County DA. Gascon's top assistant district attorney Diana Teran has been charged with 11 felonies for accessing confidential information about sheriff's deputies and using the information to bring cases against them. You heard Sheriff Van Wegman turned over a lot of his case to Ross Bond, to the Attorney General. And it looks like Bonta felt compelled for his own integrity to bring charges against Gascon's top assistant district attorney. Bonta and Gascon are both tight on the same side. But Bonta had to turn on Gascon because this was just too egregious to ignore. Nathan Hoffman could have gone after 2 o'clock. And something completely different just for a minute, because whenever Facebook stories pop up, I always think it's different. It's one of the very few fashion people here on the station. It's different. So I saw this, and I gave I just every elementary school want her to turn in jail. That's what's happening. See if she can. And the answer to that is, well, I don't know. I'm trying to think. But there's another answer. Supposed to be first, or you want to look at it?
Let me look at it.
Or why don't you turn it over to black and white? I think you'll get the idea. And
It is
you'll see
more trouble than first choice. Because I would say, well, see, let's say I'm the feminist.
Okay. And you can see it's two tones.
So I think, well, there are differences between men and women.
Okay,
There are actual differences.
so go on.
These are
And
called
so some of them are biological.
Yeah.
Some of them
I
are.
was going to say, it looks like you can understand.
That's the idea. It's supposed to
With a
look like
payback
that.
price for reproduction, so that's
Made by a company called Jordan. That was
rational.
And
It's rational.
that mom was on the Milan
Like the
fashion show run.
There's differences in temperature.
It's part of their
They're
new
going to make different choices.
fashion.
Is that a
It's a
pro-feminist
dark
stance or
skin
an
in the
anti-feminist
gray
stance?
area.
It's only anti-feminist if you assume everyone has to be exactly the same and the outcomes have to be exactly the same.
$811.
Are you kidding me?
The hell alone.
They're sold out online.
Let them make their own informed and free choice.
I don't get it.
Then
I
let
look weird, but
Okay, and it really does look, it's a lighter colored jean. It's these dark splotches.
Problem with
That
that.
it's all, and the splotches look like
It's not just equality of human
spread,
beings. That's
you
what
know,
we
the regular pattern.
We know our birthday is coming up.
Some
I'm
people are better at
going
different
to say, when I
things.
think of fashion, I also think of you as well. This is definitely something, right, when we're not, every old guy's wearing this, right, because
And then there's pain in that.
it comes up
That's
with problems.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
And,
Pain in that.
The
The only thing that's worse
But
than
it's,
pain
but somebody accuses of that, it's like, no, the fashion.
I'm not being
Never died this way.
It's like, look,
It's just the opening look and go on
the
fashion.
IQ issues that these things. killer one for me. It's like, look,
By Jordan,
if you have an IQ less than 83, you can't be inducted military by law. Why?
Sales
This
has
is the
sort of
damn thing you do. This is
in recent years.
Despite the fact
And
that
it's a,
they
the
get
brand is a fan favorite.
That's what they decided. It's like, okay, so
I,
you're
first
on
of
the
all,
line of the
would never spend $800
What
on
are you
any
gonna do?
pair of jeans.
It's
Just
not
throw that out
much,
there.
and it's gonna get worse.
I
Is
would
that
pay
good?
$50.
It's not good.
I would
Do we know what to
even
do about
buy
it?
these jeans.
You wear
No.
Jordan jeans.
I don't look like I don't understand how that's a fashion statement.
Well,
I
someone say, look at it.
truly don't.
Well, it's definitely the same.
One of the conversations you have
Because the people at the fashion show says, oh, that's just brilliant. Look at that. These days of jeans.
Now next we have cookie cans.
It's going to be the homeless one. And you look like you just took a dump in your pants.
And the bloody cans would have been, stacked on
Yes.
Makeup? Is that what you know?
Yes. George Gascon's running against Nathan Hockman. Nathan Hockman is coming out. He's going to give his opinions on Gascon's top assistant district attorney being indicted on a
Well, just in his attitude.
11 felony charges. Mishandling. She was days that she stole private confidential files on 11 of Sheffield's deputies. And why I know that against him. We're going to talk with Nathan Hockman about it coming up. Denver Mark Live, KFI 24-hour news.
Dancing pharmacy clients. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles.
On the Anchor Radio.
Racial slurs on Denver Mark Live. KFI 24-hour newsroom Manhattan Beach. Police are investigating a sign with hate messages and a rope dangling from a tree.
An online post pointed police to an isolated area in a park. Mayor Joe Franklin says if this was a prank, it's not funny, and anyone responsible will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Franklin says the handwritten sign found yesterday morning was taken down. He says investigating nearby surveillance video, and he asked for anyone with tips to call police. Corbin Carson, KFI
The man's been arrested in a hotel in Orange County for allegedly sex trafficking and pimping. Irvine PD says undercover agents went to a hotel last week on reports of a woman being trafficked for sex work. Officers arrested Winston Jones as he and the woman arrived at the hotel. The joint operation was an effort by Irvine PD's Special Investigations Unit and the U.S. Human Trafficking Task Force. State departments were being trafficked or offered right in front of us in restaurants, hotels, and nail salons. The new LA Metro Light Rail line has cleared environmental hurdle.
The LA Metro Board of Directors approved the environmental program, which means construction of the Southeast Gateway line to begin later this year. County Supervisor and Metro Board member Janice Hunt says rights to communities like Downey, Inwood, and Southgate will benefit.
This line will serve right now riding the bus 1 to 2 hours every day to do their jobs and school.
$8 billion project's first phase will connect South LA to our station by 2035, with plans to connect the United Station by the 2040s.
What are the norms for
A high school teacher in Maryland has been arrested for allegedly using AI to create fake audio of his boss making racist and anti-Semitic comments. ABC's Andrea Fujita says Davion Darian was mad at the principal for investigating his potential mishandling. The thought was facing Darian used AI and some editing to make the report, which the voice that sounded like the principal claimed that black students are unable to test their way out of a paper bag. AI was also said to reveal teachers should have never been hired. He said Darian shared recordings online, which eventually led to the principal's removal. Darian was arrested yesterday. A court in Romania has ruled Andrew's trial can start. The influencer is former officers charged with human trafficking, rape, and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women. Tate was arrested in 2022 near Bucharest, along with his brother and 2 Romanian women. Prosecutors also indicted all 4 last year. They have denied the allegations. Tate's lawyers say the trial has been appealed. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. Dow closed up 100. S&P 552, NASDAQ up 316.
Revive Real Estate will front the money needed for your home renovations to give you top dollar when you sell your house. Go to KFIRevive.com to learn more. KFI-Revive.com.
Southland weather from KFI said we're going to get warmer tomorrow. Highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s for Metro LA and Lagoon Sea. Low to mid 70s in the valleys. High 60s to low 70s for the high desert. 60s to around 70 regions. Right now, 64 Costa Mesa is 66 in downtown, 54 in Fontana, and 70 in Van Nuys. Going to a crash on 134 in Glendale. Just on the 134 eastbound, transbound,
Where are you
flying
going to sit?
the west. They are getting over their right shoulder, also in Burbank on the flying northwestern. Plus, we look for some metal free in the right lane. Rose Mead 10 West 94 Rose Mead Boulevard. Got a new accident in the left lane. In Walltown on the 14 northbound, right after Avenue. Second that accident on the 2 right lane, you're going to be on the brakes from Palmdale Boulevard. In West LA, the 405 northbound, right after 10. And an accident clear is to the right shoulder. Long Beach and Red Bull CH got a crash over on the shoulder there. And as you're heading into Orlando on the 9 eastbound, right before you turn over the brand new exit, your 2 wide lanes are blocked in this corner away from the 55. With Southern California's okay orange red awards on Jenny Conan.
It's operating, it's midday. I'm back from the Central Western
What does that mean? Everyone knows what that means. He has to say that. He has to say that.
Freeway is free at home decor. Buildings leather.
Well, he also stays
It's all right.
Oh, women wear makeup.
Podcast preferred from American Express. You can earn cashback on groceries, gas, and streaming. The checkout counter to the pub.
As a journalist, it's kind of his
Finally
idea.
back home again to stream your favorite shows.
It's very decent. Devil's advocate
You
opinion.
can get more out of your
Explain
everyday
yourself
moments.
better.
Earn on your
Why
errands.
shouldn't
Get
they wear
rewarded
makeup?
with
They
the
just
cash
want to look
preferred.
good. You need
Learn
to
more at
explain yourself better.
AmericanExpress.com/US/ECP.
Peterson
Terms
thought
apply.
these were things for them to look good. Everyone knows that. Like sparring with you and being aggressive about it. I think he felt that. I think he felt that it was Chelsea. Fundamentally, he was still not better. He thought he'd take that era of his life on built right into this discussion right from the beginning. He never dropped the ball.
Saturdays are for sunshine, especially for your ears. With another election, ongoing wars, and natural disasters. No good news. I'm lost to begin. And we're determined to share the bright side of our country. Every Saturday, take a breather from the headlines and hear all the uplifting happenings across the world. With 5 good things.
Yeah, so your
The weekend edition of CNN 5 Things. That means you can find this goodness in the same week as 5 Things. Listen to 5 Good Things on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, Dickers, when are we gonna hop in the Ford F-150 like it? Go to a dream again. Probably everyone think of the tailgating with a Ford F-150 Lightning.
Yes, exactly.
Pro-power on
So what you're saying is,
all day, no
well, that's what he was like. Yeah, it's like, I know you are, and I know you're covering it up.
Visit your California Ford dealer today for great offers on the Ford F-150 Lightning.
Complex situations. We're sexually attracted to each other, and they're working in confined environments for long periods of time. They essentially spend more time
Checking out Church KFI AM 640 Live. It's one of the iHeartRadio and
women interact with
show
each other.
from we're on the air at 4 in the beginning of the show. Podcast after 4 o'clock.
And they find each other attractive, and they're interacting with each other socially, especially as they interact with mediate outside of work discussion.
But you also don't inform find each other. Talk quick and hide and continue something we started last half hour with guys going out sharing Alex the other way. It's not like they're concerns finding each other unattractive. They're like George Gasco. He's got an assistant. Yes, you're in charge of the felonies. She used to be a deputy public defender. She accessed confidential files of 11 sheriff's deputies.
So I was
And then when she joined Gaston's office, she used the information against the sheriff's.
Oh, no, we can't do that.
And now, in the investigation, you get charges from the state attorney general.
We're going to have this conversation.
And we're going to talk now to Nathan Hockman, who's from the
Jim Jeffries one more time. Yeah, this is
Nathan, welcome again.
So, You were talking about whether or not
Talk about what someone changed on what you know, what you read, what you said you were doing.
probably not. It's what they don't want to get. They became black people. Actually, probably should be. Probably wrong.
Well, I was probably wrong with everything I did in that part of the discussion. I hadn't thought that issue through enough to actually get to that.
You don't expect that issue. It's not something you done.
No, it's actually complicated, right? I mean, obviously, the whole because you're black thing is not good. But then again, you also have the right to choose who you're going to affiliate with. But then that's marketing as a commercial circumstance. And if you're making BK, is that the same as serving or is that the health speech? So order cases that cause a lot of controversy. I don't think serving is black people. Obviously, that's not really the case. But these cases of controversy are two principles that are at odds. And this is exactly what we're going on. And I'm not happy. I'm not happy. My answer, but I have to spend a week when you think through the issue and really have a
It's impossible
expect
that
No,
she was carrying all this information and was using it in prosecution.
Takes about 45 minutes, maybe an hour. What do I know? Well, my daughter has told me, and my wife is my son, also specialist. Thinking about how to kind of media. After our hypothesis, we told him interview specialists, and I thought about that. And the main thing about it, not my words, I asked, why did I get it is right? Well, goodies, although it's the only way you can come all the problems, all come from the yes, I mean, there's complex subjects that I don't disagree with you on. Look at complete mischaracterizations of the point. These have been established. Yes. Well, I guess the only counter is this. A lot of these, I've had talked to these things. It doesn't allow me to think through as much as I could often. But then there's another thing, which is it isn't necessarily a mistake to play yourself because sometimes it reveals the motives of the attack.
That's what's going on with this. What else has been going on for the last 3 years?
Now, that's going to go pretty sideways.
This is what really outrageous.
She interviewed me for 40 minutes, and something like that. And then they did chop it down for 7 minutes or 3 minutes, and it was exactly what we expected. That's what I expected. But Andrew, into reprehensible statements, I walked away from it because there was 50 other things to do. But then, it was so funny because they did do that. And then they put up the whole interview. And the reason they put up the whole interview was because they thought the interview went fine. It isn't that they knew that that was going to cause emotion. Not at all. Not a bit. Not a bit. And I know this for a fact. So they put up the whole interview and then what happened? What was actually happening revealed itself. And that was very, very effective.
Well, it seems like and Gaston
having that happen
by
and
their
I had exposed myself to substantial stress and risk. I got stress from first of all, there was the interview. Second, after that, then they did release the cut. Then they released the whole thing. Then there was all this response to it. And then the new people absolutely flabbergasted by the negative response that Peterson has unleashed his army of patrols and poor Kathy had to go into hiding. It's like there's no evidence of any threats. They said they called it the police. You could do that without any reason. You could just say that, which is what they said. They played a big part instantly, although one thing Kathy Newton is not, even though she might play it at the way he has to record it, is a victim. She's one of the most powerful people in Britain. She's no victim. So to play the victim card in a situation like that is absolutely reprehensible. But that's what they did. And then like a dozen newspapers did it and said, well, Peterson's trolls are attacking poor Kathy.
You know, people that are interested in things you have to say, like, control.
The thing is, the two of them know that all this stuff is
Well, it's also fluid. But how many million people
She knew she was doing it illegally. He knew she was doing it illegally, and then
There it's like, okay, 10,000 people commented on the day. Trolls. Okay, what about 100 people? What about 10 million? Well, now if you look at the videos,
for example, taking the risk. I'm not saying it's never justified. I think that it's very, very stressful. But, you take the good, take the bad along with the good. And maybe it's time for me. It might be time for me to disappear to some degree altogether. You worry about being overexposed? Oh, definitely. You worry about that.
How does it carry on?
Yeah, and is there any
for the rest of it?
Is it any benefit in more exposure? Are we talking about the same thing we were talking about earlier with regards to men working in the same house?
Betrayal
of you, is your message out enough that you don't have to do these ridiculous interviews constantly? Maybe. Yeah. Well, I don't want to turn into a parody of myself. And all of that. I mean, I think, and I'm trying to have this, and I've got people advice, we're trying to figure it out. I think that this tour is a good thing. Yes. And that's very good. I think that's also completely unknown. Yes, exactly. It's a long-term conversation. Yes, and I think that coming on your podcast and talking through issues and so forth, I think that's good. The interactions with the journalists have certainly not taken anywhere near the number of opportunities that I have.
It's understood. What's likely to happen? I mean, she's going to prison.
It's like it could be that I shouldn't do anything that is edited at all. That's certainly wrong. So this is the problem. You speak in these long-form podcasts and interviews, and you get the chance to extrapolate and unpack some pretty complicated issues and compare them to other complicated issues and try to find meaning in the ground.
If Gaston knew that he was using this stolen information to prosecute people on his watch, is he not
you
liable?
expose yourself to someone's idea of what the narrative should be, framing your positions in a dishonest way. And you're seeing it time and time again. And it exposes the problem of being. Look, I regularly ask questions which is the stories that I've talked about. And it was a relatively low for me. 40 minutes. And it's going to be now I trust how that will play out in the final end, I don't know because
All right, Nathan Hockman, thank you for coming on again, and we'll talk again
the
soon.
question is, should I
Website.
well,
Keep track of your campaign.
with the ask what I discussed, different audiences, left leaning, I thought, well, maybe I'll go talk to a left leaning audience. I always criticize it. So I
All right, I'll continue. Very nice to do it next. We're going to Deborah Mark Live again, like 24-hour news.
Community shopping. Abolishing high-end clothing boutique kits exposed to mugshots of people who were arrested for allegedly stealing things from the store management officers, videos on social media of the crimes in action, allowing viewers to identify the thieves. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage in the U.S. is up to the fourth straight week in a row. It's at 7.17%. The Pentagon has announced the U.S. will train additional Patriot missiles for its air defense system as part of a massive $6 billion additional aid package. We have a crash on the 91 in Anaheim Hills.
This is 91 eastbound before you hit Green River. Got that wrecked along to the two right lanes. It's already a really heavy ride coming away from 57. Now in the backup, 91 eastbound Weir Canyon, got a disabled truck that's in that center divider area. Then in Corona, 91 eastbound before you get to McKinley, got a brand new accident. This is going to be in the fast track lanes in the Cajon Pass. 15 northbound before you get to the Scales, got a brand new accident in the left lane. And over on the shoulder, your 15 north is a heavy ride all the way from the 210. With Southern California's on the airborne traffic report, I'm Jimmy Harmon.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm Mark Murphy. I'm a chef, restaurateur, and an all-around curious guy with a true interest in all things food. I've been cooking for over 30 years. I've worked in and owned a number of restaurants, but my experience as a judge on Food Network's job for the past 10 years has really piqued my curiosity in the food culture. I believe there's a story behind every meal, a story behind every person who makes it, a story behind each ingredient used, and I want to know everything I can about it. That's why we're here. My new podcast, Food 360, will take an all-encompassing look at the world of food, bringing history, science, and culture to the table. You'll get behind-the-scenes stories from my friends in the industry and dig into why we eat the way we do.
I would say the restaurants are like nuclear particles. After 5 years, they start losing their mojo, and you have to re-energize them.
Being a restaurant worker, being a chef, is the biggest privilege in my life. To be able to do that all over the world, it's hard, but it's also one of the things that actually gets me up in the morning.
Truthfully, I'm able to separate, for the most part, my personal likes and dislikes from if a dish is successful in its preparation and judge if it has merit. And I think a lot of it also comes from the chef's intention. The most important thing for me is not my writing ego. It's getting people to cook delicious food.
Be sure to subscribe to Food 360 on the iHeartRadio app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
No big surprise, but Taylor Swift's new The Tortured Poets Department album is off to a huge start, setting records in the process. Scar had made over 1.4 million traditional album sales in the U.S. alone when it dropped on April 19th, with that single day breaking Swift's previous full-week sales record. In overall equivalent album unit sales, which includes digital, its single-day count came in just behind the 1.653 billion full-week tally of last year's 1989 Taylor's version. She also set new benchmarks for album streaming with over 300 million streams across platforms in a single day, eclipsing previous champ Midnight's, which she dropped in 2022. And Taylor Swift's collaboration with Post Malone, Fortnite, set a new single-day streaming record for a song with over 18 million.
Alright, and that's what's poppin'.
I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had it done. Instead, you have this, The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgart, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never-before-told stories.
Your kids watch it.
Never. No, come on. They've never watched it. Listen to The Office Deep Dive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
What's going on, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, April 26th. We'll start off way back in 1941. The Chicago Cubs become the first Major League Baseball team to install an organ in their ballpark. Roy Nelson took to the keyboard and played a pregame program. Jumping way ahead, today in 2006, it is first reported that Kobe Bryant will be changing his jersey number from number 8 to number 24. Kobe would say it was to indicate the second half of his playing career. And today in 2012, the Charlotte Bobcats finished with the worst winning percentage in NBA history after a 104-84 loss to the New York Knicks. The Bobcats' 23rd consecutive loss leaves them with a winning percentage of .106, 7 and 59 on the
In sports history on iHeartRadio. Me and Steve Gregory join me this week for Unsolved, the show that highlights cold cases, challenging and bizarre cases. It's the show detectives count on for help.
It really brings a great satisfaction to them.
We also feature those behind the scenes who solve cases. It's the only show of its kind in Southern California. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell Show, $1,000 now.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's Bills, B-I-L-L-S. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com.
Bills. That's the word. Enter KFIAM640.com/cash. If you're a winner, you'll get an email saying you're a winner. Check your junk and spam folder too. And there's a word every hour, every weekday starts at 9:20 with Gary and Shannon, all the way to 5:20 with Conway. And you can live with us here at 3:20 on KFI. All right, we have several public meltdowns now to play for you. I don't know what's going on out there. I don't know if this always went on, but we just didn't have so much recording to document it. But people are having emotional breakdowns, and it's hysterical. We'll start with a crazy lady at LAX. She apparently had some problem with her Delta flight, and she wanted to be booked on the next Delta flight. And she started screaming at all the people at the desk, and they were staring back at her, and they were giggling. And the reason was that was the WestJet desk. The WestJet desk. And she screamed at it in her face.
I don't have arrow keys, Chad. I got a little keyboard, bro. It's like a little guy.
I'm not making this up. This is
The short guy. So Chad, you got control room? Yeah, we got control room. Just like that. What is this? This is what it is, man. This is what it is.
Right now! Get me up on the next flight! Get me up on the next motherfucking flight! Seriously!
They're laughing at her.
And pay for that! Pay for that! I will.
Somebody's going to tell her, we're WestJet, not Delta. This is WestJet, not Delta. You go over there, bro. You're the wrong set. You're the wrong set. She starts laughing maniacally.
You're taking me.
You're taking stuff? If she had to be on a flight, just
Are we great? We can try that.
there were no other customers there. Nobody was in her way.
No, it was $25, right?
That she couldn't get on another flight.
Yeah, it was.
She just flipped
That
out.
was crazy. You literally told me it was a $25 bed.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought that was going to be Deborah when she was trying to get her flight back to America. She was stuck in Japan.
Yeah. It has to be. This is it. I'm very. Yeah.
No, it's all federal crime.
I'm searched. It's fine. I just let it go.
They just made her flight. That's a lot. I know. It's a lot.
Oh, this is.
Why not just put down your license and your credit card and get out of it? All right, now this is good. Emory University.
It's in Georgia.
Georgia, yeah. And there's this lecturer named Caroline Folan who's at one of these protests. And apparently she was trying to help one of the demonstrators who had been accosted by the police. And she went to the rescue. And listen to her scream. She gets in the way. And one of the cops decided he's not putting up with her interference and takes her down. I mean, just takes her, and she's on the ground, face on the concrete, and she's trying to defend herself by saying she's a professor. Listen to this. got some time, right? Why don't we play at least part of this is at UCLA, a pro-Israel student getting into a debate with an anti-Israel UCLA teacher assistant over the definition of genocide. We'll just play part of this guy, number 4.
Mr. Professor here at UCLA University.
Yes, I am, and I'm looking over the truth. It's a genocide. What's your problem?
You clearly don't know what the definition of a genocide
I
is.
don't know.
It's true.
I don't know what
At UCLA, she doesn't know the definition of a genocide.
What is it? It's a Greek name. Comes from Yanos, Chinos, and Yanotorians, like the killing of a whole nation. That's what it means.
Why is the Palestinian population number only been increasing since 1948? Genuine question. How is that a genocide if the population is only
I will not help you here to answer this question.
No, wait, stop right there. So he says if it's a genocide, how come the Palestinian population has only gone up since 1948? And she looks at the crowd and goes, somebody help me here answer this question.
Just wait till you see the answers.
Okay. Oh. I thought that was gonna be nuts. We're dead. We're gonna die. Yeah. You never bet. Oh. That's something crazy. Oh, wow, they're nice. That's good. I'm good. Super simple. Oh. Monty Smoker, bro. Need it, bro. Need it. Gary, Rabbi who? What's happening? Is that motherfucker's name? Oh, no, yes! I've never had this. Is this VH Smith? So we just gives me the one we get, okay. Never had it. Oh, yes! Wait, super quick. Really, 240 for this one? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Hey. What'd you get? Dude, me, this. Yes, bro. Okay, now it's water. Come on. Yes. And this is good too. All these. Alright. Not even bigger. Oh, we get one. There you go. Bitch. No. That'd be crazy. How big is this slot though, bro? Bro, look at these, bro. He said he needed to get in. I know there's a backpack full of this shit. I know there's a backpack full of this. There's a donut and cookie, bro. We got a donut, bro.
Talking about that's the thing.
Try it.
Why don't you have like a time reasonable discussion? And it's just
Does it go to the center?
Well, again, nobody seems to go back to what happened on October 7th.
Yeah,
They don't give a fuck about you. They're putting it in the center right there.
Israel has been so busy with the war, right, that they neglected the public.
You were expecting it. Yeah. So a lot there.
Because especially with social media.
Well, that's a fucking little apple, little apple guy. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
With a lot of nonsense.
The narrative is completely changed.
I know. It's absurd. All right. We got more coming up next hour. Two Reds in the Moist Line. KFI 24-hour news.
The woman driving the car when the 6-year-old was killed by a road rage shooter in Orange has been sentenced.
A court sentenced Winnie Lee to the maximum 4 years for being an accessory after the fact when her then boyfriend shot at the back of a car because the boy's mother flipped him off. The bullet went through the trunk in 2021 and killed Aiden Leos. even though Lee helped hide evidence as the two evaded law enforcement for 2 weeks, state law allows Lee's 4 years of home confinement to count as time served, so she won't spend a day in jail. The shooter was sentenced earlier this month to 40 years to life in prison. At the OC Superior Court, Corbin Carson, KFID.
A man in Inglewood has been sentenced to 18 months in prison for underreporting income he got from his construction services. The IRS says the guy filed false tax returns from 2015 to 2017, underreporting his income by nearly $3.2 million. The man pleaded guilty to 1 count of willfully aiding and assisting in the filing of a false income tax return last September. The judge Wednesday ordered the guy to also pay more than $446,000 in restitution to the IRS. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has met with China's president, stressing the importance of responsibly managing the differences between the two countries. Blinken says the U.S. and China are committed to maintaining and strengthening the lines of communication.
We'll do what's necessary to ensure that American workers can compete on a level playing field. America's actions are not aimed at holding back China's development, nor are we decoupling our economies.
Blinken also announced China and the U.S. agreed to hold their first talks on AI in the coming weeks. He says they'll share their views on the risks and safety concerns around AI advancement. And people in South Carolina have been calling the local sheriff's office to report a noise in the air that sounds like a siren, whine, or a roar. Officials say it's cicadas. Southeast and Midwest are at the beginning of a dual emergence period where billions of the bugs will come out of hibernation. One brood emerges from the ground every 13 years, another every 17. This year, they're coming up at the same time. Officials say the noise is annoying, but the insects pose no danger to humans or pets. We're going to go to the 91 next.
Dr. Charles Mager at Saddleback Eye Center. If your eyes are, you got bad eyesight, right? Lousy eyesight, everything's blurry, unfocused, you've been dark like this maybe since the day you were born. You call up Dr. Charles Mager at Saddleback Eye Center and get the Wave Light LASIK exam. Dr. Mager will measure your eyes 22,000 times. This is the most advanced technology. This is breakthrough. It is the most precise to correct your vision with more accuracy than any time before. I will give you a free Wave Light LASIK exam if you're one of the first 14 callers that you schedule the exam. This will cure your nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, or a need for reading glasses. This is the world's most advanced LASIK, and you can get it with Dr. Charles Mager. So be one of the first 14 callers now. Schedule the exam. You get it for free. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny, windy, and
Well, every time.
tomorrow. Highs upper 60s to mid-70s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Low to mid-70s in the valleys and the IE. 60s to low 70s in the high desert. Upper 60s to around 70 at the beaches. Right now it's 65 in San Juan Capistrano. It's 67 in Stanton. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Corona.
This is on the 91 to eastbound, right before you get to McKinley, got a crash. It's going to be the fast track lanes right before they split up there. It's going to be stop and go from Lincoln. Then on the 91 eastbound before you Green River, got that accident blocking the 2 right lanes there. It is stop and go all the way from the 57. And in the backup, 91 eastbound right at the scales, got another crash trying to make its way to the shoulder. Santa Ana, 55 northbound before MacArthur Boulevard.
It's supposed to be.
Crash making its way to the center divider area. You're hitting the brakes from the 405. And in Carson, 405 southbound before Carson Street. Got a stall in the second lane from your left. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Arnett.
Amazon presents winning moment. Christiana, congratulations.
Thanks. What did I do?
You scored a winning deal on Amazon Basics paper towels, girl. Hello, spring cleaning.
I did do that.
Like a pro you did.
Awesome.
Celebrate.
I'm going to wipe up this bill with my paper towel.
Wipe it up.
Oh, I am.
Shop Amazon for winning deals on everything. Every day.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
raising its safety standards to the highest level. New advancement in wearable devices that measure subtle changes in a horse's stride and use of advanced imaging technologies help fight potential problems for early intervention by expert veterinarians, reducing injury risk. And the sport's new independent regulator, ISA, is implementing comprehensive reforms, including state-of-the-art testing, monitoring, and strict enforcement, along with new uniform safety standards, enhanced veterinary protocols, and other measures to ensure the safest environment possible for racing. Meaningful reforms, the latest technology, higher standards. The sport's equine athletes are surrounded by an ecosystem of care and commitment to do more to protect both horse and rider. So win or lose, safety runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, and asks them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work.
0708 to ja.
Experience efficiency and power of
for
free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I really need help.
ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Okay, let me, come on, please speak, DJ.
Live everywhere.
Shit, guys. Whoa. Whoa.
We are coming up next segment. Adam Schiff had his luggage stolen.
Okay,
by
what?
car burglars in San Francisco. Really.
Okay, so we do we need to go?
Aggressive criminal justice.
We can't collect there.
Had his car busted into. They took.
What are you doing?
What are you gonna do?
This family follows.
Dirty laundry. Right. Well, we'll tell you about that coming up next segment. Right now, one of the things we have been discussing the last few days, ever since these protests went crazy at the college campuses, is who's funding this? Who's organizing this? Because if you look at a regular shop like over Columbia University, you can see all the tents are uniform. They're all the same. And the messages are all the same. And somebody has to do the logistics of putting a protest together. You have to make sure you have enough people. You have to get the message.
Here we go.
You have to buy.
Okay, that's nice of them to. I thought maybe we had to go all the way back from what we were last saying, but that's good. Whoa.
These are not spontaneous
Troll?
demonstrations.
Yeah, it seems that way.
You can see every time they talk
Like,
to
why?
students.
What do you get out of it?
They know what they're yelling about, but they know they're yelling.
Oh, yeah.
And excuse me, it looks like it's George Soros.
Investigate.
Organizations. Starting with the Columbia protest. And
then we get
all copycat 10 cities at Harvard, Yale, Berkeley, Ohio State,
I love you.
Emory, in Georgia.
Which is meant.
Organized by branches of the same nonprofit, Students for Justice in Palestine, SJP.
Like the texts and stuff. I mean, wow. The physics is the best in the business. I'm not saying anything. I'm not hinting at anything. Let's go.
All those nonprofits ultimately are funded by Soros and others.
No, I know where to go. They give me a hint. Like, I know where to go.
Funding.
I know where to go. I'm just checking out the environment.
Over the years for all these issues that seem to
Rabbi,
come and go like fashion. Like
what are you doing? Are you starting to self-promote too?
In the old days to Black Lives Matter to transgender.
I don't know what you're doing. It's not a good look, at least.
Keep up. But the George Floyd protests, obviously,
Kathy. Do something.
Other tech billionaires as well.
If they follow again, just
and it's largely the members who are willing to do the marching from colleges are upper middle class white girls and white guys.
Trying to have a good time.
They seem to have some
people come in and just
against the privilege
be assholes.
And they create most of them. Now, most of them are actually at 3 colleges. The protests are being encouraged by paid radicals. These radicals are fellows of the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. George Soros funds this group as well. They are paid $7,800 and for community-based fellows. And those on campus, and I said these are paid roughly between $2,800 and $3,600.
Not here though. You don't need to. You don't.
8 hours a week organizing campaigns led by Palestinian organizations. Now these are pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas organizations who preach
decades of disappearance of national humankind to come.
Join the revolution.
Is remaining humankind. There's no.
The U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights got $300,000 from Soros's Open Society Foundation since 2017. Also took in $355,000 from the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. Now we're talking about the Rockefellers. It's now the 4th generation of Rockefellers, and they are giving away their ancestors' money to all these ludicrous groups. George Soros' son, Alexander, now controls Open Society Foundations. Alexander, his new girlfriend is Huma Abedin, who used to be Hillary Clinton's top aide, and she still is legally married to Anthony Weiner. That pervert. Open Society, the Soros Group, has given more than $20 million to the Tides Foundation, who then sends the cash to smaller groups. One of them is a Jewish Voice for Peace. And they have been a prominent part of the protests in Colombia. And they're the ones who get on camera to say, hey, look, we're Jewish and we're against what's going on too. You have Jews who are pro-Hamas, Jews who are pro-terrorist, who are busy killing Jews. But, everybody's making money on this because they've got $650,000 to Jewish Voice for Peace. Also, there is the Westchester People's Action Coalition Foundation that got $132,000. And they're a major funder of anti-Israel groups. So, you go on and on here, but you get the idea. It is an intricate spider's web, starting with very wealthy people who intentionally want to cause public disturbances, radicalize young people in college who are too stupid to know any better, and everybody's getting paid. They're making money. The organizers are making money. The students are getting paid to protest. Of course they're getting paid to protest. Imagine that. Imagine you could get $3,000, $4,000 just for going out and protesting. Of course the students are going to eat that up. And they'll say whatever you want them to say. It's all performance to you. But that's what's really going on. Of course, you think every news report, like here locally, every news report that covers USC or UCLA protests should be asking them one question: who's paying for this? Getting paid to stand and chant their nursery rhymes and beat their toy drums. More coming up, Deborah Martin live, KFI 24 Hour News.
One more probation officers have been placed on leave following an investigation that found additional cases of violence at the Los Petrinos Juvenile Hall in Downey. Columbia University students who inspired pro-Palestinian demonstrations across the country say they've pushed for the past with administrators and continue to camp until their demands are met. Buying a home in the U.S. is now more expensive than ever. A report from Redfin found the median home price is more than $383,000, which is a record high for the country. Southland weather from KFI: sunny and warmer tomorrow and windy, high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by Macy's Backstage from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center.
I-5 southbound before you get to Metro Road. It's the one in the left lane. It's going to be a crawl coming away from the 10. Increment 5 on the 134 eastbound. Right before you get to Forest Lawn Drive. Found an accident blocked in the left lane there as well. Still trouble in East LA on the 5 southbound right at Olympic Boulevard. Got that overturned big rig blocking that off-ramp. And in Santa Ana, get to MacArthur Boulevard. Got an accident blocking the carpool lane.
Macy's Backstage has amazing deals on great gifts that Mom is going to love. All for $15 and under. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you today at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price on trend.
By the California Department of Public Health. What does it take to take on Alzheimer's? Courage to learn the facts and know the signs, and confidence to talk to your healthcare provider about screening and early detection. Find out how you can take on Alzheimer's at takeonalz.com.
Imagine the best place you've never been. No, never been. What would it take to make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? Will it all be worth it? Every day, we're working to bring that place closer with customer service that puts you first. That's how we stay well ahead. Blue Shield of California.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take Back Day, Saturday, April 27th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Prescription drug and online consultation with a healthcare provider will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, and up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Did you find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeMiro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. The latest and greatest we've been constantly anything from home electronics to your mobile phone.
Rich on Tech with Rich DeMuro tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Adam Schiff. Let's see. Look at this right here. If you go to Adam Schiff's congressional website, it says that Schiff has been a champion for progressive and practical criminal justice reform. You know what that's code for? Let out all the prisoners early and don't prosecute all the criminals today. So there's a huge number of criminals running around, even if they get caught, don't go to jail. There's no bail for their crimes. And if they are caught, they spend very little time in jail, even if they're prosecuted, even if they're found guilty. In fact, oftentimes they're released immediately. So they go and they steal more. Right? And there's a whole progressive philosophy. Let the criminals steal as much as they want. Well, go back on Adam Schiff. Schiff showed up in San Francisco. He was supposed to go to a fancy dinner party. An attorney, I imagine this guy, Joe Kotchet, is one of his big donors. And they were going to have a dinner to commemorate their relationship. And he just had to wear his ordinary shirt sleeves and hiking vest. Everybody else was in suits. He had no clothes. Schiff's car had been parked in the garage for a couple of days for appearances, and we discovered that they took all his luggage while he was in his downtown parking garage. And Kotchet, the lawyer supporter, says, well, Adam really showed himself tonight. You know, he was unruffled by all this. He'll be a great senator. He's going to change the Senate tremendously. I don't know who Joe Kotchet is and what he wants in return from Schiff, but Schiff is an idiot if he's a progressive criminal justice reformer, because all that happens is more and more people steal stuff, and more people assault the innocent. There's more theft, whether it's from cars, stores, homes. Everybody's taking stuff because there's no consequences, and no consequences is the whole point of progressive criminal justice reform. So, of course, this idiot lawyer is going to donate money, and Schiff is going to go pay his respects and kiss his feet. Schiff admitted that he was warned not to leave anything in the car, but he was in a hurry. He didn't want to be late. And I'm reading these news stories, and it looks like everybody was just making a lot of jokes, because it's funny, right? It's funny when you have all your stuff stolen. They really don't care. Here's another, this progressive justice reform. Here's another example. We're going to play you this story, and then we're going to talk to one of the women who owns Pink Sponge Home Cleaning in Glendora. You may have heard there was a group of teenagers who trashed to the tune of $25,000 a large number of vehicles that the Pink Sponge business uses to clean people's homes. And these were pink Volkswagen Bugs. They're kind of cute looking. And these three teenagers, and I looked at the video, two of them are girls. Two teenage girls smashing windows.
What happened?
And their taillights, the headlights, the windows, paint. We're going to play you this clip now from KTLA Channel 5, Sandra Mitchell.
Blasting a fire extinguisher and twerking on top of cars. They kicked in every single headlight find. Teenagers on a vandalism rampage. They put down on the windows so hard that they broke the regulators. They carved into the hoods of the cars. Those bright pink Volkswagen Bugs belong to Pink Sponge Home Cleaning in Glendora. For 2 hours early Saturday morning, vandals tore through this rooftop parking lot at the Glendora Marketplace, causing $25,000 in damage to the parked cars. They happily tore open doors. They threw products over the side of the building. It was disgusting. 18 of the company's 25 vehicles were damaged, and still this company that prides itself on respect and integrity and giving back to their community is determined to push ahead. I couldn't understand how someone could do something to a company that was trying to do good, and it didn't make sense. Vehicles are being sent on 70,000 level is now in custody, arrested for felony vandalism. We built everything from the ground up. So to see our apartment just be vandalized for hours was just completely disheartening. Our Pink Sponge team is strong, but it's been sad. It's been very sad Glendora police tell me they do have the cell phone of that teenage suspect. They're going through it to find links to the two girls you just saw in the video. Things like telling me their insurance claim was denied because they have been vandalized previously.
Of course it was denied. Yeah, because they've never been vandalized previously. Because there aren't any laws in LA County. So eventually, if you get vandalized or broken into often enough, the insurance company says, we're not insuring you anymore because this place is chaotic. There aren't any laws enforced. This is the legacy. This is the legacy of Gascon. I looked at the video. They actually turned on a smoke machine, spread smoke across the parking lot, I guess to hide their identities. It was a fire extinguisher. It was a fire extinguisher, dude. That must have been that. But anyway, then eventually the smoke, whatever it was, faded away, and you could see it was a guy and two girls. And the girl was acting like this the first time she committed a crime. And she picked some kind of heavy object up. And she was a little unsteady and unsure. And then she hurls it, smashes the window of one of the pink bugs, and then stands there with her mouth open like the bimbo that she is, going, oh, wow, look at that. Look what I did. Well, they did a lot of the damage. I guess the guy was the gang member. Maybe they were all gang members. Oh, and the other girl, one of the other girls, climbed up on the roof and was twerking, sticking her rear end up in the air. You can see under strip there. She lifted it up. How do you raise something like that? I mean, a lot of guys are hopeless if they're not raised properly, but you rarely see girls acting this way and committing this kind of damage. What kind of damaged childhoods did they all have? Now, they all ought to be charged with felonies, and they should actually go to jail for years for this. We are going to talk to the co-founder of Pink Sponge, Jennifer Algren, when we come back. And she's got a GoFundMe page, and maybe we can do our part collectively to help her out. You go to GoFundMe.com, and the search phrase, local small business becomes victim to random vandalization. Local small business becomes victim to random vandalization. Type that in, and it's on all our social media sites as well. Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Charged for fatal car chase. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An unlicensed driver has been charged with manslaughter for a police chase across Southern California that killed his passenger.
There is absolutely no reason a 15-year-old girl is dead.
Orange County DA spokeswoman Kimberly Ed says Isaiah Miranda was pulled over in a stolen car full of teens from Orangewood Children's Home and told to get out.
15-year-old Denise Roman jumped back into the front seat of the stolen car, and Miranda drove off between 120 to 140 miles an hour.
She says Miranda sped from Orange to Long Beach last month before running a red light and smashing into another car. The girl died a few days later. Charges filed yesterday carry a max of more than 12 years in prison at OC Superior Court. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A sign with hate messages and a rope dangling from a tree have been found in Manhattan Beach. Mayor Joe Franklin says the handwritten racial slurs on the sign were nailed to a tree along with the rope meant to resemble a noose.
If it was a prank, it is not humorous in the least, and it's going to be investigated, and the perpetrators will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law as a hate crime.
Franklin says the sign and noose were found yesterday in a secluded area of a park. He says investigators are combing through surveillance video for clues as to who is responsible. 4 more LA County probation officers have been taken off the job at Latinos in Juvenile Hall.
Officials say the officers perpetrated a culture of violence, drugs, or abuse, and the kids in their care were unsafe. Department Chief Guillermo Rosa says since January he has suspended 12 officers. Rosa says he's asked an outside law enforcement agency to investigate while he works to rebuild his own internal affairs unit in probation. The union representing the officers has said numerous times the problems stem from low staffing, from hiring freezes, and the acts of violence on the officers without consequences to kids. The state has ordered strong oversight of the detention centers. Steve Guerrero, KFI News.
Fire crews are looking for an injured hiker in the Cleveland National Forest near Corona. Officials say they got the call just after friends say the guy was not able to move and stuck on a trail about a mile into the forest. They say CAL FIRE helicopters are on standby to help with the search. visibility is limited around the mountains. A Delta flight heading to LA has returned to New York because an emergency slide above one of the plane's wings fell out. The FAA says the flight declared an emergency and returned safely to JFK after the crew reported a vibration this morning. Delta says it's supporting efforts to find the slide and will cooperate with the investigation. Passengers on the flight were transferred to a new plane departing New York about 3 hours behind schedule. And the U.S. says it will provide Ukraine with more Patriot missiles as part of a $6 billion aid package. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says Ukraine is in dire need of more air defense systems to fight against Russia's forces.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine's struggle
by saying
matters to us all. Ukraine fell under Putin's boot.
they did make the
Europe
that's
fall under
whether
Putin's
we
shadow.
realize it or not.
Austin says if Russia's president gets his way, the whole world will become more chaotic and insecure. Ukraine's president says Patriot systems and missiles from the U.S. help save lives.
Some of the arguments.
We're going to go to the 55 next.
Must sell your home, call Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer, no one repairs. With Seller's Advantage, there's no real estate agents.
More people
And because they're making a cash offer, and they're buying the house as is, and they're selling it for repairs, they can close in days. They might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. They don't have to wait for somebody to get a mortgage.
I know a lot
You
of
get
people
cash, they buy as is. That's all you need.
who
Check out the reviews online. Call for no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-H. 888-321-AS-H. 888-321-2747. Visit sellersadvantage.com. DRE number 01961658.
The KFI financial update is sponsored by Provide Real Estate. The Dow closed up 154, S&P 500 at 52, NASDAQ up 316.
Revive Real Estate will front the money needed for your home renovations to get you top dollar when you sell your house. Go to KFIRevive.com to learn more. That's KFIRevive.com.
Upland weather from KFI sunny, windy, and warmer tomorrow. Highs upper 60s to mid 70s for Metro LA and Midland OC. Low to mid 70s to the valleys of the IE, 60s to low 70s to the high desert. Upper 60s to around 70 at the beaches. Right now 64 to Dana Point, 66 in Anaheim, 64 Diamond Bar, and 66 in Simi Valley. Join a crash on the 55 in Santa Ana.
Yeah, 55 northbound right before MacArthur Boulevard. The car will be blocked with this one. It's tangled up there, and he is jammed up pretty much all the way back to 405. Then northbound 55. Let's look at what's going on in Corona. Michael Bryan's up overhead. KFI in the sky.
Trouble spot here up the 91. 91 eastbound before McKinley. They moved to the right shoulder there, but that spreads very heavy from Main Street. But before you get that far, you get to Corona. 91 eastbound, and it's not about Breaking River there. They clear to the right shoulder. Still a brutal drive way back to Imperial Highway. Now, a lot of folks heading out of town on the 15. 15 northbound, that's jammed up from the 210 up to the 138. South 15, all jams on top of the hill down through the 138 to back to Lakeport as well. And it is Coachella hosting Stagecoach this weekend, so it is already jammed. The 10 eastbound is jammed out of Redwood, it's all the way to Beaumont Banning there, and even the 60 eastbound jammed out of the Badlands to the hookup with the 10 in Beaumont. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
This is the one
Empty problems for the 10 eastbound right there at White Avenue. Crash there on the off-ramp, and it is jammed up from before the 57. With Southern California's only airport traffic, Portside goes right.
With the American Express Gold Card, I can earn 4 times membership rewards points and US points. So with all these groceries, I'm also getting points. Learn more at AmericanExpress.com/US.
Yo, dog.
/Explore-gold. Terms and points have applied.
I'm Dr. Sanjay, CNN Institute of Medical Correspondent.
What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars. We get people killed. We're, fun with money here and there.
75% of Americans. Dr. Fatima could stand. Our weight is one factor that plays a role in our health, but by itself, it doesn't give us the full story of who we are. We have to look at our whole person. Listen to Chasing Life, speaking out on the iHeartRadio.
Well,
Yeah, I forgot I can talk. Okay, so here's the plan.
Ron from 1 until
I am going to take over Tick. And you're like, okay, how are you going to do it? All you do is sleep all fucking day. You're like, dog, I have seen you like, what, 10 hours of my life? 9 hours and 47 minutes of that have been only you sleeping. One time I thought you were going to awake, but you didn't. This is literally part of the 13 minutes that I've had the opportunity to speak with you. Dude, oh my God, when does the computer come? Oh my God, dog, banjo, I fucked up. How'd you fuck up, Rabbi? I fucked up. It'll be okay by Monday. But I bought this computer. I'm all excited, super excited. And what do? I take it out of the box, I get it all ready. It's an older computer, it's refurbished, but it seems like it's going to work. What's the first thing that I want to do? I want to connect to the Wi-Fi. Now, if you don't know, the reason why I have so many fucking devices, truthfully, is because along this 3-year journey, my Wi-Fi has gone out and come back and gone out and come back and come out and come back like 1,000 times. So I've always wanted redundant streams so that people have been able to watch me. Well, in this case, where I am currently, the stream is like, you have like 3 bars for Wi-Fi. Well, I'm routinely between 1 and 2 bars and very rarely on 3 bars. The only time I'm ever on 3 bars is if I go in the bathroom, which I did. I spent 48 hours on the floor of the bathroom just because the internet was better there. All right, Rabbi, you always fuck up, bro. Your link tree is all dead links. Get a USB with a dongle and TP-Link, T3U, Lil Johnson. That is what I use for streaming. All right. I agree. Well, my link tree isn't all dead links. It's archived links. And we can go through this, but let me explain this computer, how I fucked it up. All right, so a computer comes when it's supposed to come. I get it set up, and I go to log in. Well, first I go to the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi is barely connected, barely. And it's going in and out and in and out and in and out. And I'm like, shit. That means I'm either going to have to move into a desktop into the bathroom. I'm going to have a desktop computer in the bathroom, and then none of my other cameras will be able to see me. No, that sucks. So I had this little dongle that they had, and I put it on an extendable USB and ran that closer to the bathroom, and it seemed like it was working better. Okay, great. So I go to log in. I type in my credentials, and they're from when I bought my other computer. And so I just type it in, and I type in the username and password, which is all you would think you would need. Do you run your own router? The Wi-Fi router is just a good one. Wi-Fi router is down. Get better router. It seems like kind of mesh network. You're right, and I don't run my own router, or I would. I just don't have access to it. It's not mine. So I have to do with it what I can. And really unfortunate to have the kind of internet that I currently do anyway. But when it comes to the situation at hand, which was where I was just telling a story. Damn it. I was just telling a story about the computer. So I couldn't get it connected really well to the Wi-Fi. Then I log it in, and it says, put your username and password in. I put my username and password in. It works for you. Try and send some 50 gigabytes at all times, Doug. It works for you. Try to send some 15 megabits at all times. Dogs. Alright, cool, Doug. Let me just finish this fucking story. I type in the username and password. It logs me in. I'm in the computer. I'm setting it up like a new computer. And then the Wi-Fi still wasn't connecting really well. And I'm like, motherfucker, should I just return this computer because the Wi-Fi isn't connecting? And I go, you know what, I'm just going to restart the computer and see if that helps anything. I restart the computer and it gets me to the login screen. And it's like, okay, log in with the username and password. And I do. Then it says, we detected an unusual login attempt. Please get a one-time password to my phone. And the phone that I had on there was not the phone that I have. You send so much data all times, Doug. You are leeching the internet at your house. I would hit the controller. Upgrade Wi-Fi. Get this the fastest service for dollars.
We actually also
Andrew, you level up to level 1. Congratulations.
so we help with their janitorial work as well.
You send so much data at all times without your leashing the internet at your household. No, you're totally right.
People try to destroy it in a matter of minutes.
What's the thought?
It's just
Okay, so then what?
Yeah. Well,
you know what time this happened?
So I was just like, you know what? Fuck. I can't log into this computer. And I went through all the steps to get my shit back.
Hang one out for a few hours, destroying all those cars. Oh yeah, that's unbelievable. A teenage boy and 2 teenage
Well,
girls.
Banjo hasn't done it yet.
Just
Uh,
destroying somebody
so-
else's business.
What happened? Basically, I went through all the Microsoft verification things, but it's still wouldn't let me in. I think it's just because I never logged in with that account a lot. I didn't know anything about it really. I know when I created it. Windows 10, yeah.
They are juveniles. It's a fairly good situation. So.
Why did the insurance company deny your claim? This seems to be obvious that they should cover this.
I'm not 100% sure. We had called.
Just reinstall and use the local account. I don't have access to reinstall it. I don't have any way to get Windows 10 on my computer. So what I'm going to do is just return it and buy another one. And I did. I already bought another laptop that's coming. That should have better Wi-Fi, and that will be here on Monday. Don't make the Microsoft account so lame. So lame is right. The whole fucking computer can't be used. And it's not like I didn't know the username and password. I did. Do you have Windows computer? Yeah. A USB drive? You can make, I know I can do that. I know I can do that. But why? If I can just return the computer and get a brand new one on Monday. Like, I can literally go through that, but that takes a long time. Especially with this computer having very little connectivity to the internet. It's like, oh, I would have probably returned it for that point anyway. But yeah, I do have a Windows computer, but it's not in a position where I can just, I have to like download a bootable file. I have to put it on the USB. I have to make sure that that's correct. I have to put it in there. I mean, that alone, that download is going to take a day. Do I use Linux? Well, if I understand correctly, both Mac and PC at their core use Linux. But do I use it as a tertiary operating system to Windows and Mac? Not that much. Very little. Very little. I do use Chromebooks, which run on Linux.
And let's keep in touch.
So here's what I did, Banjo. I went and I got this way. I'm going to take over a Kick. You're like, wow, you're so confident in this. Yeah, I just need this other computer to come. Once it comes, it's huge. I was, okay, what did you say? Now, Linux is different. I use it as the main operating system. Windows is closed source and Mac is closed source over BSD and Coleman's Android over Linux, not really Linux. Okay. Well, there you go. I just use whatever is on the computer. I don't get really fancy with it. And that isn't to say that I don't want to, but I just haven't really been able to. In order to get fancy with something, you gotta have access to the router, you gotta have access to the ISP. I don't have any of that access. You like default settings. That's cool. I like default settings too. One of the things that I want to bring to the world when this all becomes a thing is the ability to set defaults for everything in your life. From your alarm clock, to your computer, to your browser, to your phone. We waste so much time as a society with the lack of default settings. Most things that people do in society are the same things every day. And yet, we don't have default settings. Hey, this is where I want, whatever it is. When I open my computer, this is what I want to open immediately. I guess that's a startup system thing, but also you can get really, really intricate into it. Like I don't want it to just open up a browser. I want it to open up my banking. I want it to open up my, like, you know, whatever. I want to be able to set my defaults to whatever I want. The companies are learning, and people running services absolutely know the right settings for IRL and shit. It works good. I would say, especially for that kind of shit. Here's a perfect example. I do the same kind of stream every single day, and I have for like 3 years. What is it? I start up a stream, I let it go for 11 hours or so, right before 12 hours, and then I stop it. Why do I stop it right before 12 hours? Because then it's watchable on YouTube. If it's less than 12 hours on the stream, you can post it to YouTube. If it's longer than 12 hours, at least with my accounts, you can view it, but you can't watch it live on like a rewatch on YouTube. You sit in your bed every day, Doug. Don't lie. No, I know. I'm not denying that at all. I 100% agree with that. 100%. I have for 3 years. That's my life. Yeah. What was I saying? I don't fucking know. Go outside. Need to go outside. I've done that. No, I've done that. You can see all that shit. How do I go outside if I don't have any internet to do it? Banjo, you're here with solutions. I hate to give you excuses, but I don't have the ability to go buy another 4 SIM cards. That ship has sailed. You should have watched this 2 years ago when I was doing that. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to do that. I have 1 SIM card, and it has like unlimited Wi-Fi, unlimited data, but it gets throttled very easily. I wish it didn't, but it does. So I can go outside as far as the Wi-Fi goes, but I'm telling you, when I went outside, you have a computer coming and camera data. So just get another SIM. It's not that easy to get another SIM. The computer that I bought was $150. This isn't like a huge investment. The other one is under $200. Getting another SIM, that means I need another, at least pretty good phone. And then I have a monthly card or monthly charge, which I can't really deal with right now. And I'm telling you, I've done that. Nobody watches it. I have right now, I have more video of me being outside than perhaps most any creator on Kick. It's all on Instagram. You can watch it. Watch me outside doing anything you fucking want. Singing, dancing at the beach, at the park, in the mountains, everywhere. And what I'm saying is, if it wasn't super interesting then, that doesn't mean it's going to be super interesting now. And with my connectivity, it's like, it fades in and out. I had 10 people watching me today, drinking beers and in the woods, sitting in a camping chair. There you go. That's a beautiful thing. Do I have 10 people watching me? Combined? Yeah, combined I have 10 people. Just on this stream, no, I have 1. But when you combine them all, I have 10 people. Now, are they all paying attention to me? Perhaps not. But that sounds really nice. What kind of beer do you drink? You cannot change the world from your bed, sir. Dog, did you ever see? You probably haven't because it's a more recent documentary, but I believe it's called. Bed-In? Well, John Lennon and Yoko Ono did this, and there's a documentary.
See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Bed piece is what it's called.
Free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like One Hit Wonders Radio.
They made it in 1969.
Greatest One Hit Wonders of all time.
But then I think they remade it, or somebody redid it. Anyway, you must leave that bed. I drink my Michelob Ultra. Very nice. Less than 100 calories and like less than 10 carbs. That's all I know about it.
A judge may say it's reasonable.
You must leave the bed. I think. Well, it ain't gonna be today, my friend. I know I have to leave the bed, but it is not gonna be today. What I will do today is watch this. Do you know who Bart Sibrel is on Joe Rogan? It's phenomenal.
Well, thank you for that. And that wasn't real smart. Handle on the law tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Oh, Bart Sibrel, he's the moon landing skeptic. Dog, he's amazing. You gotta hear this.
On our website, check. That's check. CHECK. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident,
You gotta watch this Joe Rogan. It's the best Joe Rogan, in my opinion. People hate it. It's not the best Joe Rogan ever, but I love this guy because he talks about things, and I can't really answer his questions. Okay, you're good then. Banjo knows what's up. Banjo knows what's up.
Let's do it, all right? Fridays, so you get a turn. Say what you want on the voice line.
Good night, sir. Hey, Banjo, I want to see you tomorrow, but I really want to see you on Monday night. Monday night's when this computer's going to be firing off all these things. It's a big deal. Good night, my friend.
Hello, Deborah. This is Peter from tourism Australia. We heard about your recent travel history. You strongly advise that you stay away from Australia.
Yes. I need to. So the number one that we have simply did not going to pay 130 days. 3 years better. Designs and
Metro won't have to apply for a permit every time they're working in any one of these cities.
Metro says the first phase should be finished by 2035. The second phase connecting Artesia to Union Station in downtown LA could be done by 2044. Testimony in former President Trump's hush money criminal trial is wrapped up for the week. Michael Cohen's former banker was the prosecution's third witness of the day. The banker testified about working with Cohen, Trump's former personal attorney, when he used his own home equity line to pay porn actress Stormy Daniels $130,000. They returned to court Tuesday morning. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, windy, and warmer tomorrow. Highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s for Metro LA, WC. Low to mid 70s in the valleys, high 60s to low 70s in the high desert. Upper 60s to low 70 at the beaches. Right now, 64 in Villa Park, 69 in Westminster, and slow on the 10 in Redlands.
Yeah, if you're one of the many thousands of people headed out towards Stagecoach in Indio, guess what? You're all not alone. They have the 10 freeway working eastbound starting in Redlands. Right there in the heart of Redlands from basically the 10 and the 210 where they meet. It is a parking lot all the way down to Beaumont. Get a little break past the 79, and then you slow again as you make your way through Banning and further points east. Let's check in with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky, looking at Santa Monica.
Yeah, very slow drive to the 10 eastbound. That's jammed up here in Cloverfield. Real tough into downtown Los Angeles. Probably wasting more than an hour there. Looks like the 405 southbound is off the pass. Probably out here. It looks like just about Skirboil Center. I believe later 2 is still blocked. It is already bumping. Bumper to bumper stuff out of San Fernando Valley and up ahead. Forcefully as you make your way towards LAX. That will happen there from Santa Monica Boulevard right on down to Lottie Arrow. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
The eastbound side of the 91 basically stopped from 57 all the way past the 241. There's a stall in there somewhere as well. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Nichols from Join us for Iron Radio Live with John Bon Jovi. Legendary celebrating the night. The Bon Jovi stores. They buy it. I wanted everybody to tell their story and dream it. So it's for the rest of us to see what it was put together. Watch it now on Iron Radio's YouTube channel.
Presented by Hulu, where you can stream your favorite shows, movies, original series, animation, and of course, the exclusive 4-part event. Thank you, Big Hype, the Bon Jovi story. Now streaming only on Hulu.
Today we have Sweet James with us from Sweet James Accident Attorneys. James, a woman claims to have disabling injuries after a car accident. Deal with this every day. Left her unable to work for over 5 years. She put in a claim for about $760,000 and wanted to dismiss after she admitted winning a Christmas tree throwing competition. Yeah, so I take it that she got hurt throwing the Christmas tree.
But what we have is them saying,
but they delegated her claim. And if you could do that,
These sort of cases, that's where it's worse than breaks my heart. Right? The system's here, and when people abuse it, that is it's terrible.
The real problem,
you've had thousands. How do you prevent yourself and your company from being scammed by somebody making an injury, saturating an injury, or claiming that they were in a car accident and they just throw Christmas trees?
They're trying to pull a hole through the radiation.
I've heard that evidence. I want to see reports. I want to see objective findings.
But what is Operation Google that? What is Operation Starfish? I remember reading Starfish was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people that you don't do some intense investigating of your own clients to make sure
July 9,
they're breaking in.
the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a
Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're ever hurt any type of accident, call Sweet James, 809 million, SweetJames.com.
Family owned North Hollywood Toyota, where you leave your wallet at home. Visit NorthHollywoodToyota.com for details. Mom met a lot of your demands over the years. This Mother's Day, get her the Artesia cocktail maker that makes premium cocktails on demand. In just 30 seconds, have your choice of over 60 premium or seasonal cocktails, all at the touch of a button. Get $50 off on the Artesia cocktail maker now when you buy 1 pack of cocktail capsules. So, for all the times you made a mess, get Mom the countertop cocktail system that makes premium cocktails without making any mess at all. For all the times you begged for soda, get her premium cocktail capsules with real fruit juice and craft bitters. For all the times you demanded tacos for dinner, get her Martini and Mrs. Margaritas in just 30 seconds. Make Mom's Mother's Day and all the 364 days that aren't Mother's Day with a Martini cocktail maker at $50 off. Visit PARTHESIAN.com/mother to get $50 off. Choose your premium cocktail maker. Martini. Premium cocktails with amazing quality employees to help position your company business. Finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people over easy. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily find
Setting up numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company's microwave.
Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Official rules and more information about contests on this station are available at 640.com/free. KFI is the only station that covers LA County from the ground
shut down telephone calls for a line to the other Carolinas for 27 small blocks in Johnson and Florida to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Project Nation. In addition, a large number of rocket-borne instruments with one station large expands to lie in the watching from the skies. Mentorship aircraft are operating more support to our Starfish area. Across the river, the location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the first magnetic field in the position of the nuclear detonation. An area known as the southern radio.
Yes, we have a number of hacks in the dumpster because I am fed up, 100% fed up to here with all these idiot protesters. Most of them don't know what the hell they're protesting about. They're as ignorant as any group I've ever seen in my life. Being honest, you cannot have an intelligent conversation with anyone. They just shout and scream and stand on their feet and chant in rhymes and bang their stupid drums. And I don't know why anybody's taking it seriously, including the media, and especially the administrators. I cannot believe that USC cancel their graduation because of these clowns. Here's some examples, and then they're all going to go to the dumpster. We got the Ukrainians at the ready. Here we go. These are random samples. Here's two students at NYU. Don't know why they're protesting. Listen to this.
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know what NYU is doing. I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're, you know what NYU is doing? I don't know.
Don't know why they're protesting. I don't know why we're protesting. I wish we were more educated. I don't know what NYU is doing. Take those two girls and toss them. Everybody grab the girls.
Protect these undergraduates.
For Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know what NYU is doing. I really don't know.
The girls say, yeah, hey, stop talking. Stop talking. Here's another guy, arguably Red Sheffields on UCLA's campus. Listen to this.
So what David says is that it's not that
Do you respect these undergraduates' First Amendment right to protest? We are asking you for the safety of these undergraduates, because these undergraduates can face exposure for protesting for exercising their First Amendment because they are not protected. So we are asking you to please don't people with their express consent to plenty of people. I realize that you can try if you care about people. Do you care to join?
Do you want to shoot Dios and the cameraman not to?
Do you respect these undergraduates' First Amendment right
To faces of the protesters who are out public protesting. Pick him up and take him, throw him away and shut him up too. Mr. the First Amendment. Alright, now here's a compilation of student protesters, morons from all over the country. Remember, some of these protesters are getting paid $1,000 $4,000 protest from George Soros-connected nonprofits. Yeah, keep banging your drum. All right, open up. All big. Yes, little babies. Yes, little children. Get there. Oh, good God. Where did they come from? Where are they? Oh. I'm exhausted. I'm You and hemorrhoids, all. I think the dumpster just broke. I don't think we've ever thrown that many bodies. I think there could have been thousands of bodies. All right, so that is hacking a dumpster for today. Now, I got a minute here. I got to mention this. Since we had so many calls pissed off at that fake phony fraud Karen Bass, who has been cheerleading for the Metro line. Every day she tells us how safe it is and how they're going to make it safe. And you can feel confident going there. And it's your first choice for transportation. And we're going to come and we're all going to be taking trains. After a moment, I viciously stabbed to death in the throat. She bled out in front of me. And we also had a number of violent attacks on the bus drivers. The Metro Board of Directors, led by Chairwoman Karen Bass, declared a state of public safety emergency. Public safety emergency.
So this riot project was a new project.
Claiming that there's been a sudden, unexpected increased severity of assaults on the operators. What do you mean sudden, unexpected? Yes, you should expect them because nobody in the government, including George Gascon, puts these crazy people in prison environmental institution and leaves them there. So until you put them in prison or the mental institution, keep having assaults. Assaults on bus operators went from 92 in 2019 to 160 in 2023, and they go up this year. Why? A lot of them are homeless people. The homeless people aren't addicted to drugs. We don't force them into treatment. We don't arrest them for their bad behavior. A lot of them are mental patients. We don't force them into mental treatment. They don't get arrested for their bad behavior, and now they're assaulting bus drivers and killing passengers. And all you get is Karen Bass's simple, silly, phony, happy, smiling face telling us how safe everything is. It's a load of garbage. Catherine Barger, one of the supervisors, was one of the few who said something honest, saying that she doesn't feel safe riding the Metro by herself. Well, nobody should. You shouldn't feel safe riding by yourself. And even if you're riding in a group, you shouldn't feel safe. Because what's the group going to do? Now you're going to have to gang up and try to beat up the homeless guy who has the big knife.
He did say people before.
Barger has a motion calling for the agency now to secure station gates and entrances and exits. And analyze data on violent crimes, including those by ring offenders.
Right, but it could be because they would lose their instrument.
You have to arrest them and throw them in prison.
Just try to be as generous as possible.
Mentally lock them up in one place or another and keep them there. And have armed police
and I worked on navigation guides for a ride.
at the entrances and exits. Armed police. Let the police stand there holding their gun. Let them fire off a few warning shots from time to
For
time.
Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft
board
is
of
loaded with
directors
sensors
said,
and recorded
"Please
measure all
security
aspects of
cameras."
the flight in every detail.
We
We're
play
headed
security cameras.
3,600
We just get to
miles above
see
Earth, 15 times higher from the planet
the
than
heart
International
stabbing
Space
after it
Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation like this will harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on
She's
the ride.
critical
Naturally,
of
we have to
the
pass
policing
through the
contracts
stations
with
twice, once up
LAPD
and
and
once
Long
back.
Beach and the Sheriff's
So Ryan
Department.
has protection
Saying
shieldedly
that they
placed
have
to
been
test as the
forthcoming about how
vehicle
they
cuts
improve
through
their
the layers of
approach
radiation.
to deploying
Sensors
off board.
will
Yeah,
record
let's see more of
radiation
that.
levels
It's the
for
cops.
scientists to study.
It's
We
always
must
the
solve
cops.
these challenges.
You're just like
Before we
Gascon.
send
You're
people
just like
through this
that
region of
felonious
space.
assistant.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014.
Holly
But how
Mitchell,
could they have
she's a
been
piece of
solved?
work. She says we have to keep the
The
broader
thing is,
context in mind
even if they
and
did
not
solve
commit to knee-jerk reactions. You know what? We need some knee-jerk reactions. What you need is armed police.
How do
and
they
you
do
need
it?
every one of
This
these
is the question.
homeless mental
This is
patient
what we know about the
drug
spaceship.
addicts
Tossed in prison or mental institution and locked in for a very long time. It's not knee-jerk, because we're putting this up with this for 10 years now, right? You had your way, you failed. You made life miserable for everyone. Steve, never more glad we can't find 24-hour news.
A sign with 8 messages and a rope dangling from a tree have been found in Manhattan Beach. A Delta flight held heading to LA has returned to New York because an emergency slide above one of the plane's wings fell off. The U.S. has announced it will provide Ukraine with more Patriot missiles for its air defense systems as part of the massive $6 billion additional aid package. We're going to go to the 118 and we will check in with the KFI in the sky.
How many people have gone?
If you have a lousy blurry vision,
Well,
go to the Charles Maker sound like I said, he's got to make like this is management. This is like advanced technology in LASIK surgery. They'll measure your eyes 22,000 times with the wave-like LASIK exam. This is a breakthrough precision to correct your vision with more accuracy than ever before. And I will give you a wave-like exam. You schedule it, and you will
Whatever that
14
footage
callers.
was, though,
You get it for free.
that footage
Right.
wasn't released.
This will turn your near side and this far side of this astigmatism any need for reading glasses. You get the exam, and the procedure, like that. It's all lasers. There's no pain, no discomfort.
And they're
Trust me, go through this. You'll walk out of there with Chris Scope here, 2020 or better.
We'll show the video.
So we got first 14 callers now, first 14.
What I would say is, if I'm
Schedule the
training
wave-like
these
LASIK
guys,
exam. You get it for free. Call
and they're training all day long,
866-559-4444.
what I'm saying is train them how to film the earth from the moon.
866-559-4444.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Going to crash on 118 in Porter Ranch.
The news here is, it looks like it just cleared 118 but traffic still loaded up back from DeSoto Avenue. Let's check in with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yes, okay, so let's, you're really bad. Well, just try it, just give it, yeah, you're not something about it. No, you don't, no, you don't. And here's why.
Don't
Because
outside
we've
the
heard
fence
there's
on the
some
streets or
people
downtown, but
right, like everybody has. No, there's not. We've heard that the city purpose just fit. We've heard you heard that, but we don't need that. It's not that. It's the today that are in the scientific community.
Hey, I'm in the sky.
Northbound side of the 15, if you were headed towards Las Vegas, there, 210 all the way up to Highway 138,
Okay, but let me
basic
tell you
parking
something
lot,
else about the
and
radio.
way out there almost to the state line, I think northbound
The footage is so
to
shocking
the
that
road.
you immediately
All
go,
lanes
okay.
are shut down temporarily
What
with bad crash. They
What is-
truck on its side
I
to
just
keep
wanted
you
to know
updated with Southern California's only airport.
The only thing
Or
that I
Sunday
can think
Coast
of
record.
that was
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your
this is when
access
we
company.
compare.
Go to iHeartResults.com for
Correct.
more.
I mean, there's another one of just the actual video.
All the good stuff.
Whether you
News keeps you on top of pop culture.
In a surprise move, CBS is bringing back Swap for an 8th season. The reboot of the 1975-76 crime drama, which also spawned a 2003 theatrical film, was previously canceled in 2023, though the network relented and brought it back for what was intended as a final one this season. Now the show has been uncanceled once again, and the announcement left its future open-ended, which makes sense given its relative strength in its current Friday night time slot. Jamar Moore, Jay Harrington, David Lipp, Rochelle Ames, and Anna Engelbrecht star in Swap, which now joins FBI, FBI Most Wanted, FBI International, Fire Country, Ghosts, The Neighborhood, NCIS, NCIS Singing Tracker, and File One of Blue Bloods as shows returning to CBS next season. New shows will include the campaigns like Tommy Papa's House will away from this season, along with the Young Sheldon spin-off featuring the characters of Georgie and Danny, crime drama prequel, NCIS Origins.
Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Cats on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio makes it incredibly easy to always be up to date on your favorite podcast? When you find a favorite, make sure to tap that follow button.
Just like on Instagram. So if you figure that out, you got this. Hit that follow and get notifications as soon as new episodes drop. Your favorite podcast are collected in your library for instant access. And you download the latest episodes right to your phone so you don't have to stream them and you can listen offline without the app. And you get all this for the low price of free. If you're looking for that great podcast experience, don't miss out. Another app, you've got all that covered for you free with iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasting.
Just a piece of wood in a circular window. Well, I mean, you think they put something over the window to represent that?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles.
That's the window.
iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Okay. They're usually in the window to create a 1-foot model of the
My
earth.
name is Judith
And
Anderson.
they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking all the windows, and it makes it look like space. Exactly. It doesn't look like
Just to clarify,
floating in
she's
space.
still
So we
alive,
have
and
to think
apparently she's
being halfway to the
fine.
moon, which means they
But
cannot
all
go
this started in
halfway to the moon.
2018
And here we
when she
are,
took possession of a house
54
in
years
the Puckdale
later,
neighborhood of Toronto.
and
We
not
decided,
go halfway to
hey,
the moon.
let's
That's
make
why
a fun
they're-
podcast, maybe some YouTube videos about the renos and like the intended DIY stuff. You know, all the half-assed plans that people make can only keep like 45% of the time.
They lie about everything.
But things started to get kind
This
of
is
weird.
shocking.
In all honesty, parts of her life
Because
were
it's hard to
starting to
explain.
unravel,
It's
but
hard to come up
I
with a
don't think
rational
that was it.
explanation of what this could be. Well,
So
that's
I think it was the house.
halfway to the moon.
Something
Right, but
seriously
but we should play the
wrong with
audio.
that place.
So they
And if I was
they say
just coming
in
into
the
this
audio,
now, I'm
we're
guessing with
100,000
radon or carbon monoxide poisoning, or
Right, and then they
water,
also say,
whatever.
which is
I would
another
even see that
that
maybe
there's only
she'd been
one
having
window
some sort of
here
episode,
that
but
is built up
that's
to
not
get
it.
meaning right. The lens
Something
would have to be
less
right
rational
against
is
the window to see
brought
that.
up here.
The
And
camera's
now,
really at the back of the space.
there's
with
gone.
all the lights on. Let's
It's
play
taken
that
out, and
part of
now
the
I
earth
don't
outside
know
of
what
the
to
window.
do.
It's
Does that
very
make sense?
interesting. Let's play that so you can hear the words. And you hear them say.
Because it's happening. Something weird is going on.
So if you see the footage and you hear the words, you go clip. It's possible you do.
Sure, go ahead. Hello. Hello.
This is you. Yeah, we're going to follow you off video. We're probably going to get anything happen over the
Parkdale Haunt is an original podcast created and written by Alex Nursall and Emily Keller. Directed and produced by Alex Nursall.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Let me add one thing about the
last
radio.
week.
So,
Muffin
after Kelly
said, how come you're bringing in baked
I
goods
call them
all the time?
assets.
And I said, the people I work with, they don't make a ton of money, and I thought they appreciate it. And she said, well, how are companies going to help them with their money?
But take on my Junior Show.
That is very percentage.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
Specifically, they're
Monitoring
doing
anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
years ago, and I just like
John Cobell Show. Can't find me. That's live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we got the final round of the voice line. Next week it's 877 voice 86 if we want to be on. A week from today, let's go round 2.
the military.
Thank you for calling the voice line. I'm Sean Freddy here for you. About time.
I'm gonna call and completely forgot what I was gonna complain about.
I would have every real it. We spent a lot of money to get that date. That data is very important. There's man warfare in space. We have space there's their anticipation could be in the future where there's spacers. Right? That's the real thought. The space program is real. People are members. There's space forces are doing because they have. Is it? I have a t-shirt. Oh, that was good. T-shirt. So they put no there is a space force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah. Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the bad radiation belts, if there's a way to get rid of it, because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know you need this kind of shelter, you don't want Russia to do that. You want them to spend your own money. Yeah, that's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret, that's national security. And that would, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around. They don't know how to get through the radiation level we do. And they're going to rely on Yeah, makes sense.
students who are protesting for Hamas
Yes, it's
and let them go
You
to
can start
Gaza and fight with them.
That does make sense about the radiation of what we're talking about. You should go there. My point is, our U.S. should recognize that the amount of instrumentation that endanges radiation also endanges
Biden's not even campaigning.
Of course, that's my
We already know something we know.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you're an expert, and that's why we've never seen number of used to test X-ray machines. Back in the day, when they first started using X-ray machines, was that you had machines so an X-ray, and they didn't know you would step and what these guys are cancer protesters that are coming onto the property, causing trouble. That's 100 more cancel the graduation. Regardless of whether or not it's dangerous, could be accurate. It's also that kind of radiation is probably.
I've never been someone who's seriously motivated by money. There's never been a time in my life when I have been more jealous of people who have donated all this money to these universities or having all these protests. I would love to just rip it right out from underneath them. It's ridiculous. Thank you for leaving your message. Please hang up.
Funding Hamas groups may be on Apple your wealth confiscated. That's a voice line for now, but next week we'll have more 877 West 86 Highway.
Alex Michaels is coming on for all you Alex Michelson fans out there. He'll be on shortly, so I can hear the roar. Stay tight. Stay tight. And then we got this kid on, this very funny kid, Seabass, coming on from the Woody Show. That's a great animation for us. He'll be on at 5 o'clock. That'll be a cool deal. And I got an idea for Steve Garvey's commercial. You show Nancy Pelosi's husband getting his ass kicked, the mayor of San Jose getting his ass kicked, then robbing Chip's, bag out of his car, Mayor Bass getting robbed at home once and then twice. That's California for you.
Yeah, that's your criminal justice reform there.
Look, the top officials in the state are getting attacked. Yeah, the very top officials.
But it doesn't change the year.
How are we supposed to feel like we're safe? The people that should be protected because they're better than us.
They're better than us.
They're on top of it. They get you arrested faster than you get them arrested. That's how I would judge who arrested. Like Adam Schiff could make my life miserable, but I don't think I can make his life better.
And so that says the TV picture looks great.
Larry Conway, and he's got digital pressure. Live the KFI 24-hour news here.
Listen to KFI everywhere, like you haven't noticed.
KFI.
And KOST HD10.
Los Angeles.
That's a deal,
Full accountability they're looking for. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and LA City Council members called for reports on public safety on Metro trains.
The LA City Council adjourned its meeting in honor of Mira Sosa, the woman murdered Monday morning on the Beeline train in Studio City. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez says she's introduced a motion calling on all security services used by Metro to report to the council.
Because we cannot enable an environment that leaves the most vulnerable among us exposed to the dangerous conditions on our metro system.
LA Metro's board of directors has also declared a state of emergency related to public.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft, right? Let's argue. Data they removed after the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is open and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth. Here is the slate for the 19th of July.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
if you go
here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right. The Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright. And you can walk right outside in the dark. I mean, it's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's a full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, and it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming the Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. You're talking, it probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth, the kind of cameras they had back then, would be to do it that way. To block out everything in the room and to film through that circular window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft, right? And that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that small. No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, and the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you,
I just want to know what you think.
I'm going to go at this. I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is, if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. The difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who, for a living, our job is to make big scenes look real. And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to redid.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all
you saw them fiddle around in the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around the window.
And the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera is obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that illusion.
They said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part they didn't intend on showing. And the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. But it's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the Earth is outside of a circular window, and it looks cleverly like the Earth floating in space. But that's really the window from Earth orbit.
Jim, go ahead.
The video says it's live here. Video live here.
Yeah, so that would take.
No, they have transparency or something.
That's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent insert they put into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between you and day. I think it looks very good. It is a tape.
Now mine is very nice gradient. What it would look like if it was like sunset.
Well,
So it's less clear, right? It's less clear than like the top edge.
And if it was a transparency sitting on a glass or something, that line would be moving, would have to be hard to set.
Well, I mean, just go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around the window.
Right, but Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. I was thinking if that's what I thought it was, why not just recreate the big scene? I guess.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in orbit. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like where, what part of the Earth was dark at what point, like, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they had to know. They
But with the
calculation
with the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're gonna
Not necessarily. They made lots of mistakes.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah.
Well, this one's a weird one, and to me, this is like the only thing that I could say if I was going to steal man would be what I said was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. What he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window, and if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way to film it correctly is you need to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window, because it is covering the window. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window, it's looking out the window, you blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright, because it's 4 times bigger than the moon, twice as close, because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong flies says he's 130,000 miles out. You see a little blue Earth with a bunch of black space around it, right? But that's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside of it. That's what it is. The lights come up, and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness is space, that's disappointing. But
that's not what I'm saying.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
Well, why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really?
Because
130,000 miles out.
They had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which seems a big thing. Even though they did that, I'm just steelmanning them. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake, right?
Well, if I
was trying to, it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the shot.
Yes,
they're faking being halfway,
which is why it's so bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
That doesn't. I'm getting more confused on all pieces. I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that.
They did go to
Jamie, you need to catch the fuck up on Reddit.
Well, look at this part here. Keep playing this part, Jamie, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the work light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or it's a giant UFO. Right?
No, it's definitely, it's obviously work light.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effects shot using the window to see them.
Okay, but let's be honest about what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's right. So that's the window of the spacecraft.
That's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claimed a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking.
Right. I'm going to stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of a transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's that
you see them moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving.
Well, the point is that's the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm agreeing with you. Some of the deception
there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space.
Correct.
Which means they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never do if they really went halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily. It could mean
that they went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway.
They're faking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. And they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space. We really can't get that because the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright. This is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they remove the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. you're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space they're working in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's in a giant room. It's just a few feet.
Well, actually, there are three spacecraft coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but it's still not that big where they are. But where
About
they are,
8
right,
to 10 feet away from the window.
that's pretty small. Yeah, this whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where our screen is that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in space.
The blacked out environment, if they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't mean that they're not.
One thing at a time. So we've included,
Yes.
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No, that's not what we included. We've included that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jim. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly, but they're saying that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly deception.
Okay, so Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, the Steel Man. I mean, I know it's annoying.
You mean Steel Man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's position. Why? Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get through where the camera is and how big the camera is, and how small the window is, the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window, we'll black out everything, it'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles out.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talked about shooting a fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe the moon landings are real, as long as you do. If you believe that they're communing with aliens with the secret guru, or Neil Armstrong does it, they don't care. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it because they showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right. If they really went to the moon,
they wouldn't dare fake. They wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already saying they wouldn't dare fake any of it if it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden you see that black and white.
They wouldn't dare fake it if it was real. This is where we disagree. Because I think if it's very difficult to go there, it's even more difficult to go there and document it, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment, if you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fucks up your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it fuck up your film? Well, but doesn't it? Isn't that correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They threw cars on the moon. They off on the moon.
But that's not what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason today, they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon.
And we're in agreement on this. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real part, maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that because many filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup and some of that footage got leaked into the real footage? They showed so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stable and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. As you know from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968. And
I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
if
the guy wasn't here,
his son cooperates, and we have a video of that. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying about the Venus maker being on the right side of judgment. That he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, who you could go to Sabron.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, who did you kill? He said, I killed a co-worker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security. The military police came in, and they interrogated him as he's dying, wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. Who did you kill? Such and such a person. A fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitnessed the filming of the fake moon landing June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to kill him. And I killed him to cover him. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. He was right across the street from him. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there, who were allowed in the VIP entrance to eyewitness it. Neil Armstrong's on the list, Buzz Aldrin is on the list, and several people I never heard of. We got that list, we published it. And this is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming it, his house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago. Threatened to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again about his father's participation in the moon landing. The White House was involved in investigating this. FBI was. The United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated this. And that man. And those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to walk up.
We should explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did that got people very angry. He hung a lemon.
That's right.
Yeah, explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was at least 10 years away. And still we can't even go there, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told him were confiscated from his house by CIA agents before they even informed her that he was dead, he had died early. She told me, interviewed her for 4 hours. This is the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the press corps. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining of the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything. Because the higher-ups knew they weren't going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it, and therefore hadn't killed the astronauts yet. And that's why they weren't fixing anything. Well, that's, her conclusion as well. Right. And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on a coat hanger. He said, this thing is a lemon, a piece of junk, will make the evening news. And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: "Son, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad. Your wife are here inspecting him. Never seen here before. He's dead the very next day." His widow told me he was murdered by the CIA, the man who was going to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, the 47th pilot, said the same thing who I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing that they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I kind of, admire their ingenuity. Like the people who tunneled from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And the
with 3 guards.
Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. We're true patriots. And patriots have to face facts that when people united against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman to be in some other country, where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans and not us. Right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, according to Benny Grisham. They take a third of our income, they deceive us through a moonlet, and then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who killed Gus Grissom.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was in.
I understand that she says that. I understand that, and I understand that. Why she would believe that? That makes sense.
Well, if her husband says CIA agents are messing around with the equipment the day before, and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a grand trust of pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel will become flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. Took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. And then they found a pile of oily wrecked. And that they would do a spark. And then I got the Apollo 1 report. We bought it for $10,000 from Roger Chappie's widow from his estate. And there was a dip in power right before the fire because the CIA had something clamped in there, started the fire, and they ignited it and caused a dip in power.
So where's this evidence that there was a dip in power?
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
That there was a dip in power.
Right before the fire, because something was tapped into
right.
That the CIA raided the previous day. And that's what killed them.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so they would make sure not to be able to get out. It would take more time to get out.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of when
they could say they were
just
testing something new. Right, that's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire was started?
Wiring.
And what was the evidence that the oxygen had increased the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew not to do that. They did a cost fatality.
Where did you hear this?
She told me, and it's in the Apollo 1 report.
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen by how much?
Well, they did 100% oxygen.
And did they say why?
It was just guessing. Something to do with the spirit.
And so that a fire commenced.
That's right. They rigged it. It was oily rags that they were reversing it. They did everything they could to make sure those guys were alive. To get rid of the guy because Gus Grissom, had they asked him to fake the moon landing, he would have said no way that would have gone to prison. The same reason my source, Cyrus Eugene Akers, killed his co-worker because his co-worker witnessed Apollo 11 being filmed in Kennedy Air Force Base in 1968 and said this is wrong for the government to do this. It was going to jump reporter. The very same reason.
Yeah, I would love to see the video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son.
But there's also,
about this.
Yeah, but
you have it queued up there.
How people get old.
I don't think it's that crazy. Just saying, we verified he was the chief of security.
Right, but I don't know what his mental state was when he died. I don't know if he had dementia. You know what I'm saying? Like people could. But I'm not saying.
Are you sure he didn't work for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly, first of all, memories are terrible.
You just said that.
The memories are terrible.
You just said it.
Yeah, most people's memories aren't that good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, and maybe you have full-blown dementia, and maybe you imagine things, that's also possible. I mean,
that's an odd thing to
confession.
I killed somebody to cover up the moon landing fraud. What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their name. They don't know their kids. People are dying. They're dying, usually there's lots of stuff going on. So
He articulated a lot of detail.
Fascinating. It could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession, like Howard Hunt deathbed confession of the JFK assassination.
Well, one of the videos that have communicated is his son, right, as he's dying of what he saw his father say. He says, I lived right across from Cannon Air Force Base. My father was to security. He shows us a picture of his badge. Uniform was there. And what Bill Casey said, I had to look that up from my own library. Bill Casey said the whole moon landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of Canada. You were eyewitnesses. And then every department of the military has their special ops intelligence division headquarters. Canada Air Force Base. And so that's where it was filmed. And I even confirmed that several people were there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert Eminem. Never heard of the guy. Science fiction writer who promotes UFOs, which is another reason to doubt UFOs. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real, that is all I'm saying, the moon landings are real. See that? Same thing with the astronauts. Stephen Greer's #1 source that UFOs are real. I have a book coming out about this as well on my website. He says his #1 source that UFOs are real is Pablo astronauts. So, see that? And
which one, Edgar Mitchell?
Well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others. And
Let's come back to that. Let's come back to that. And this is great. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. This has been a lot of fun. And I hope you don't mind me being annoying, but I have to cover this. We'll get into more.
You don't have to.
I do.
No, you don't.
This is the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
We'll take a leave and be right back. So, we were at Gus Grisham's dive fire. There's another guy NASA had hired to make a report. This 500-page report. I think it's like how badly mismanaged the whole Apollo program was, and that he saw so many flaws in it. They thought it was never going to come around. And then
Thomas Barron.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barron, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
with his family.
The CIA kids kind of go through fads. And there was a big fad period where a lot of people's cars fell into train crossings. I think back then this was before DNA evidence, and get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Mena, Arkansas, that found cocaine. That was the whole part of that Tom Cruise movie, the true story behind the Tom Cruise movie. With what's that guy's name again? Jamie Barry Steels. Yeah, who was smuggling drugs and dropping them off in Mena, Arkansas, while Bill Clinton was the governor. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
Here's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, two of them. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landings.
Well, he said it in a very coy way, right?
That's what he said.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969, saying how amazing it is that these guys, these people, they landed on the moon. And the carpenter said, no, those TV fellows can get you to believe anything. And I don't believe the thing they say. And then he said, back then I thought the old guy was a crank for whatever reason. But now, after 8 years in the White House, I think he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing. I think that was word for word.
Yeah.
Good memory. Well, here's the second point that's relevant.
Word for word, sure.
But here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally denied it one time, did this happen? A reporter asked him, what he said, why? President Clinton. Meaning because I could get away with it. That's what people need to see. They did fake the moon landing, and why did they do it? Because people are still power. It's a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this Cold War with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory, right?
That could be very defeated.
Okay, so here's another question.
You murder Americans to do that?
Allegedly murder Americans. Well, we assume. Yeah, we don't really know. The Thomas Ronald Barron was wild because that report was buried, correct? After that, that's right. And in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
Well, Well, basically, he said what Gus Grissom said. They're a decade or more away from going to the moon. And that was after the Apollo 1 fighter, the Bear Report. Of course, he died right before he was testifying to Congress. Right? What a coincidence. About how NASA was so far behind schedule. Now, NASA has never kept a schedule a single time in their entire history, except the most complicated mission of all time. They were ahead of schedule. And you realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, whatever, that ever worked on the first occasion. Not even the Wright brothers plane had a 747 after millions of aircraft had already been built. 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rocket. Took 168 attempts to get off the ground. And yet, for the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated one of all time. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings, in terms of getting biological living human beings to survive this 2-week journey, land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, for setting the goal of doing it, it took only 8.5 years.
But the actual
since then, they're talking about it being taking 15 years to return to the moon. Even though they have 54 years better technology, it's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with 5 decades better technology.
But again, isn't that you'd also say because it's not as focused an effort? It's not like
well, it is a focused effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years, right?
Yeah, they also
you had Bush Sr. say it, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, Obama said it, and Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They've all said we're going to return. Yeah, he said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock.
It's got a couple months left.
Well, they said they were going to have people orbiting them. They said in 2014 we will have people orbiting the moon in 2018. 100% behind schedule.
My point
and they only have mannequins orbiting.
So my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting in the lower orbit and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to another planet, landing, and coming back. That's much more difficult. And the only time that was ever accomplished was between 1969 and 1972. 7 attempts, 6 successful.
Allegedly accomplished.
Allegedly accomplished. Well, let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying. It seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there. It seems very strange that no other missions.
That's right. It's the only technological achievement in the entire history of the world that no one from any nation could repeat.
Yeah. Just in their position. It took so much money and so many resources that we don't have that we better serve going to other things. And that's why they haven't been back. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand. They can prove they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at. And they will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
Well, that's not an argument either because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors thereon. So all they had to do was choose a landing site that had reflective surfaces. Additionally, Russia put an unmanned probe on the moon with laser reflectors.
Yes.
So that doesn't prove anything.
Okay. That's the argument.
Well, you're welcome. I did.
Thank you. That is the argument, right?
Yeah.
And so the argument is the laser reflectors prove. Another, like one of the goofiest ones, was when they used the reconnaissance imagery. And they showed, look, we can see the landing site. Like, what are you
Well, yeah, I mean,
pointing at?
you have to understand, they already faked a full-body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which was filmed in Columbus, Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay? So, you're asking the Fox for further proof that they did steal a ticket? Yeah. You're saying after faking a full-body image that was shot in Air Force Base and pretending it's on the moon.
My client, Mr. Fox, is an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
Well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from alleged lunar satellite that says the lunar lander.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah.
Another bit of is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics to explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze. So, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Was it so? No, what does it show, the image? What do you see? I can just tell you, any one of those spots is a landing site. What you could say. You don't see much. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively a lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor, it doesn't prove or disprove those images, in my opinion.
Well, here's another interesting one. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, put it in his pocket, and saved it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Who he gave it to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box. The curator saw my film, said, oh, I wonder about that. He, in the middle of the night, they expected no one would open it up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's petrified wood, kind of this eerie out of the
Yes,
world looking.
that's a fact.
So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story that says moon rock proved to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered, but no reporter asks. So if the moon rocks are fake, what about the mission?
Okay, just steel man that. You would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister?
He personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up on the surface of the moon. This is the rock.
Right.
I remember it. Here you go. They put it in a box. That's not much chain of command to get messed
The
up.
thing is, like, who's got it after that, and is it possible someone stole and swapped it out? Possible. Yeah, I think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. But you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and some guy said, hey, man, I'll give you $1,000.
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they allegedly go into the moon for the very first time, somehow at that deadline, von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica, where he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so there's not much to cover them up. Right. And maybe the orbit being the South Pole is more prone to lunar meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in a lot of them. It can conclusively prove. Correct? This is all true? Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe he did.
There's one picture of him, I think, right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. And I was just talking.
Oh, it's right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was, he's in his Nazi uniform. And it's right after he got captured and brought over in Operation Paperclip. I always wondered how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during interrogation, or he got, bombed and got pulled down a rubble. One of the two.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much he fainted.
Yeah, or maybe he got carpal tunnel syndrome from doing the salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is a thing that I know a lot of people deny. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Apollo program. Werner von Braun was one of them. The Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive, that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity. That's right. He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest Jews in their rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging there. and this is eyewitness accounts from people who were in that rocket mountain. This is not disputed stuff that he did that. But you can say he was just a rocket maker, he had nothing to do with that, but he was a Nazi. And
in charge of the moon faking.
Not just one. Yeah.
He also said before he died that the government is planning on faking an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing, he said that. He said that. That the next.
What's the evidence of that? He said that.
Well, his secretary said so.
I bet you would be crazy. She might be coke, making stories up. She might be a scammer.
She seems sincere to me.
She might be trying to.
He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next, followed by a fake alien invasion. And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts who spent their whole life lying, saying the moon landings are real, also the key people. And so it's
not the key people, but Edgar Mitchell was one of them.
And Robert Ebenecker made films, propaganda films, that planted the seed that UFOs are real, and he was at Canada Air Force Base.
Okay, can I assume that then, what you're saying, you don't think UFOs are real at all?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, what about the ones that Kenneth Arnold saw in the 1950s?
I don't know about those.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real, but they're not from outer space, according to the top two UFO researchers. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time of this podcast, Aliens from Planet X, that talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real, and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top two UFO researchers after decades on the research. So go to Sabro.com and
So where do they think they're from? They're not from outer space.
They're interdimensional and potentially fallen angels disguising themselves because they're players of something, like you said, can't be proven or disproven from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of what Tucker Carlson does. I think there's a spiritual element to it. He thinks they've always been here. He thinks this is what's kind of documented in the Bible. It's like that.
That's it, exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top two UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number one. Number two, they're not from outer space. And number three, they're demonic. And that's what I talk about. Where it talks about fallen angels interbreeding with humans, as talked about in Genesis 6, and creating a race of Nephilim who were then hovering down world leaders.
Could you interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans? Now, imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence. Or, I should say, instead of artificial is a word that it's got a lot attached to it already. Maybe digital intelligence. Or human-created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy who was paralyzed can now utilize a computer and manipulate everything with his mind. He can move a cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has, how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, it's kind of confusing people. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms on complicated planets, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people will start to do it initially, and those people will have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have, and it will be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. And in case, over time, what would that look like? Well, it would probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it does it have a soul? Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has it has plans for the universe and for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple, about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past. All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to the moon landing. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Right.
It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to boast. We have the tallest building. And then we show the Titanic that says the ship that God himself could not sink. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made one voyage. And Richard Nixon, when he knew they were not on the moon, said putting a man on the moon is the greatest event since creation. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment, you see, and the world-leading country is putting a man on the moon. And how ironic. When I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized they really did make the moon landing.
So that was the first one that really cemented it.
Absolutely. I gave them the benefit of the doubt as long as possible.
Okay, I want to go to the flag, because the flag is a piece of contentious thing. The flag waving on the surface of the moon. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct? Right. Okay, and it has 1/6 Earth's gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly doesn't have any wind, or definitely has the kind of wind that blows around the flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain it away and say, see if you can find a video of the flag itself waving. Yeah, there's one. And so here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth's gravity. So things definitely in a 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to independently be moving in the breeze.
Well, in my opinion, they had a lot of air conditioning pumped in there because the backpacks had the cooling units removed so they wouldn't fall from after. So it was very hot in there. And they had lots of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Mr. Brown.com, there's a clip of the flag blowing in the wind. We showed that a couple of times.
Here's another thing to take into consideration. What you're looking at, is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organizations. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen there. So they took the footage, right, put it on a big screen. You got to understand 1969 projection technology, very low resolution.
Looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film the monitor. Right. So it's deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally degrading the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave them fourth generation instead.
But this is important to know. That wasn't, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage. In terms of
Gilligan's Island went to color.
What we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right. This is.
Even if they don't have color, let's just say it's easier to do it in black and white. Let's just say that. If they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations and to television. There's no reason to be filming it on a monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is, to cover up the fact that it's done in a TV studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allowing people to have clear access, clear footage of what this thing is, instead of fourth generation stuff, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA can afford a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high-resolution color camera? They didn't because it might show that it's a fake scene, which it was. That's why they degraded the signal by fourth generation.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's some of the funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through.
Okay, let's see that one. Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
Well, if you Google it, you may not want to show it. So it's in my movie.
If you put it on YouTube as a YouTube search, it'll show it. There's one, Apollo 5, that's me.
This one's pretty good. I think.
Apollo 15. Click on that one, Jamie. Apollo 15, no, Jamie. Back. Where it says Apollo, no, I said the one that says Apollo 15. Right there, that's it, yeah. Okay. So this one, this is color. He plants it. It still looks shitty, but he plants it. And let's get a look at it when he gets it on the way. So this is it. So this thing's kind of just waving on its own. No one's even touching it. And it looks like it's waving in a breeze. So it stops moving and then starts moving again. Now, again, there's one
that shows that even more so than that.
Yeah.
An astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze, and then the flag flows without him touching it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further is this coaching? So scoot ahead. I think this is actually the one where the guy walks by it and it starts going in the breeze. Here it goes. Does it show it where he walks by? There it is. It's back there because you see his image. Where? There he is, right there. Okay, there it is. See that? Yeah. So watch that again, Tim. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the breeze makes the flag blow.
Because he's in an air environment. He's not blue.
Right. That is a weird one. Do it again. Look at this. As he hops by, he doesn't touch the flag.
Now, can I do devil's advocate? What do you call it? Steel what?
Steelman.
Okay, the reason why he's doing that, and really on the moon, is because there's micrometeorites hitting him, and they're bouncing off of him and hitting him.
What?
That's a pretty good one.
Is that real? I thought they were trying.
I was trying to come up with an excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
That is micrometeors.
Well, actually, Von Braun, we found publications of his. Mind you, my film cost $1 million. Was financed by a board member of an aerospace company who builds rockets for NASA and goes in space. They gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. He found documentation from Von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeorite. So they were there 3 days. They were 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeorite, grain of sand, traveling through space at 25,000 miles an hour. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave with you. They never did that. He also said in writing, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. You need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or so 800,000 tons each, in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. We have that in writing.
That was from his book, right? What year was that?
I think that came out 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to, quote, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to ferry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what Von Braun said when my clips at Sabron.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to a space station, and then from there you can go. Elon Musk said the same thing. But how did they do it? With the rocket that can contain 1/30,000% of the amount of fuel Bob Braun said. One of my favorite films is the film of the launch. When it leaves, when the camera pans, and it looks film. Let's show. What year was that? Which I think that was one of the last missions. And I think you're talking about where the camera perfectly tilts up with the little model going up. Yes. And of course, with the delay, how could you synchronize that? Of course, you couldn't. Well, you could, because you know it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves. No, but it'd probably be more than that going through all the analog equipment. Right, but you could time it. You could say you could have a 5 second delay. So this is it. So this is launching off. Watch this. Perfectly tilting up with it in real time. It's just with the remote control from NASA with the radio delay that I suspect would be more like 12 seconds. But also, because today, if you say someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, hey, how's it going? 1, 2, 3. Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just a halfway around the world. You can say that the panning is interesting, but you can put a timer on it. The thing looking so goofy. So crazy, like that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth gravity and fly like that? How? What's it doing? They look so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you had a guess, if you showed this to me and said, hey, do you think this is real or fake? And you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, what is this? It's cheap science fiction. What is it? And then here it goes, like, that's leaving a planet. How did we that's some new space technology. Where's the fire coming out of the bottom of it? How's it doing that? I mean, it just looks fake. It might be real. It might be one of those things that is real but looks fake. Right? Not really. Somebody used the judgment. I mean, because he could have guessed. Could he have guessed? I have no idea what he would use that for. I guess you could guess if you say, I'm going to launch in 5, and so then you count 10, because he's gonna you got like a 5 second delay. So when he gets to if he counts down from 10, he gets to 5, you hit it. Well, there's a 3 second delay today, halfway around the world with modern equipment, talking from Atlanta to Iraq. Right. 3 second delay. That's a bit of fuck up. Only halfway around the world with modern equipment. He has to say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, I'm launching now, and he has to wait 5 seconds. It would be at least a 12-second delay, I think, possibly more than that. The delay itself of the radio, language, airback, plus all that analog equipment. But it is not impossible to do a 12-second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you have a stopwatch and you counted it, and you had a far enough vision where you could see the base of the lunar module, you could see it detach, and then you kind of got it, as long as you got enough of a field of view in the footage. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, Jim, because it's moving up like it's being pulled by strings. Well, it looks fake because it is fake. But most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. Now watch how this pulls up. Here it goes. It detaches. It's like, what is that? Now, here's the question. Did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things? Or could they? I don't think they because did. They practice landing. But here's the question. They couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity's so much stronger. So that thing wouldn't have been operational on Earth, right? Well, they had a lunar lander simulation that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks beforehand. Couldn't fly it on Earth in the safety of a tried and true environment. That was 6 weeks. Right, but also, again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of Earth. Well, they took that into account. This was supposed to be a simulation of it. So it was more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity. Right. Yeah. So then you're dealing with a totally different machine. You're dealing with totally different factors. Maybe it would be easy on 6th Earth's gravity. Maybe easily. Apparently so. Apparently what? But 1/6, I would like to know, how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the moon? It's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off of Earth.
those calculations. How is that amount of force being generated by that thing? And is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you can do that, like how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electronics, all the diagrams of the equipment, because you could later prove that the lunar module, see, they claim that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of car batteries and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to a comfortable 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you try that at home, with your car batteries.
Also, batteries of today, like my Tesla only goes 350 miles. If I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning on much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row, against 250 degrees outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams, all the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him when landings were fake. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA and said, "Give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD and project it at 120 feet wide." He said, "Give us a couple of days." And in those days, they lost every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. But if you perpetrated a fraud, that's exactly what you would do.
So what is this, Jimmy? So is this landing? Is that there's Neil Armstrong? So this is the one that he was practicing on when he almost died. Look at that thing! Wow, that's crazy. So it was a timing thing. So several second delay. Here it goes. The cameras were very successful capturing images of numerous EVAs. While they could be controlled from Houston, it was felt that several second delay between Earth and Moon made capturing the modules ascent impossible. So the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope that NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendel, got his timing just right on Apollo 15. The tilt mechanism malfunctioned, meaning the camera was never panned upwards, and thus the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place. While the cameras worked perfectly, it was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, it accelerated swiftly out of the picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. What is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news reports. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting eye treatment routine.
I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's what it was. I Love Lucy. Yeah.
Well, that's from Wikipedia that continually defends the fake moon landings. If you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending the supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so how did they defend?
If I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, it was Mickey Mouse, you'd think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure me that George Washington was the first president, not Mickey Mouse. But there's 1,000 videos out there that tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours produced to defend the moon landing. If it's so obvious, these things speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported because we have proof.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? It was the first time they ever pulled that off, the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used a simulation.
Did they do that on the moon?
Well, they could practice.
Right, so
they did it the first time.
They have the ability,
every single time.
Did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not, right? So if they did if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, and at that time they did it, was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon. So they every time thought of it. With a person in it, with two people in it. Three. No, two. Two people in it, one person in the lunar orbiter.
And landed on, and were launched in space. Of those 6 landed, 5 people. First. Let's talk about the AI. Just you know about that.
But hold on, before we go on. So the first two were in America. And so, is there footage of them trying that thing? No, just having it launch on Earth. That'd be fascinating to see what it looks like. How that thing gets in the air. You know, because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in, that thing would be very different than the ones that were on the moon. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has on the moon, what does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have? And where's the engine? Where's the rockets that propel that thing in space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. You know, and so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth?
Well, how did they do it with 1/30,000% of the fuel that Bob Braun said they had to? Why is it today, well, return to the moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips to be able to go to the moon and return, and somehow they did it in 1 trip. Right? Every day, recreate the moon, lander.
Oh, okay. Let's see what they did. So this is one they did on Earth? Right. So you certainly could make something that obviously is person. That's small. That's different. I think that video I showed you. Okay.
I don't know. Trying to find it. Let's talk about the AI's latest system. That's the latest break.
Okay.
They had an AI conference in November. You know, they have all these conferences, automobile conferences, video equipment conferences, shoe conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you can try out a car driving around the track. It's 150 miles a gallon and somehow never makes the market. Well, Google had its most advanced AI, a bunch of AIs that put together called the neural network. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony, one group had it write a novel, another group tested its deep fake detection program, which has never been wrong. It can tell you in 1 second of video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deep fake. It's never been wrong. First, they fed it pictures from the moon surface from the unmanned Chinese probes from a few years ago that they're real. And then they fed it comparison pictures from the Apollo missions, and it said absolutely fake for multiple reasons. Fake background, fake foreground. They even pointed out that one picture was not even a real astronaut. It was a picture of the astronaut. The AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human normally walked it. They were stamped in there with a miniature. And that the entire set wasn't even real. It was a miniature of the set, so they could show that.
Where is this AI conclusion? Where can someone see that?
Go to Sabrel.com. I wrote an article about it. There's a video of it of Putin himself being shown the results, and the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. And then when I tried to track down the original article, warned you if you click to proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and will be associated with child pornography. That says that? I have to go to Sabrel.com. There's a clip of it. I did a screenshot. It says that. That's how desperate they are, because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think that story is on RT? Their president was there. It's nowhere to be found.
Does the latest AI look at that Apollo 17 module taken off?
Well, I don't know that they showed it that footage, but they showed it still pictures from the Apollo mission, the and they showed us still pictures from the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes. They said the Chinese probe pictures are real, the Apollo pictures are fake. Smartest AI in the real in the world with a deep fake detection program that's never been done.
How is that not mentioned?
Exactly, right? Why is it that Fox News cancels their #1 program if they're in the business to make money? You know, we had the former director of the Russian Space Agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News calls me up the next day. They said, Art, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the moon landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And irregardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the moon missions are real. The point is to reassure the public. And then, during that hour-long program, which I saw after the fact, they had a quote from one scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations, and therefore they said, see the rest of the thing. I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't. You think RT is
Who said it was fake? Which guy?
Well, the former director of the Russian Space Agency.
Who was he?
His name is Dmitry Rothschild. And he said that the Apollo missions are fake. And Fox News called me up. They had to put out that fire. You see that? And they said, we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. And even if your book and movie prove that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real.
Of course, it's Fox.
And then,
your network.
well, yeah, and then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there.
The neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. Meanwhile, Ravens. Back up. Back it up again. The neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. That's the moon landing effect. So meanwhile, raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar rover. So this is someone explaining this to Putin, and they're looking at it. They believe this one's fake. It's pointing to the all. Yes, look the red. This is what Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. But it's surprising, but it does believe so. The neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light and dark contrast, etc. Then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
That he's not surprised, so he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese Space Agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows that the Apollo missions are fake.
So why don't they publicly broadcast?
Let me tell you exactly why. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to the federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China not blowing the whistle. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out, and the Chinese would have found out, and would have blown the whistle. That's just not true. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute. I could upload it to the internet and take it down, and then that would be it. Or I could blackmail it year after year after year. And that's what I have a source in the command center of the space station at China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own espionage act. You see that? Russia knows. The guy's not surprised at all. In fact, my interpretation of his emotion, he's afraid. He looks afraid that the truth is going to come out. Now, you see, and then RT doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT, so I put it in the comment section. And I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year in there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I leave a comment, hey guys, why did you cover that the latest AI, for Putin was there, says that the moon missions are fake? They took down the comment. They won't let you go to the original link. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to a news director at NBC. He says it absolutely proves they didn't go to the. I said, he's going to broadcast it. 10 years later, a new director at NBC News sees the footage. They say, proves we didn't go to the moon. They fly me to New York. They put me up in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They pay me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license to that footage. And they said, Bart, I'm sorry to tell you this, you can keep the money. We're going to have to cancel the program. I'm like, well, I said, I'm going to call someone in the network. Well, you see, so people see that footage, it convinced me. And I was a big moon fan. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he said, even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he would still make it. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong. And humility is to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. People did make the moon landing on government. It is wrong.
Okay, let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows that move in things. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people that are photographic experts. They've looked at this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles. It's debatable. So let's talk about it. So,
okay, so here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last mission to the moon. You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claim it was taken in sunlight. After all, there's no atmosphere. It's 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing you need is an electrical light. And the astronaut shadow is thrown at 12 o'clock, and a rock 5 feet away. The shadow's going at 9 o'clock. A 9-degree intersection, proving that was taken with an electrical light that's really close, and it's probably behind the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle on. That proves it in a court of law. Take a jury out, they'll see the picture on the left. Turn off the lights in the courtroom, bring in a spotlight, and you will prove in a court of law that that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why these shadows move? When people try to debunk it, I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it. What is their take?
I've never heard of debunking, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from the Nashville Mechanical magazine, Popular Mechanics, interviewed me, and they said I can't explain that. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage we showed. He was doing a story about, isn't it interesting, on the 30th anniversary, some people about the moon landing. And I said, well, what about that footage? And he said, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why don't you do a story about that? He says, if I did that, that's the Washington Post.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts?
Out of the game.
Yeah.
Look at this photo, I go behind them. Well, what about the one side by side?
Yeah, this photo was not as interesting. That's one.
Go to the side by side one. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image.
Well, my book, which is interactive, has 7 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute my film. And what they did was, and you can find that clip, it's under Sabro.com, Moonlight Video Clip, and they go to a desert at night. They dress up in a costume. They bring out a spotlight, and they have people stand next to the astronaut, and the shadows intersect. And you know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why can't you go out to a desert during the day, during sunlight? They brought in a spotlight. The shadows diverged, and they said it proves that the moon landings are real.
That's a light that's a close source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved that the moon missions were taken with an electrical light. Because shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter.
That's better. That's what I was trying to get up where it cut off is that from this photo here, which is very similar to the other photo, it looks like the sun is probably behind it. It's probably the brightest source that they have around them. You already admitted that without adding extra laser reflectors, that the moon surface is reflective. So there's going to be reflection off of that. And you're going to probably have the Earth also now a second source of light coming from a different angle that the sun is, create potentially, without knowing exactly everything. So I'm not a math scientist to know where the sun is going, though. The sun and Earth are at this day. They could create different shadows.
Well, not really, because the sun.
Well, why not?
Well, I'll tell you what. Because the sun is 1 million times bigger in volume than the Earth, and that would be like on a bright sunny day at noon, shining a flashlight on the ground. You're going to see
you can multiple light sources though, and they're going to look different.
Right, but the difference in the amount of light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
Right, that would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on a cloud of You're not going to see the beam of the sunlight.
The thing is,
and the surface, take it from a filmmaker, that's called reflective light. It's not gonna cast distinctive shadows.
Yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right-hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger.
All right, that's why this is the reason I wanted to go with a different photo, because that's what he sent and has other stuff on it. I wanted to try a different photo.
Well, this one is not nearly as convincing.
It just has shadows going in different directions, all of them.
And that's because it's taken with electrical light.
But it does seem that they're going in different directions.
Oh,
right. Well, Apollo 11, they're saying was taking with electrical light. What are you saying?
No, he's saying it's from electrical light. My point here right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left, shadow coming to the right, over here on the right.
Well, who says that's sunlight?
Right, Jamie, that's your assumption. If you had electrical light,
if it were sunlight, the shadow would be parallel. That's what you're actually proving it's an electrical light.
Yeah, but hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
Well, you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like
we're not fighting. But you're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant, shiny metal, and it's also by reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander? Maybe.
We don't know.
But that's part of the problem.
All the light sources are. I wasn't there.
Right. That's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow.
So here's the one at the bottom, right there. That kind of shows shadows at 2 different angles. That's kind of crazy. That means an electrical line. That's what I mean. Well, because I just showed you what the picture looks like.
It's well, that could be an electrical light. There's lots of light sources.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. But there's also a hot spot.
They either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's right.
If it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light, which means they're actually on Earth, and they're trying to fake it out.
So what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have like suspended. And so these are going to cast light in different directions. It's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights, they run in different directions, right. Or if there's 1 light, because it's close. The sun is 93 million miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast a shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast a shadow straight ahead. And if you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle in it, the light in a different angle, and the shadow in a different angle.
Okay, and so this one is just one.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. This is the most famous picture. Hit the original up in eBay. They color corrected this. The soil and the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures from the Chinese probe that the AI said was real. It was a caramel brown color. And they had the background raised blue. And they said, oh, you can see the same background too easily. So they color corrected earlier pictures, the original, there's one there. There's the brown one there. Go back. There was one picture of the original print of the soil being brown right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures that I had, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil of that color, including the famous one of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil is caramel brown because that's the color it really is.
Right,
They color corrected that.
but if you landed a probe in the desert in California versus you landed a probe in the middle of Austin rainy season, you're going to get different ground, different color ground, right? When we assume that the moon, when we look at the moon, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? That's the man in the moon. There's like,
well, and all the NASA pictures in the original prints, they're all the same shade.
Right, because they're in that spot where it's that color. But
you have to see there's a before and after of that same picture. Okay, that I want to say. The original picture, when you have to find it on eBay or whatever, the original picture.
Don't you think it's online?
Could be, but you have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11.
Well, everybody knows eBay is the most trusted source.
Well, there's no way. What we need is the original print that came out in 1969. And those, the soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture, they've come corrected.
Now, why do you think they did that?
Because the soil was brown and the background was grayish blue, and they didn't match. And you could see the thick backdrop so much easier.
Now, there's another point of contention that the same background was used in different photographs that were supposed to be nowhere near each other.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, what's the instances of that you can show?
Well, I don't have them queued up, but that proves that they're.
You must know what they are, though, right?
Well, I've seen them before. Other people that put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in two different locations, but the backgrounds line up exactly right top of one another. So
yeah, it's supposedly many miles apart, but yet the backgrounds are the same.
Yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background was a miniature. It wasn't even a real astronaut.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. And that was it actually Google's AI?
It was Google's neural network. So either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or which do you think is true?
Well, or the photographs are fake. This brings me back to the thing that I was saying earlier, that they did. Look, the Hasselblad cameras that they used to photograph things in the moon. One of the things that people would always say is, oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They were protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things. They could operate at the incredible temperature. But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras.
Right. And someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a picture, a family picture, there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that left on the surface of the moon. And then someone said, okay, what temperature does photographic print paper, Kodak paper from that time, what temperature is it destroying? Something like 145 degrees. Well, that's 100 degrees hotter than that on the moon, and the picture was perfectly fine.
Right, but how long does it take for the...
Oh, it should be immediately. Yeah. And so the AI said that. And then it says, okay, well, is this a picture of Kodak film on the moon? It says yes, it's supposed to. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it would cause it to destroy?
What was different about the cameras that were used on the moon, and what protection was in place supposedly to protect the radiation and temperature?
Nothing. When my film came out, that's about the time that you and I met for the first time.
Here it goes. Hasselblad engineers gave it a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint, removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronauts' checklist when they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rice knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult simply because there wasn't much accurate information available about it. Right.
Right. Okay, but the most significant part about this, when my film came out, Fox was going to air it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers reached out and said, well, we didn't show the other side of the story. My argument with you during the break, we've heard their side of the story for decades. We don't need equal time. Give us equal time.
Yeah, but
but wait a minute, Tracy. So they made a special where they interviewed me. It was conspiracy theory, did we go to the moon? Aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interview a representative from Hasselblad cameras. They show him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight, and he's embarrassed. He says, "Why it looks like that? Looks like he's standing under an electrical spotlight."
And it's also because of the hot spot, right?
That's right. So the guy who made the camera says that pretty much that the pictures are fake. He doesn't know why. It looks like an electrical light is like not the sun.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those photos, to create those photos.
Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1969 television pictures. So they didn't have that much actual footage. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, destroyed the pictures. Well, we have this TV.
It is really, really great. They destroyed all the footage.
If I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission and really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we've got to put in fake pictures, I'm like, no way. Because people are already saying the moon missions are fake. I would never allow fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize credibility of it. They would never.
If you had a say. But also you have to take into consideration the people that back then, there's no VCRs. They would air this once, and in their mind, that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated the internet. No one anticipated blockchains. No one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and determine what they were thinking.
I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet, Joe, for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 billion investment.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
So they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally. If there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb after World War II. We use it in the war analysis to destroy them. Yeah. Well, the point is, I see what you're saying. 10 years later, it's 1,000 times more powerful. Right. So why would they destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are a moron. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that only have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it actually go.
Well, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
you know what I'm saying? When 1969,
that saying, Occam's razor, that the simplest Occam's razor is the simplest explanation is true. But they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done in a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake it.
Well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret all these years.
They did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flag and a fake one. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage and complete control.
Everything's compartmentalized.
Yeah. So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past than in the future, right? We have the footage of them thinking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees. 2007, Jamie, I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up film, Astronauts Gone Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned beet red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house, started cursing at me, kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone on. And in the commotion, my camera operator forgot to stop recording. So while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car, and the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, you want to call the CIA, have it back. Now, if they really went clear, and I'm thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA care? And why would a civilian astronaut have the CIA even Rolodex? You see, that's incorrect that they didn't do. Because why would they be talking about having to be killed by the CIA if they really went? And it's a person who thinks they think. Let's hear that. Yeah, recording. Yeah. I gave him the time to go there. And then so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So here's you climbing into the car.
And there it is.
So that's the son saying that.
That's right.
Okay. How old is the son at the time?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but 23-year-olds are dumb.
Well,
You got a 23-year-old kid, they're dumbass, they're mad, their dad just got punked. You know, the whole thing's happening, dad kicks this guy, fuck this guy, Marco Stewart.
Well, I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN. Okay, when I found that tape of them faking part of the moon mission in my home studio and just quietly wept, oh my gosh, they really making it right now. Like, oh my gosh, I have proof that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate and a toddler son. I'm panicky. I call up Bill Casey. I'm like, Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't go. He's like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this screech. I can't hear him. Can't hear me. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say drive like a man into hell. The CNN. I already made a copy of it, put it in a safe house. As I'm leaving church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that had been closed for 3 hours and sundown. Pulls out immediately when I go by, like that guy was waiting for me. I pull over to the side of the road and said, I'm going to go get over and tell this guy the truck is down all night. Finally, he realizes he got caught. He passed me. I followed him. No, the enemy. He gets on the parkway going toward town. I get in the parkway going toward town. I'm like, I want to see this guy. Who is this guy? Waiting to follow me. The day I find the secret footage. I look at him in the eye. He looks like a great white shark. And everything shuts off. He meets up with another year. This is 1999. I had a Toyota. And he meets up with another car on the other side. They start literally moving around as I'm running from side to side. I flag down a cab that takes me to CNN in Atlanta, where I have a friend who works there. And I'm literally trying to give them the tape through the back door. This is all in my book. Maybe it'll make a great movie someday. And I'm abducted by government agents and an unmarked white man who handcuffed me. And I could hear them behind me saying, well, where's the thing? I thought you had the thing. He's got the thing. They're all wearing rubber gloves. They put something on my wrist that looks like something you get when you go into a hospital. And within 1 minute, I saw LSD to the point where I'm throwing up. That's what the thing was, you see. They put me in a van. They started interrogating me. I escaped their custody. You gotta read the book. It's a long story. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I said, God, I'm going to show my news director at NBC that I've been drugged by this exotic true serum because I told back with him a few days later, says, Mark, well, there was a problem that no one had. And I'm like, problem? He says, well, they had a break-in over the weekend. And I'm like, yeah, so what? He says, well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was a urine sample. And the people had to laugh are like, we don't know who you are, but take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before because I'm already trying to convince people of this very difficult truth. They really
What?
And how do you know they're supposed to have done?
Well, they're the ones who monitor my phones and follow me from church and follow me to stop me from getting the then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged. They break the in the middle of the night. They take only thing stolen was my urine sample.
What year was this?
That was 1999.
Allergies.
Yes. Truth? Are you allergic to truth?
No, I'm
Okay.
allergic to whatever was in the air in Austin. We were talking about
Yeah. Alfalfa tablets. Gotta take like 4 or 5 a day.
So this is 1999, and this is when you first get a hold of that footage.
That's right.
And did they ask you where you got it? Do you remember anything that they asked
I
you?
remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of my son. I always think, what would I do if I were them?
Right.
And so I was concerned if they would kidnap him and say, we'll give you him, you give us the date.
Right.
So the very first question out of their mouth, I remember, where's your son? Very first question. Answer that. And then the next question, something about copies of the date that I was with them. Similar. And, I'm literally in the middle of the night running away from these people. X-Files type of things that people make movies someday about. And it's just unreal what I went through. And they really did know. They're still keeping up with it. You gotta remember what's his name, Ralph Nader. He wrote that book, Deadly at Any Speed. And all it was is GM simply didn't want to spend $200 per car to put in an airbag. So you know what they did when Ralph Nader was trying to get them to do it? They sent FBI agents to hound him, to attract him with prostitutes and drugs, to discredit him, only to not put $200 airbags in cars. Imagine the harassment. The reporter was proof that they faked them the wedding. And now, in my book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them fake the moon landing at Cannon Air Force Base and even admitted killing a co-worker.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people would say to try to debunk some of these claims. Let's go over specifically the Van Allen radiation level. So what is the explanation, the official explanation as to how the astronauts were able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt safely? Because I know that people have disputed this, and it is something that people talk about all the time because it's the number one thing.
Well, they're contradicting themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith who said the field of radiation is dangerous, that we need to develop shielding before we send people to this region of space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014. No, he said people.
No.
We must develop this technology before we send people.
I was agreeing with that, but so the instruments don't break.
Yeah. Well, that too.
Right, but that was what we were talking about earlier.
But regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
Found that out then. He said that they had it.
No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right.
So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and then that technology was lost, and they created again.
Really, they invented the automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they have to reinvent the automobile.
I'm just like I said, just let people out.
Yeah, but the point is that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
So you said you were going to share your opinion about what you think about it. What do you think?
Well, there's no way I know, right? We're we're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline between 1969 and 2020, and the amount of progress that has taken place in actual outside of Earth's orbit space travel, it's non-existent by human beings. Another question is, did they ever manage to get anything alive through the Van Allen radiation belts and have it come back to Earth before they tried it out with people? They do it with a monkey. They do it with a chicken. They send anything into space and have it come back alive.
Not officially. They may have done it unofficially and not reported it just to see how that was going to do.
Right. When they did Operation Starfish Prime and they blew that thing up, did it make the Van Allen radiation belts worse in that spot?
That's what I heard, that it added to the radiation.
Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed with radiation belts. According to the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Agency, OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300 rads in 1 hour. What is your answer to the moon landing hoax believers? Okay, total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad in 68.1 minutes, because 68.1 minutes is equal to 1.13 hours. His is equal to a dosage of 16 rad in 1.13 hours equals 14 rad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 rads in 1 hour that is considered to be lethal. Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft during the transit through the belts. The radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down the 14 rads per hour exposure so that it's completely harmless.
Well, I have a clip at Segro.com where they talked about the show in the 1950s where they said pros and Geiger counters, and they say it's 100 times the lethal dose of pros and Geiger counters because they're vibrating so much. So where they get again these numbers of the amount of radiation and the Van Allen radiation level. So what kind of proof is that?
So this is their saying that the total dosage of the trip is 16 rad.
That's correct. Okay, how do we know that? Because the people who make the moon landing said so. What is
the source of this? NASA.
I don't know how would find other sources like them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
let's do that. Let's find out a source.
How would you?
Yeah, that's a good question. How? Why don't you Google how lethal?
Well, there's a clip from my blog.
Yeah, it's the Van Allen belts.
There's a clip from my blog that has scientists showing the radiation levels and talking about how it's a barrier between deep space. Now, what's well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes a magnetic area which is less. Getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It also shields cosmic and solar and galactic radiation and from people not getting cancer. So it has to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically also prevents bleeding.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiple solar radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at about 4.0. The distance of 2.2, there's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimal. So there's a gap in between the two belts. It says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle on this scale orbit very near the edge of the Earth disk. Figures or well below the Van Allen radiation levels. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles over its highest altitude. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts that allegedly flew it to the moon and back? See, that's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. with the way that worked so well on the Apollo missions.
So what kind of protection how thick was the aluminum shielding?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray vest, or less than that.
But they would experience much more radiation than that.
That's right.
Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything to dispute that? Is there anything that you point to that shows that the bound radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you said was from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's in the film. That's in the film. If I can have it on the way to the moon.
Right. I've read that.
Just look for that part in the film that shows the animation of the Van Allen radiation belt. And then those book clips that I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from I think it's called Scientific American from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times the lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips description. 100 times the lethal dose. Talks about the rad, and the lethal dose and so forth, and how much is in the Van Allen radiation belt based on probes they sent up in the late 50s and the Geiger counter probe because they vibrated so much. They said it was 100 times the lethal dose. That, when Bob Braun said you would need 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff was buried. Now they're rewriting history to falsify the movie.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it, in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today, to be able to shield and around to get the Van Allen radiation belts, the people inadequately to pursue that, and to pursue that transparently, you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the age measurements that we have. Because we did send the Orion up there, we did send the probe up there to figure out how much radiation is. That would throw into question whether or not the original Apollo missions were true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today in some way. Is that fair to say? Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talk about UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown in football. You always think you're gonna get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this. If they do want to actually go to the moon and go to Mars, and if we have the technology, they're gonna have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from the radiation if they're being accurate and honest about it.
Well, yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but he said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented yet. So if it's not been invented yet as of 2015, and it's not been invented today, it certainly wasn't around in 1969. And this explains the footage of why they're faking being halfway to the moon, because they can't even go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit. What a surprise. 54 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon, because of the deadly radiation.
Also because it's cheaper to send them to keep them alive.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now 100% behind schedule, they can only send mannequins. So if they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't means they can't, which means it's lethal radiation.
Well, that seems to be the most logical bet, right?
Well, and the fuel. Because Elon Musk is a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 fuel trips over NASA.
See if you can find him saying that. 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8 fuel trips.
Pull up him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
So what do people that are confronted by this information that want to refute it, what do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to research said even a confession from Buzz Aldrin that the moon missions were fake wouldn't dissuade him from the glorious moon landings. He would still think they were real.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a single moon trip. Elon Musk isn't entirely sure how many Starships it would take.
I'm just all for that's without creating any rockets, creating payloads, creating
Yep.
Yeah, he said the moon landings were a historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place to have had greater technology in the past and in the future. I believe he knows that the moon missions are fake, but he needs cooperation with NASA to fulfill his dreams, and he's playing ball. I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah. That makes sense. This is one of those subjects, and this is why so many people are reluctant to take it on. But if you even talk about the moon landing being fake or entertain a person like yourself that says this, you're automatically put in the category of being.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
Not just that, it's self-policed, and it's policed by a large percentage of the population that will certainly attack you after this video and say, why did I have this guy's a crack? What has anyone ever tried to sit?
Pineapple, cottage cheese, and sriracha. So that would be one choice on the poll. And then the second choice would be like fruits and pineapples. And then the third one would be milk and coffee. You know what I mean? Yeah. So get based on what I told you guys from my fridge. I'll let you guys sit and ponder here. Give choices, and then Tequila will choose the choices. I'm gonna get the tequila. Okay, so pineapple juice, cottage cheese, and sriracha is one. Milk, salsa, and pickle juice is the second one. What else, guys? Love that. Thank you so much. New York legend. So I have 2 shots, right? If we weren't going to shop yet, but we can't go shopping. Okay, chat, say your options. Yo, I'm running out of tequila. Fuck, I gotta go buy some. Here's my water. I need more water. Actually, I need an extra 3.
No lifer has. Fucking no lives, man. Guys, wait, before I take this shot, I just want to thank you guys so fucking much. Because what the fuck? Okay. All right. We're having a good time. We're having a great time. It's been a great time.
Sister-in-law, her sister, they went to the beach 3 times, I think, and once they left, Brooke said, I need a break from the beach. Brooke said, I'm beached out. Plus, we have kids, you know, it's a little harder, you know what I mean? Them little fuckers just, they're hard as fuck on the beach. Get us in? I don't think it's going to get us in. Get us in. Oh, it's terrible, man. You get to eat fucking sand and peanuts for the rest of the trip. It's hard to keep us, so hard, kids. spot, no DJ, go about 3 times. I was already thinking, no DJ though, 3 times minimum, that's it, bro. No DJs. Niece was a menace, they're fucking hard. They're just hard. Kids are just fucking hard. Okay, terrible wild placement. Sure. I mean, dude, we get that wall down one more section. Alright, that's fine. Nice, everything's up against the wall. Peak power, down. Let's go there right now. Hey, Cluster's just smoking that Rada pack tonight. Get the fuck out of it before I start DJing. This guy way too much time to say.
Yes.
Grade 25 went out deep, but yeah. To follow. Just gonna 325. Just gonna you set the sign up. Confirm your identity. It'll be here. You go.
Yo, what up? Who is that? That's what I thought. Just one moment. Hey, can you hear me? Why am I muted? Is there a fucking thing? Oh, there's a thing. Okay. For how much longer are they gonna let you work? That's really cool. Definitely. That would be amazing. Oh, and you still get a paycheck? That's amazing. Have you gotten one of those paychecks yet? Okay, but still it's something. Okay. Did I tell you I got a computer coming? I don't even fucking know. It's called a Hero Book. It's just something I got on Amazon. But, okay, you have to see something. You have Discord, right? Okay, I should be in the Discord. Yeah, I am. I'm fucking live streaming. And you can see what's going on my computer. And I have this setup that's fucking hilarious. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different accounts at one time. Now, this is my old computer, but it's still doing a whole lot. Got 8 different Kick accounts in. And what I have to do is I follow these motherfuckers. It's a kind of attack on their account, basically. It's a hack. Or I don't know how to fucking perfectly describe it, but here's what I do. I follow their account with 8 accounts, which sometimes makes it pop up on their screen, like, Rabbi Rothschild just followed you, Rabbi Rothschild just followed you, Rabbi Rothschild just followed you. And it's really annoying to them. And then I just spam the shit out of their chat. Hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And sometimes they answer, sometimes they don't. But I get banned. Okay, fine. I don't care. Why? Because I'm going to use this same strategy on Monday when this computer comes, hopefully, and do it with like 100 accounts. So instead of them having to ban 8 and then it's whatever, it's like, man, to ban 100 accounts is a lot of work. And I think that that's going to really just start pissing people off and make me take off. Now, in the meantime, what I'm doing is just... What'd you say? Oh, I had to bounce. Oh, I just told you I had to bounce. I had to leave that place. I couldn't afford it anymore. Not only that, the I don't know if the internet's all that much better here, but I was running into an issue where I was going mad with the internet going down randomly. So, and I might have to move again. Actually, I'm sure of it in the next like 2 weeks. So, I'm gonna have to figure something out. I have an idea. I don't want to give it away yet, but yeah, I mean, it's difficult to do, but I hope the internet at the other place, or the new place, might be better. I'm not sure. I gotta figure it out. In the meantime, my plan is to go viral, make millions, if not billions of dollars in the next 2 weeks, and ride off into the sunset. As yeah, you got it, man. So the way that I'm doing it is actually pretty smart. Okay, so I am just following these people. I mean, it's not that smart, but I want them to know who I am. That's all I care about. The fact, once they know who I am, I can move on to the next person. When I get 100 accounts, then I can start like driving them crazy. And just like I did with people on Twitter. And okay, so here we go. We got one. I'm gonna see what this asshole says. Yo, dog, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? They're gonna ban me like right away.
Got shot my toes off.
Italy, yeah, I want to go to Italy so bad.
They banned me.
What's gonna chop your toes off? Oh, no, which got me fucked up on an escalator. Remember that?
All right, here's the next one.
There was blue blood everywhere. Out,
Yo, dog.
on it, and the teeth of it just
Do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is?
He went out on a stretcher. He was out here walking. And he got cooked. He got fucking cooked. Absolutely cooked.
That's correct.
No, he died. Right? Yeah, I'll just bear this word. Weirdos. Yeah, no one knows. Who cares?
I want to. Dude. Dog, dog, they're talking about me. I'm sorry. This is amazing. Wait, hilarious. Hilarious. They're talking about me. I'm so sorry. I'm listening to you. But they're setting up. They're like redoing their bot. Like they have a bot to prevent me, and they have to redo it to spell my name correctly, which I just think is hilarious. I mean, they're a big streamer, and I'm just going down the list, and I'm like, you know what? These are just throwaway accounts. I give a shit about them. They do whatever they want, and then they're just like, okay, you know what kamikaze pilots were in World War II, right? That's exactly what these are. It is. And it is. Okay, so now, at the same time, I was doing my best to listen to you. Now, you have to understand, I'm pissed off because I can't listen to you on the fucking phone I want. So that's the first thing. But the second thing, I'm doing this. And then thirdly, okay, so let's get to what you were saying. You said, hey, I would really like it so if I could get to a place where I could stream all the time, I really need to bring in some money. And I understand. Dude, over the next 2 weeks, we can find, I think, a work from home job that isn't impossible to do. Like what? Customer support, some shit like that. Personal assistant. There's all kinds of shit like that you can do. And I know you're like, okay, well, don't they have like companies that do it? That could be. What about, I was thinking, what about working a temp job? Can you do it? Yeah, exactly. How long did they say you're on probation?
Good girl. You guys have a camera when you get some kids.
All right. Right. Yeah, well, it happens, and you just gotta basically take it for what it is, and you know that's not that long.
lost one of them. They get 5 for the starting lineup. That was over 30 seconds. Bad, right? Alright, Jeff, 4 more gets another shot. You got a nice little start to the boost streak.
Is there a formal way for you to appeal this, or do you have to go with a lawyer?
Apex was at work at with 4.
I don't know how I've been looking it up for days and I'm making a formal appeal myself and I can't find anything except for
Right, one more guy.
appeals.
Not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. We'll have that juicy new content too. They have to be followed.
Right. All right. Yeah, you can't see it that way though. You got to see it as she could say to you at any moment, "Hey, I know you're not seeing it that way, but like I know you're doing your best for this, but like you got to say everything that you have, and at the same time, when you're not sleeping or working, you need to be in a chat with me because we will be finding work from home positions."
Yeah, we'll find something better for sure.
Exactly. Now, I'm not even saying, and then it's just imagine you win your appeal. You could potentially even have both. I mean, you never know. So this might, you never know. It could turn out to be perhaps a good thing. You never know. Dude. It's true. Dude.
I'm talking to my friend to find out, but yeah, I like computer stuff. It's hilarious. I have 2 monitors here, but I have nothing really to hook up to. But
Oh my God, I know exactly what you're saying.
it'll be a very nice setup. So
Okay, I have something funny to tell you. It's not hilarious, but I think it is actually. It works amazingly well. Just one moment. I have to type it. Okay, so I go into these chats. If it's a guy, I just spam. Do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Do you know what Rabbi Rothschild is? But if it's a girl, I have a different way of going about it. I go, "Hey, Rabbi Rothschild has a pickup line for you. Are you ready for Rabbi Rothschild's pickup line?" Now it's like, why do you keep saying your name? It's that name repetition. It's about marketing yourself. I want them to like, some people read whatever the comments are aloud, just as a habit. So anyway, at a certain point, these really, really hot girls, I mean really hot girls, are like, "Yeah, okay, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, what is your pickup line? You ready for it, Caspian Sea?" "Damn, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." Isn't that good? It's a very good pickup line. And I'm telling you what, they laugh at it. They really do. It hasn't not yet made anyone not laugh. The worst I've ever gotten is some girl goes, "That's very funny." Like, usually they laugh about it. Why? And I've been trying to think, why is it so funny to me? Why is that in particular? I didn't come up with this. I read it, and I was immediately when I read it, like, I'm someone who really likes pickup lines, just as a joke. I like jokes and pickup lines and all kinds of sociological things you can do with people. And so when I read it, I know I'd heard it before, but I read it recently, and I was like, oh, thinking to myself, this is a perfect thing to say to chicks online, and it makes them laugh. I'm going to use it on this chick right now. This girl's hot as fuck.
Oh, it's such a good song. It is a mud
The
song.
mix are good. if you do, let's say, get that. Oh shit! Wait. They want to know the pickup line. I know.
Yeah, sure.
Damn, girl. Are you a hot house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. Say it, girl. Say it, girl. She laughed. She laughed.
I'm like, damn, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside.
All right, then.
And then they banned me.
It was a piece that wanted to make you laugh.
It made her laugh. See, dude?
Nah, we're good there.
Isn't it? Like, you could even hear that one, probably.
Why? Why me?
Just one more. For world peace, type Rabbi Rothschild in any search engine and filter by live to see rabbis 5 plus simultaneous streams. World record folder for data on YouTube.
Are you sure?
All right. Here we go. I'm going to try it again. Well, like I have a bunch of accounts in this girl's stream. Now I'm just going to spam it. Here's the thing. I already got my little, like I made her laugh, but they fucking banned me. So now they get it. Now they're going to fucking get it. And what do I mean by they're going to get it? Like, now I'm going to punish you.
Okay, Harley, I need to know all the bots you have.
How is this person going to come in with?
See they're talking about me?
So right now I have building bots. I have bots for collectibles in the world. Can I tingle? Because I'm pretty sure he's going to keep coming in.
Yeah, you hear him talking about it.
Do you
This
use Nexus mods?
That's hilarious.
They're going to keep coming, so y'all might want to pay attention.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Dude, hold on. Yeah, I know all about that guy. Oh wait, I know about him from the same reason you know about him.
BT Dubs Ocean, I've had one shot.
Just one moment. I'm about to use my last account on them. Now, imagine when I do this times 10 for each person.
The unique child. I don't think they realize I helped her.
Right. So the thing is, I don't want to give away my strategy, but I'm not doing enough damage right now to cause so much of an issue. So I literally made this chick have to take a bathroom break. I mean, her thing right now says, "Be right back, pooping." And she's a pretty big streamer. I mean, she's a very effective woman. She is, I don't know, she's got enough people right now. So then I go to the next person, and it's hilarious. If it's a guy, oh, look, and they're talking about me still. Even though they banned me, I still follow their account. This is a deadly combination where I can communicate with them. This is just a start. I'm going to do this for the next 3 days, and then Monday night's going to come, and I'm going to have a bunch more accounts created, and I'm gonna wipe these things up. Hold on one second. Hopefully this fucking thing is back and I can change the thing. Yeah, there it is. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, man, this fucking phone's up. Hold on, I'm gonna leave, come back. There, it should be better now. Okay, so I'm telling you, I know you can't probably be in both the Discord and this at the same time, so I'd rather be able to talk to you. But it's a deadly combination when I just come into your fucking space and it's like, oh, thank you, Rabbi Rothschild, for the follow. And then they're like, thank you, Rabbi Rothschild, for the follow. Thank you for, and then it's like a bunch of people at once. And then all these people start saying like, oh no, here this person comes again, not again, here come the bots.
Single. Side matches top and bottom.
That's incredible. Incredible. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I will just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, give Candace and give two.
Sure, just one moment.
We're doing a huge round of applause for joining in and being a part of this one in a lifetime miracle. I'm not gonna lie, I can't believe this worked because this was an idea I had this morning. So I'm glad that it worked. Everybody give them a huge round of applause. I'm gonna bring you guys back up into the lobby with Mistress. Thank you guys so much. You guys are following Tune. He does stream as well.
Yeah,
Candace, do you stream?
Can you hear me?
You just a viewer. Okay. Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Right.
If you see Candace in any of the chats, make sure you guys say hi to her as well. They were truly amazing.
What about Rabbi Rothschild? What did you see Rabbi Rothschild in the chat?
All right, guys. That concludes the show.
Oh, are you in here?
It's basically been about an hour. That's an hour magic show. Yep.
Okay.
Give yourselves a big round of applause. You guys have truly been part of a once in a lifetime event.
You're banned.
Kick's very first magic show. I want to give a huge shout out to a lot of people. Mainly the TGC for all the support.
If anything, every fucking moderator on this fucking platform is going to know who I am.
Working on this. I want to give a shout out to Kick.
Give a fucking shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. How about that?
An amazing platform, and they basically gave us this platform.
How about you?
To be able to speak
How about
and
you
kind
fucking
of showcase smaller creators, and this would be possible.
Showcase Rabbi Rothschild.
And I want to give a really big shout out to Mistress.
Give a shout out to Rabbi
behind
Rothschild.
the scenes in the Discord, working basically, helping curate people back into the show, all that kind of stuff. So guys, thank you so much for everybody that's come in tonight.
This is going to be the first one that I'm not mentioning.
And also, please,
it's going to be the first.
Guys,
you know what's hilarious too? Sometimes
it's not just a show.
It's absolutely it's just the funniest thing in the world to me. So sometimes I'll spam these guys. Oh my god, it's so funny. Sometimes I'll spam these guys' accounts, and other people will think it's funny, and they will gift me a subscription to the person. What does that mean? It means that I get all their insider shit. Like, they banned me. Isn't that funny as fuck? I don't know if you heard it, but it's funny. Did you hear me? They give me a subscription to the person's account. Yeah, exactly. And I agree. Okay, so then there's this like line on the left hand side, and like a list of people. So, okay, to be honest with you, I have never focused on this and just spammed for like 8 hours straight. The best I've ever done is like 20 minutes straight. Just because it's really fucking annoying to do, personally. I mean, it's just like, and it's not always that easy. And I didn't always have a really good way to do it. To be honest with you, I just developed this way, like, I figured out how I could do it. It all kind of connected to me last week. And I knew I could do it with this computer, but I just thought it would be slow. And I knew, well, I could do it with like 100 accounts on this computer. But I figured if anytime I'm going to get one, let's do it, and then it'll be like a fast computer. But until that, I didn't tell you what happened. Oh my word. Okay, so I bought a computer that came. It came on Thursday. And I went in to log in with my Microsoft account, and I logged in with my username and password, and I knew those. And it was like, okay, welcome, blah, 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 blah. We're going to send you an OTP, because we suspected some unusual, like, suspicious stuff on your account. And I expected that because it's a brand new computer and it doesn't know who I am. So it's like, okay. And then it gives the thing, and it's like my old telephone number. And I'm like, shit, I don't have that telephone number anymore. So it has the option to skip this step. I was like, oh, fuck it. I already know the password, and I'm already logged in, so I'm just going to skip this step. Who the fuck gives a shit? And then I go and do some shit on the computer. This computer didn't have the strongest Wi-Fi on it, so I was already thinking of returning it. And as I was running into an issue with like connecting to the internet, I just was like, you know what, I'm going to reset the computer and see if it works any better. I did, and then it asks me to log in. I put in my username and password, and then it asks for that OTP, that one-time password on my phone. I'm like, I don't have this fucking phone anymore. And then it wouldn't let me log in anymore. I'm like, what? I just bought this new computer, and you're telling me this fucking thing is basically bricked for me? Because it's actually like a fucking flaw in Microsoft sign up. They'll let you log in, but exactly. They'll let you log in, but once you log in, you can't log out. If you do and you don't have that device, you're done. So fortunately, I just bought this thing, and I can send it back to Amazon under the reason that it just has a poor Wi-Fi card. And we're done. That's cool. That's a cool process. Unfortunately, we can't get them back. I always wanted, I don't think Google will ever do this, but them to have like a time period where you could go back for old accounts. Right. Especially if you've moved and you've changed information. But we think that there's no way to do that. But you never know. In the future, there definitely may be. There's all kinds of information that we don't know, data-wise, that we're leaking, that, basically you wouldn't necessarily know at the current time. Wow, I made these guys change their fucking policies. And I like that. So now you have to follow them for 1 hour in order to say anything into their chat. Like, that's exactly what I fucking want to do, is just basically change their fucking policy. They find out who I am, and then they ban me with 8 accounts or whatever, and I move on. And that's just like an appetizer as to what they're going to start getting next week, when it's just ridiculous waves of people. What I really like is that I'll go into these rooms and I'll be like, hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And sometimes the people are just like, yeah, I know who that is. They stream their life online. That person's amazing. And I'm like, oh, wow, I love you. They're like, who are you? I'm like, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Like, I've had one guy who just like knew all about me. He was in his car and he's like, yeah, I know all about that person. Like, whoa, crazy. It is. And then I'll tell you what's amazing. Some really hot chicks know who I am. I'm like, how do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? One chick was like, he came in here and spammed a whole bunch, and I looked him up and saw what his project was. And I'm like, oh, that's exactly what I'm thinking to myself. That's exactly what I want people to do. And I just go. So here's what I'm thinking. If I really commit to this for like 8 hours, it's like almost 7. So that's like 3 in the morning. I can say that I've done a good job, but then I think like a lot of people would know about me out here.
Let's see it.
It's gonna be wild. Oh, this one is amazing. I love when it shows up on their screen that I'm following them, and then it's like an advertisement for me. I used to do this to people on Twitch and really annoy the piss out of them, but this is even better.
It's about like, where do we go? Right. There we go. We're gonna try to type in a big one. Here, chat. We're just having a big one here. We'll do 5, 4,
Hey, absolutely.
3,
Enjoy my
2,
time and stay in touch, okay?
Up back. All right, 1, 5, 4,
Excellent. Take care.
3.
Bye-bye.
Come on, Ivan. 2. Do it. That pays $22.
Fuck, bro. B-Boy's being better. What the fuck?
Nah. Nice trying, bro, but nah. Alright, chat. What? Oh.
That's so funny.
That is fucked.
That is sad.
Fuck! I tried to triple it. I tried to do the triple bet, Ivan. Fuck!
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
How good did this get the 3rd in a row, man? Oh my god. Alright, chat's gotta do something, dude. I can't believe that. We had a
experts now.
We had a second try. We had a second try too, bro. We had a second try too, bro. It's fucking federal, bro. What the fuck, man? What the fuck, dude? Atheist. Where we going, dude? Where the fuck are we going? Oh my god.
We gotta do some, bro. We gotta
lock the fucking chat.
That was paid.
That was putrid, bro.
Sugar Rush 1000, sir.
That was a little putrid, bro. Alright, hold on. Come on, Ivan.
You hit these, bro. Oh my god,
Chat, we are just losing every fucking bet. Sugar Rush 1000, what a fucking disaster, dude. What a fucking disaster.
This is not a better call.
What a fucking disaster, dude. How is it that bad? Dude? Like, what the fuck? Alright, bro. Alright, chat, we have to lock in. It's gonna be a short stream today, man. You guys gonna lock in, chat.
Lock in right now, bro.
Lock in, chat. Lock the fuck in, dude. You guys have to.
You guys have? Alright, here we go. Here we go. Oh, fuck. Alright, lock in chat. What up, Naraza? What up, Naraza? Welcome. Welcome. Alright, dude, let's run it, chat. You gotta lock in for me, bro. Give us the 10,000X.
I'll tell you something.
Give us the 10,000X, dude. Give us the 10,000X, dude. Good luck, bro. Thanks, man. Come on. Lock in, chat. We gotta get some sort of comeback here. We gotta get some sort of comeback here, man. Oh, shit, dude.
No joker. I'm running, bro. Stop making me panic, man. Oh, here they come. Bro, stop fucking around. I'm dead ass serious, bro. He's getting behind the blue crates. Hurry up. He ain't out yet. He's just looking. He's getting out. Hurry. Bro, come on. Hurry the fuck up, Joker. I'm joking.
The two of us are on the taller side, you know, maybe you gotta get bugs in.
Yeah. The sauna was there. I know you was, boy. Oh, here they come, for real. Here they come for real. Look at me parked way back. Are we clapping? Oh, we're clapping, buddy. We're clapping, smacking. When I see you, I'm gonna stab him. I know that's why I'm silly like that. I'll let you do that bitch. Metro. 60, no. I'm so It's gonna be.
Quit moving as soon as they come up. Yeah, moving that shit. Right here. Look at the
Kill the one that's stuck.
He's crazy.
Oh no, I forgot to buy light armor.
You don't have
I only got mediums.
You got
3, 6, 7. That's what we I already put more. You didn't drop anything.
Brandon, a female on this radio. Yeah, it. Right there, bro.
Right there. I got it.
3 on the far left side by the crate, the holding the inside of me. The one on top of the blue crate on the right?
Man, oh my god, I couldn't even cancel that. That's so fucking dumb.
I got him. Blue security's in his job. What's for?
Stores.
So we just got that shit.
Hop in that yard, let's go. Ours right here, we can just make that.
Right in center of the sophomore center. I'll keep on coming at an angle.
Yeah, they're gonna try to go up soon.
Can we beat that booty?
Yeah, I hit him 3 for sure.
One rotating to the left side right now, back left.
TV. It's one of the games I've never played, I'm not gonna lie. I think they're about to climb up this tower. Oh, tower. The blue one. Great, first one right here. First frame right here.
Most of them are getting out now on our far left side underneath me. I think they got counter furnaces. 3 of them are pushing left now.
Bro, who the fuck is this Rabbi guy, bro?
Can they get on those roofs like crazy in front of house?
They get on all the trains out here. Just don't overthink the roof. Jesus Christ, bro. Rabbi, bro, how about you show that dedication and subscribe to the channel? That's what we like. You know what I'm saying? Can't be running around brokey type shit, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that, bro. It's real shit.
I love you, dog.
Getting real brokey activity vibes right now.
They just repaired up that car right there. Deep behind there.
He was a thug from around the way.
I think I feel up.
No, he didn't.
He tripped. He felt ain't shit. I almost.
This cop is sitting in this car trying to drive by us with an angle 1 for you. Probably Mike.
There's one below right now.
No, I'm not full armor. I just don't want to. I guess I can say something.
There's 4 below, 5 below right now. Trying to see the glass on the bed.
What, inside?
They were rotating back to the right. They're inside. I'm going inside. I shoot you from underneath. I don't know though. No, they can't.
I hear him, but.
They ran back to the gate.
Damn, dude, this guy got all kinds of chat bots, bro.
Yeah.
Look how he's dipping out. Probably go get Air 1.
Fucking cops are, bro. They don't stop showing up. What the fuck is happening? Jerry and them are on, but they can't hold. There can only be 12 people, and they had already had 12 people as soon as we got put in jail. Welcome back, Janice. You ready for round 3 tonight or what? I think Frito's already pre-gaming.
Still shooting at y'all. Get ready, guys. We're still shooting at y'all.
Ready again? Yeah, I'm ready. Alright, yeah. I'm sorry, I got tased you.
Damn, you just killed me?
Doesn't work.
Alright.
Police brutality. We'll be seeing you in court. Gonna just tase you.
What's your badge number?
I think I'm stuck under the bus.
I don't know who shot you.
I'm stuck under the bus.
I mean, that's what happens when there's 20 pounds on top. They probably should be.
Oh.
They're running away to go talk. His girlfriend's in North of that.
That's the one that always cries, I swear to God.
Probably River built the bitch and fucking walks the crash of D.
I'm dead as fuck. I got shot in a crossfire. This isn't White Boy Janice, this is Slump. Bro, look at how many cops there are, bro. What in the fuck?
Debo go. Debo go. You're not sure to be that pop. He was in the transport, bro. You're from Schmerz.
Bro, look at the cops. There's dead ass 40 cops. What the fuck? Oh my god, look at all the cops. Bro, fams, I got an RX-7, bro. I got a fucking RX-7. Yo, Mons, get ready. You're about to have to ban somebody. The guy that just followed me has, you're gonna have to ban this guy. He made like 4 different accounts, so be ready. Trust.
Use your big
strong arm.
I'm fucking stuck under the bus. I'm dead.
Under the bus right now.
I'm so fucking dead.
Just grab him from underneath before we check anyone else.
Yeah, get me the fuck out of here. There it is.
Alright, let's go.
Nah, y'all gotta take him out of the bus normally, bro. We talked about this shit. You can't escort out of the bus.
You can if you're on the bus, though.
No, you can't, buddy.
If I'm sitting beside you, I can definitely escort you off the bus.
40 of you still cry.
How? Wait, no. What does he mean? Because that doesn't make any sense.
You gotta take that driver out, man. On this side. On this side.
Oh, without going to the door, because that makes a lot of sense.
This bus has been on top of me for 20 minutes, please.
Hey, did you know damn?
Please get me the fuck out of here.
Alright, Robert now.
Please.
I think the bus is locked.
Who's doing the DOC, bro?
Let me. Give me the fuck out of this truck. This fucking bus. Yo, let's get local at you, bro. I told you, Mons, he made like 4 different accounts. There's still 2 more accounts you're gonna have to ban. Honestly, just ban all the accounts that just followed. Yeah, just ban all of them. Bro, please, somebody get me out of the fucking under the bus. Get me out of here.
Kill the fucking locals. This guy's a you're no better than that.
Mark, I might go to DreamHack Sweet too. I don't know if that's what you do. DreamHack is like a convention for like meet bands and stuff. It's sick.
You're so much better than me.
Bro, gee, let's go. Yeah, I'll show you a thing or two. It's like Twitch Squad, yeah. Same thing. It's like King Kong, basically.
I mean, I literally.
How many games left? 2 hours, 10 minutes. Unlimited games. Okay.
Yeah, I got some. All right. Rabbit, he was down to sick man. I mean, now if I play consistent, I can win. Next Sweden. I might go to Sweden. No prize pool, just like for fun. It's really not hard, you just have to use your shit right. You know what I'm saying? It's not about like all these kids that are just keen are gonna sell their tournament. But like, and I might go to Dallas Cap. You just gotta use your stuff right. I only have one 9-inch support.
Yeah, I got somebody I love. Someone who's really
like that, guys?
but now they addicted to drugs. Someone who's not who they used to be. We ain't been keeping in touch. I ain't gonna say any names at all, cause I don't know the judge. But I wrote the song and hopes my parents will never forget what it was. I hope you felt your spirit enough. I wanna just tell you I love you in case that you really don't hear it as much. I know we ain't talking in a while, but fuck it, I really don't care what it was. I wanna reach out, but you keep on trying to be down. And
you use something now, they're like 5 minutes. Yeah, Sinclair.
You're losing a fight. I never thought I'd see the day that you let addiction ruin your life. Everyone calling that shit a disease and making you feel like you in the right. But I hate the fact that you really be using that as an excuse to do what you like and do what you might.
Bro, how many different accounts is this guy gonna make?
I hope you look in the mirror and see all the things I'm seeing in you.
How many alt accounts is this guy gonna make? Like, they're gonna do that probably all night.
You love it.
You got Dallas one or the queue?
Queue, 6 minutes.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I've had all good games. Only one mid game or like 15th. Chat's broke it? Nah, should be good. You got this guy fucking spamming about his some fuck. I don't know what this guy's doing. What a white spider. Thanks for the follows, dude. I appreciate free follows, bro. We're gonna get to 20K one way or another. So thank you. Let him keep following the string. Alright, man, 6 minutes. 6 minute queue.
Wow. But I kind of feel like it's gonna get a little bit towards the end, you don't think?
Yeah, probably will. Like 10.
Well, it wasn't that bad on you, but it would have been like, it was like a couple.
As long as I play consistent, I can probably,
It's total. Like, the first was like 260 when I was leading, it was nothing more than.
Yeah, I think it was like 264 or something, man. And that guy could get farmed too,
Yeah, you can just get probably that game.
Let's go.
As long as you're consistent yourself, like, it'll be fun. I think performance plus guarantees or something.
No, I don't look cute. You know why I probably look cute to you? Because you're a lesbian. I'm telling you, when I did my hair, I look like a lesbian. I had it fixed. It was so bad. It was so bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. You can't tell right now, I'm telling you. You guys can't tell, but like this is way too long in the front. When I do my hair, I'm telling you, it doesn't look like a gentleman's haircut. It looks like I'm a butch lesbian. I've never showed my hair this long on stream. Never showed my hair this long on stream. I hate it. Stop looking at me, please. Stop looking at me, chat. Thank you for the gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you for keeping the freaking train alive. How's it gifted? I'll go full drag. How's it gifted? I'll go full drag. Can I put my hat back on now? I can't see it because it's all faded and it's black, chat, but like you can see it. Ugh. I can't help it. You guys are looking at me and I don't have a hat on. It's weird. You guys want to see the back of it? Get it? It's just. Name's Amanda.
That's not the answer.
Ooh, lesbians in the chat. Like that. Because it doesn't look like a gentleman's haircut. You know what's crazy, Chad? Here's the thing, too. The goal was to swoop it back. The goal was that I could do this with it and go back with it.
Love you. Why is it so hot in here? Why is it so hot in here right now? I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking hot. Yo! Whoa, is that the same person again? What? Yo! What the fuck does that say? Radberth the Child Superfan. I don't know what the fuck that says, bro. Welcome to fucking. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the exclusive Robotic Family, baby. I don't know what the fuck that says. I feel like that's the same person twice. Am I crazy? I feel like it's the same person twice. I don't fucking know.
You're good.
Maybe I don't fucking know, bro. I don't fucking know, bro. Okay? I don't fucking know. Yo, W's in chat for King Staff. You know what I'm saying? W's in chat for King Staff, okay? I'm concerned. Don't be concerned. Why is my sign off? Think I'm here for the pro page, why is my hair not working, bro? Come here, puppy! Oh, check it out,
Look at the moon.
same name again. Am I being followed? Am I being followed by the right now?
That's everyone's name over there twice on OBS, but it doesn't have on Kicks.
No, I know that, but it's the same name. Flip. Look. Flip. Same name. Hello! Yo, Sid, what up, baby? Welcome in. How we doing? W's for the kick staff. Always. River to bumpers. This is River. You feel like what? What do you feel like? You fucking think so? You fucking think so? I gave that away. The three names that are jumbled all backwards. Is that what it is? It's got to say aquatic super fan. Sorry, that's what you are. Oh my God, yo, we're having the child super fan 08. Again, what up, baby? I appreciate you. I'm pretty sure I'm being followed by it right now, and that's okay. But we'll get him out of here. I said we'll get him out of here. We'll report it. Did the widow baby? Are you doing it, you little bitch? You're making me yell. You're making me yell in front of my dog. Stop it.
What does it fucking mean?
Making me yell in front of my dog. Miss Aquatic City you love over your day. Oh my God, what is it? How many emails do you have? How many fucking emails does this kid have? Follow Rab. I don't know, what does that even say? Follow Rab Pyro the child. What? Is that a book? Oh my God. I am definitely Rabbi Rothschild live 24/7 for World Peace. Right. Okay, somebody ban this fucking kid, bro. Yeah, that's a bot. Yo, somebody ban this kid, bro. Thank you. I knew that was a bot. I mean, I would. Jack, have you ever seen the fucking gun? It's the puppy gun. Pew, pew. I would have banned them already, but... Pew! 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 Now y'all all got puppy love blasted all over your face. Don't you wish it was me? Huh? What? Blasted all over their face. Love, though. I blasted love all over their face.
You're gonna have to do every.
Oh my God! How many are there?
Yes, it is a golden doodle.
It's a golden doodle. It's a golden doodle mini, to be exact. Oh my God! There's another one. Yo, Kickstaff, are you here?
I'm right here, but you know.
Kickstaff, I'm being followed on it. It's getting crazy. I'm having a bad day. Can I hammer them out? Yo, Queen, let them know, bro. Also, what's up, Queen Lily? I have the same. Oh, you got the micro? Go. I mean, not like a micro. You know, it's a, no. It's a micro dog. Are you kidding? I have both. It's okay. Save. Okay. I'm gonna start a new stream to where it's just us together talking about our micro penises. Okay. It's gonna be like a chat group. We're all gonna feel good and bad about ourselves. Bet. He's a little baby. I'm telling you. Oh my God. There's still another one. Boy, what up, baby? What up, Dory? Such a cute little papa. Such a cute little papa. Totally, that's how I like imagine you saying that. Such a cute little papa. Yo, what up, baby? Damn, bro, you sexy. I appreciate it, bro. I bet you're sexy as fuck too. How you doing, baby? Oh my God, another one?
Dude, I told you this like 4 times.
How many follows were there?
I think there's one.
Oh my God. Yo, nobody's coming to your shit, okay? Celestial, what up, baby? hate you, baby.
Look, they say get ready because they're terrible.
Get ready, because who's terrible?
There's no way
Oh, he's such a good baby. Good to see you, mate. And the beautiful Mrs. Aquatic, too. Chloe, you're a W. I love you, Chloe. Celestial, how you doing, Quinn? Super chat, huh? Is that...
Gonna enter again after this. They're literally all fucked, bro. Hit them with the little grand slam. Make your fucking band, bro. Get out of here with that shit. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Go fucking click the go live button, okay? Go stream yourself, bro. The last 5 people, who was the procrastinators? Anyway, I'm closing it. 190 responses. Good luck tonight, everybody. Immortal Desire Normal. Coming in for the first bonus. Why did you scroll down the list? I can't. We have, it's not gonna show. Oh, fuck, is he here again, bro? Is he here again? This motherfucker, brother. Fuck out of here, bro. What the fuck? You think anybody's gonna follow a fucking bot? What a bot says? Let me think. There's somebody who literally created a fucking bot script. He created a bot script to fucking promote a random ass fucking stream. Oh yeah, bro. Surely that's not a fucking scam. Surely I'm gonna fucking follow that account, bro. Do you even fucking plan the shit out in your head? Do you plan it out in your fucking small, puny fucking brain? Oh, he's scripting a random streamer, bro. I can trust that guy, surely. Do you fucking use your brain, brother? Happen on any streamer? Oh, I know it happens anywhere. I know it does. Alright, Immortal Desire, normal bonus coming in. Easy, Jules, No Delay, and Brooke. Alright, let's go to individual and then put 190 and click. I don't do chaos, just put the 5 names. If you could. I don't want to show any sensitive information, bro. I'm scared. I'm scared, bro. Alright, what do we got here? We got one of them coming in. Good. Good. Put more. I did send it? Oh, I missed it. I missed it, bro. Put it again. Oh, you pinned it? Fucking hell, I need to wake up, brother. Guy fucking pinned it and everything. Those are all the procrastinators. They're definitely procrastinating next stream again. They might not even enter next time, bro, because they got called out with 12K. Not even gonna fucking enter next time, bro. But we got the fucking brother knock. Oh, Pims! Oh, would you look at fucking that? Pims? Procrastinator Pims. Kind of catchy when you think about it, huh? Procrastinator Pims in the building, everybody. Would you look at that fucking Pims? Procrastinating like a motherfucker. Pims? 420, okay, I guess. Kind of scammy. Kind of scammy. 796. Pims was probably busy in Discord chat? Yeah, surely. Surely you were busy in Discord chat, Pims, right? Right, surely. Moving on, that's a 40x, 39.8 coming in. That's why.
I'm decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century rustic sheet with a terracotta gallery wall and nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
The first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Hey everybody, it's Savannah and Hoda from the Today Show. From the simplest ways to save money to incredible hacks you never knew existed. Just remember, see it, hear it, learn it on Today. Every morning on NBC.
Mother's Day is coming, and Mom doesn't want flowers. She wants a cocktail. Here's a hint. Get Love Artesian, the countertop cocktail that means your choice of over 60 premium cocktails in less than 30 seconds, each at the touch of a button. Get $50 off of Artesian Premium Cocktail Maker now with the purchase of 1 box of cocktail capsules. Visit TESIAN.com/mother. $50 off Artesian Cocktail Maker. Artesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
Watch Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and the entire Dodgers squad take on the Atlanta Braves. The 3-game home series begins on Friday, May 3rd at 7:10 p.m. with games following on Saturday, May 4th and Sunday, May 5th. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/tickets.
Hey Los Angeles, are you looking to give back to your community? Neighbor to Neighbor is a California volunteers network designed to foster connection in your neighborhood by bringing people together to get involved and help give back to their communities. Whether it's striking up a conversation with an elderly neighbor or joining one of our community climate action days, Neighbor to Neighbor empowers you to strengthen your community. To learn how you can get involved, visit caneighbors.com. Neighbor to Neighbor. It takes a neighborhood.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkamp, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkamp leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics 213-997-7226 in Glendale, Orange, and now also in Costa Mesa 213-997-7226.
The Daily Calendar.
Today, April 26th.
Today is National Arbor Day, and it's a nice day to plant a little tree. It's also Pretzel Day and National Help Hours Day. Maybe hop onto a pretzel. And guys, on the main stage, World Burlesque Day. Speaking of stripping, happy birthday, Magic Mike, Channing Tatum, comedian Carol Burnett, Joey Jordan, the drummer of Slipknot.
And that's your daily calendar.
From AFI AM 640.
All right, KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. I don't know if this one's any better. Is it a little better? I think he sounds a little better. Still sounds like I'm in the bathtub. Bad deal, man. Well, let's make the best of it. We got this. I appreciate you. You're a good man. All right, so where was I? We had Palestine, yeah, nuances. Oh, yeah. Here's another. I don't know if you caught this. So the LA Times had a story that was talking about the bane of retail. To prevent theft, many big chains now lock up all kinds of merchandise. And that sounds ominous, doesn't it? But if you've been to a store lately, and it also depends on which neighborhood you're in. If you've been to a store, you know that sometimes weird things get locked up. Have you been? I mean, what's the strangest thing for me? It's when they lock up the underwear, and I think, are boxer thefts on the rise? Underwear. Is there grand theft briefs going on? I don't know. And if it goes to court, until the lawyers have to file a stop. Don't do it. So this article was talking about all this locked up stuff and deodorant. I think razor blades are going to be locked up for probably the rest of our lives because they're easy to steal, right? They have value and you can pocket those really easily. Yeah, those things are as expensive as saffron and printer ink and I can't know how expensive they are. Yeah, that's insane. And I made the mistake. I got the Temu ones. And the problem with the Temu razors, they cut more skin than they do hair. They're bad. What are Temu razors? It's like, have you not been on Temu? No. Oh, Lord. Am I missing something? Beautiful, man. Apart from having the flesh cleansed from my skeleton. Well, you're definitely missing out on that. Wish. Have you done Wish? No, I haven't done that either. But you know what it is? Yeah, I'm aware of it. Okay, so Temu's like Wish. It's like, here's a bunch of junk from China. We'll ship it to you. And you can save a whole bunch of money. They'll probably fall apart by the time it gets there. Who could resist? Right! But when you see razors that are 30 of them for the price of one Gillette razor, you think, that's worth a shot. And they last about, I would say, like 2 shavings on each one of them. So I don't recommend it. But what they're saying is, well, the true severity and scope of the problem remain an enduring mystery of the free market, as national chains eagerly point to retail theft as a key drag on profits, but are reticent to publicly discuss internal numbers on shrink. They won't talk about it publicly. Or theft, or specifics on anti-theft measures. According to the murkiness, the issue has become more politicized in recent years as some voters and elected officials in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and other city centers clamor for a response to what they are seeing as a worsening problem. So is retail theft getting worse? It depends. What do you want to believe? Because if you want to say it's getting worse, the politicians are happy to tell you it's getting much worse. If you want to look at statistics, you're going to be very disappointed. Yeah, I looked at the whole fact checking. And here's what the Brennan Center for Justice says. Broader claims about trends in retail theft have not panned out. Walgreens, for example, cited spikes in shoplifting as an explanation for falling profits and store closures. The claim has since been retracted. Hold on. It's since been retracted. I thought this was a growing problem. I thought this was the bane of retail. This is the headline in the LA Times. The bane of retail. And yet they retracted that claim. Target blamed theft for a rash of store closures, but an analysis
showed that according to the limited data available, because again, they shroud all of their actual numbers in mystery, Target closed stores in Portland and Seattle that had less crimes than stores that were not closing. I should also point out, I think they should say fewer crimes, but we're just going to go with less crime. CNBC in September of last year cast doubt on retailer claims about the impact of theft, noting that certain retailers have pulled back from blaming organized theft as a primary cause of losses. In fact, to the extent that it can be relied upon, industry data says the recent national spike in retail theft is just not there. Retail shrink has held steady since 2015. So why do we keep pushing this whole lie? Look, here's a headline from the LA Times from early 2023. I think it was March. Retailers citing theft lost $112 billion in inventory in 2022. USA Today, from the middle of last year, retail theft and other factors drained billions from stores in 2022. And here's what Reuters had this in June, I think, of last year. Organized retail crime, a multi-billion-dollar problem. And they said, quoting a retail source, it's costing $70 billion a year. But as Maury Povich would say, that was a lie. So what's going on? It's a very convenient line, I guess, that the politicians can push, because who are you going to believe? Those geeky statisticians or your eyes? And here's a TikTok showing you all of the crime that's growing. Look, growing crime. Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, growing crime, organized crime. If you walk by an Apple store, you'll see people that are stealing iPads, iPhones, and I don't even know what else. If you go into a Walgreens, you'll see a young man on a bicycle who's just pulling items off the shelf and riding out the door. All of these things, mind you, did happen. But are all of these things constantly happening? They're not. The numbers just aren't there. And then I was reading an article Cal Matters had. Let me see. Wednesday. So the Cal Matters article says that listen, these petty thefts and these drug offenses are on the way up. But they're on the way up because of Proposition 47. You know what that is, right? That's one where they raise the threshold between a misdemeanor and a felony. It had to be over $1,000. And they said, Prop 47 is the reason for the uptick in crime. Just another example of how California politicians are ruining America. It's not there. This notion of raising things.
That you see in the comments, my boy. You're ugly as shit, my nigga. You're ugly as fuck. I know you pay for pussy too, my nigga. So shit, y'all gotta stick together. I get it. I don't care. What the fuck? Who cares? At this point, right?
Ray's pushing your second crisis and identity crisis, and I'm pushing for your third crisis, nigga. A mental crisis, dumbass, nigga. Yo, Bruce, stop. Yo, Bruce, don't make me get on your fucking ass, Bruce. Nigga, what the? What's going on? See, you better do an emotional bitch because Silky said something about your girl, and he's gonna play SO.
Oh, so this why? So this why my boy Jerry texted me. You trying to bring up other niggas into your biz, you heard? Because you can't handle your battles. My heart, the thing is, you mad ugly nigga. Keep paying for pussy, nigga. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, nigga. I don't have to keep going back.
They were on about how California retail crime is on the way up and is a disaster and society's falling apart and all this other stuff. And I actually had a caller that said, this is because they put in Prop 47. And I said, oh, that's the one that raised the threshold from a felony up to $1,000, right? They said, yes. And the criminals know how to get around it. Wow, that's interesting. I said, what do you suppose the threshold is in Texas?
14 dicks, and I don't have a farm yet. Yeah. We doing it? Let's do it. Team Love, Yeast, Jack. Let's do it. All right. You got a ton of cock. Just say it. Yeah, no, apparently he's got a big old.
Have you retracted statements about organized retail theft? So I'm glad you brought that up. Because there's a big difference between retail theft and shrinkage. This is one of those a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square situations. I'll sort of explain that and then tell you about the upside of pushing the narrative that just is not true.
Fucking pecker on. The farm has 24 roosters, so that means it's got 24 dicks. Yeah. That's exactly what it means. That's exactly what it means. Kentucky Fried Roosters. What's this game called? Jackbox. Oh, who doesn't know this? Oh. This. The audience won. That was Kira, by the way. Big, right? A handkerchief. All of us. Oh my God! Team Love, Houston, Jacker. Soldier, jump into Paladins, man. Oh, there you go. See, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Oh! Fire shot! Team Love, see you later. Is it K? That'll stay slow until you make your way across University. Team Love was on their way out, K. K. Why can't you just focus for literally 2 minutes? 2 minutes! 2 minutes! I used to be a supervisor to skip the dishes and I renamed KFC to CFC. Can't find chicken. So this guy's fucking weird. Like, why are you weird? Why are you weird? Which word does not appear in the Queen's song? Oh my God, are you like for real? Like that weird?
Yes, dog. I got around customer fed 11.
How many accounts is there? Dude, the guy is it's a super fit. Oh my God. You want a super fit. Why are you weird, dude? Weird.
I feel so safe driving in.
The person who ends up with the most money will die.
More adventures, more fun, more
I found out. Oh shit, did you do it or what? Dude, the guy has like at least minimum 10 accounts. 11 accounts. Holy shit, dude. Hey man, this is cool. I don't mind. Keep coming in. Bring the next one in. Keep bringing your accounts in. Bring the next one in. No, don't ban them, Bono. Don't ban them. Don't ban them. Don't ban them. No, don't ban them. Don't ban them. Just time them out for a week. That's what I'm just timing them out for a week. Don't ban them. No, that's time out. 1 week. Oh, that was 5 minutes. Hold on. Time out. Just time out for a week. Well, there's a lot. There's at least 11. Oh, there it is. What gets a soccer or football player thrown out of a game? Holy fuck, dude. That's a lot of fucking... That's a lot of fucking accounts. Shit. That's a lot of accounts. I have a feeling there's going to be more coming in. Yeah, but I think you can do this. I think you got this.
Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection.
That's pretty good. Death. No, it's bots. It's like a bot. It's a bot.
It's a real person.
Because the craziest.
Hi, it's Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Did you know cities use chlorine to disinfect water? Chlorine is for swimming pools, not drinking or bathing. A Life Source whole house water system ensures that you get delicious and Water 99 or visit lifesource.com.
That's the joke.
There's one, how many? The red one's one. I gotta get one more shot there. That would be fucking good. Nah, they're gonna try to get the boss. I can't let them get the boss, bro. You gotta attack them while they're fighting the boss, bro.
Alright. They got it, didn't they? Yeah, they got it.
Now they're fighting it now. Nah, they haven't. The thing hasn't disappeared yet.
That's the other guy.
Look at Pops card.
I'll wait.
I'll have to get Pops card.
Alright, I'm waiting on you.
Got it. Airbenders everywhere.
Probably shouldn't, right? Should probably be like, oh, thank goodness, just to serve. Now everybody can get home. But I'm not stuck in that traffic. So for me, I get kind of excited about that silly stuff. Well, you're only human. It's silly. I get kind of crazy wound up by that. Who doesn't like a good car chase?
Trying to get the boss.
so I think I'll give them time. Yeah, they're coming. They're all coming. We have to kill the boss quick, but they're all here. They are. Get in position. They're here. See if I can get it. Actually, we might be able to. Might be able to kill him real quick. Come on. Gotta kill him quick. Yo, what's up, fucking spam bot, dude. God damn it. Hurry. First fucks me out, dude. Dropping an airbender. Start healing us. Dropping an airbender. Aw. Over here, Tom. Oh, it's our team. Yeah.
Oh, it is, huh? Oh, launch padding. Oh, wow.
Right behind there.
Yeah, they're doing the heavy.
What's this guy? Frank, what's up? The guy behind us? Oh shit, behind me? What the?
Even though they never came off their 25th level, statistically speaking, why would you ever counter the argument? Why would you ever say, oh, hey, the National Retail Federation actually backtracked on what they were saying because it was total bunk? You would never do that. You would say, I'm tough on crime. Or, it's kind of a backdraft situation, too, you know? Remember, of course you remember the Martin backdraft? What a great film. Sure, yeah. Who was the guy setting the fires? Oh, wait, was it Scott Glenn? I forget. It was Scott Glenn! Also, he did say
I see him.
Alright, so they find it on the fucking bridge.
So, Cello, where you guys at?
Dead.
Something's fired. And then I'm doing it for us. It makes us look good. We get more funding. We get all this other stuff that happens. And Alec Baldwin says, what? Not Alec Baldwin. It was Kurt Russell. It was one of the Baldwin brothers. But I can't believe it was you that did this the whole time. So imagine you've got this narrative that crime is on the uptick, and then you're a politician who, of course, is going to catch a little bit of grief to start with. Might cost you your job if you're in San Francisco, but if you're one of the politicians here, you can say, under my watch, we put together the Organized Retail Crime Task Force. And then you can go to the city council and you can say, well, you've all seen the TikToks, crime's on the rise, you're going to have to give me more money. And the city council's like, well, don't have a choice. Crime's on the rise. I was just watching a TikTok about this. And then they say, well, I turned on Fox News and it said crime was on the rise. Look at crime-ridden cities. They shout San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. So that's how it gets more funds. And they do. Because they want to be the politician. They don't want to be the politician that cast a vote against trying to stop crime. They don't want to be the pro-violence, the pro-crime city council member. You can't run against that. And so it kind of behooves them to keep buying into the narrative, to keep pushing the narrative that things are bad. Boy, you thought they were bad before. They're even badder now. Meanwhile, these same companies keep locking up underwear. And so what do you and I do? We order ours. I love that the LA Times is not as bad as what people are saying. TV networks don't have any reason to say crime is not as bad as what people are saying. The stores don't have any reason to do that because the stores are saying, well, we had to close these stores because your community is violent. They gaslight the hell out of things. And then they save money and then they say, our profits are up. So the trouble here is that nobody's incentivized to be honest with you. That's the sad reality. All right, speaking of honesty, we'll talk faster than we're following. Some are saying, well, no, it's all because California. That's next. It's Chris Merrill. We're not here to make it too much. We're here to give you the latest. KFI and KOST HD2. Los Angeles, live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Mainly car chase. We're brought to life in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An unlicensed driver has been charged with manslaughter for a police chase across Southern California and killed his passenger.
There is absolutely no reason a 15-year-old is dead.
Orange County DA spokeswoman Kimberly Ann says Isaiah Miranda was pulled over in a stolen car full of teens from Orangewood Children's Home and told to get out.
15-year-old Denise Roman jumped back into the front seat of the stolen car, and Miranda drove off between 120 to 140 miles an hour.
She says Miranda sped from Orange to Long Beach last month before running a red light and smashing into another car. The girl died a few days later. Charges filed yesterday carry a max of more than 12 years in prison at OC Superior Court. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The LA City Council has adjourned its meeting by honoring the woman killed on a metro train this week. Monica Rodriguez chairs the Council's Public Safety Committee as she wants to hear from all police and security agencies concerned Metro following the staggering death of Miranda Sosa.
She was 16. She moved closer. And I want you all to know because she was only here 6 short years before we left.
The Metro Board of Directors has also asked for heightened security measures amid a rise in violent crimes against riders and operators on the system. 4 more LA County probation officers have been taken off the job at the Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. Officials say the officers perpetrated a culture of violence, drugs, or abuse. The kids in their care were unsafe. Since January, he has suspended 12 officers. Rosa says he's asked an outside law enforcement agency to investigate while he works to rebuild his own internal affairs unit in probation. The union representing the officers has said numerous times the problems stem from low staffing, from hiring freezes, and the acts of violence on the officers without consequences to kids. The state has ordered strong oversight of the detention centers. Steve Gregory, KFI News. Police have ruled a shooting at a senior living complex in Anaheim a murder-suicide. Anaheim PD says officers responded to reports of a shooting at Tyrell Plaza's senior apartments yesterday. A witness says he was talking with the manager when a man walked into the room and fatally shot the woman multiple times at close range. The guy says the man then ran away and barricaded himself in his room. Police say they found the shooter inside the room hours later after he killed himself. A paramedic in Colorado who injected a black man with ketamine before his death has been sentenced to 4 years of probation. Jeremy Cooper was convicted in December for criminally negligent homicide. Prosecutors say Elijah McLean was walking home August 24th, 2019, when police in Denver stopped him and put him in a chokehold. Ketamine was used to sedate him, but McLean went into cardiac arrest on his way to the hospital. He was taken off life support August 30th. A high school teacher in Maryland has been arrested for allegedly using AI to create fake audio of his boss making racist and anti-Semitic comments. ABC's Andrea Fuji says Dazon Darian was mad at the principal for investigating his potential mishandling of school funds.
They say Darian used AI and some human editing to make the recording, in which the voice that sounded like the principal claimed that black students are unable to test their way out of a paper bag.
The AI voice also said Jewish people and 2 teachers should have never been hired. Police say Darian shared the recordings online, which eventually led to the principal's removal. Darian was arrested yesterday. Southland weather from KFI mostly clear tonight with lows in the low to mid-50s, 40s, and a very small chance of rain in the IE and AV. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the mid-70s, mid-60s at the beaches and IE, about the same Sunday along with a bit of breeze. Right now it's 59 in Newport Beach, 60 in Orange, 63 in Sherbrooke, 65 in Burbank, and we'll clear the stall on the 10 in Mid-City. That's heading eastbound, right? Right. Stuck in the left lane, you're going to see traffic stopped on Approach Robinson. Make your way south on the 101 and Hollywood. Slowly builds up at Melrose Avenue, and it'll stay slow from there until you get to the 110. Things are looking up for you now. You're 55 north down MacArthur. Everything has been cleared from lanes. Traffic has been covered there. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm
Pedro Moreno. Amazon presents Winning Moment. The way. You did it, bro. What? You found the perfect Mother's Day gift on Amazon. A weighted blanket. How are you going to celebrate?
Oh, I guess I'll go to Mom's.
And son is Mama Mia. And when she starts stressing, how I
found that shit, you're gonna come here
right
right side.
Super exciting with the weighted blanket.
Nice.
Best way ever. Shop Amazon for the perfect Mother's Day deal and celebrate.
Celebrate stretching and beyond at Pixar Fest at the Disneyland Resort. It's a party you won't want to miss with familiar Pixar friends and new ways to celebrate with them. Pixar Fest starting April 26th through August 4th. Reservation card at
Come to it again. Watch out one.
From Paris, France to Paris,
Watch out right there. I think you might kill the guy, the first guy. Nice.
Everyday purchases and
Right here. Get the fucking. She's wearing a dress. This isn't fucking
Still never time to start your next adventure than right now. Because new car members get 20,000 points. From the cab to the plane. Earn 3 times on travel and on transit with Green from Amex. Explore new places around the corner or around the globe. Learn more at AmericanExpress.com/explore-green.
We know high protein foods help support strong, healthy, and build muscles for dogs.
All right, they're coming around here.
Which means they were born to love. That's why
over there. We come in the tree.
Nutrition.
Another fucking skirt.
Ingredients to help dogs thrive. Shop now for
I just got fucking keyboard right in front of you, Kim. Push me. Another one.
Catch the Los Angeles Dodgers all season. Stream over
Another one. Oh, let me touch it again.
on all of your devices on us.
I get it. Oh, I can't.
I thought you touched it.
I don't know.
All I heard was fuck.
I'm doing 360s for the smoke, bro. Yeah, he's on the second. Yeah, he jumped off into zone. He didn't do that kind of stuff. That bullshit. I promise on everything he is.
I don't know, he might have wanted to vote.
Right, he went deep in the zone.
That's something I did. Dude, what the? You got it.
Stuff that seems to be pervading all news nowadays just makes me crazy. Like, for instance, we got the new minimum wage by the way, for Mo tonight. Catch me on Sunday afternoon. The minimum wage for fast food workers, right? Which applies to the large.
They just getting fucking.
You have to have more than 60 franchises, so this is a mom and pop place.
Right now,
say, my employees are going to leave because they don't make more money at McDonald's. Okay. That's a fair argument. I get that.
We're getting modded.
But I saw another headline this week. I love these headlines.
Shut up,
because the headlines are not written for. They're not written for clarity. They're written for clicks.
I'm surprised you fucking remember how to make people.
It's not about telling the truth. It's about getting the most eyes on your product. It's about clicks. It's about viewers. It's about, honestly, listeners.
I really the emphasis on how you remember how to make people, bro. Crazy.
I just want you to listen longer.
So used to just type it in the chat.
So I saw this story from the Daily Mail had it, so you know already we're dealing with one of the more credible news sources out there. Fast food chains in California are replacing staff with digital order kiosks.
What are you talking about?
Way to cut costs. The minimum wage in the state is
I'll be on tomorrow.
$2 an hour.
Wait, actually, right here, everywhere that
is caused by restaurant bosses saying they cannot raise them again. They say price increases because of higher costs of food. However, if you take a look back, you find out that over the course of the last 10 years, McDonald's, on average, has doubled the prices of their
Good old early, bro.
inflation.
I gotta say, tomorrow night.
They're doubling the prices. Other fast food chains have followed this. Where they're far outpacing inflation. It's a little bit like tuition. Well, they have to raise our prices. Raise costs. The cost of medical care in America. Well, you know, we've got a lot of money that's sunk into research and development and, Medicare costs. And, the government reimbursement isn't very high, so we have to make up for that. So, no, you don't make up for it. You're profiteering off of it. That's what's happening. You are.
Pockets is good over here. Oh, mamas.
Narratives that we have just
no.
This is what people want to hear.
No.
Somebody's considering a minimum wage hike. What is that?
No. Cabrón.
And that is minimum wage. Just a high.
Cabrón.
You can't raise minimum wage. You can't raise minimum wage. Well, then you can afford to live. Now, I will say this: the market will probably help out with the minimum wage. The minimum wage is still $1.25 an hour. States have raised their own minimum wages. The federal minimum wage hasn't gone up.
Yo, I don't know what he wants me to say. I don't know what he wants me to say. Like, yo, Pockets is good on kick. Yo, good incentive program. Good 95.5. Like, yo, I'm not getting my sub split in half by 50% and getting ads ran on my channel to make money. Like every 2 minutes. Bro, I'm good on it. Like, shit is ass. If people don't want to come to Kick to watch, to stay over there. I don't know. I don't care, bro. I don't like. You want to watch me? You come to Kick. You don't want to come to Kick? You go watch Nickster or something. I don't know. Go do something, whatever you want to do. It's all good.
In the city limits of Los Angeles, there are like 200 McDonald's jobs. And McDonald's has those signs up for this. Says, oh, up to make up to $22 an hour. So you start screaming when they start offering $20 an hour. And now what we have going on is another built-in excuse for companies to cut staff. And they say, well, this is all because the governor.
What just hit me and how the fuck did that just hit me?
They say, well, higher food costs, we had to raise prices.
Hey, what's good, dog?
So they highlight this franchise has 140 restaurants on the West Coast.
Oh, this is about to be horrible. I just know this.
Kiosks in all of them. Months. Because until the wage hike, he planned to roll them out over the next 5 to 10 years. But now the wage hike, he's going to roll them out sooner.
Ah! Ah! You guys are getting wiped, you bitch ass motherfuckers. You're done. It's over. Yo, no Mountaineer, by the way. I want to talk about that. Come here, fat ass. It's over for you, dog. It's over. It's over. How did he get back already? No, seriously, how? 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 What? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Cheating, I know. Go feed that fucking kid! How about that? How's that sound? Feed that motherfucker.
Look at the chat. Hey, dog. I'll be there in a second.
Feed that motherfucker. Come on. Dude, I can't run. I'm stuck. The fuck do you want me to do? Fucking player's having a fucking retard attack. He's not running. Oh, he's not on shit. What's the chances his teammates are right near him to save him? You know, pretty high. Pretty high chances. Dude, what is this, man? What is this, man? The fuck is this? What am I reading? What is this? Yo, any mods? Fuck, man. Oh my god, this is unreal.
Hilarious.
Yo, any mods? Wait, I gotta go into sub-only mode. Can I lock in here, man? Gotta go to fucking sub mode, it's code. Any mods? Like, holy shit. listening to sucking dick right now. It's crazy. Follow mode? No, they're following. They are following. You're not gonna make me want.
Like, worst city of Miami, Florida. I can't read them? What do you mean? Yeah, I can. Read. Dude, I fucking was puking, bro. I feel like shit. Ugh. You hear this? Dunkel's dad's gonna have an easy job when he gets out on parole. He can just rape dicks at home all day because he's seen so many. Came to kick with the follow, Pappy with the follow. I think Pappy's banned, so I'm gonna unban him. Send the money for his birthday? Fuck that piece of shit. I want an apology from him too. Bro, dude, this chat is pure Dragon AIDS. Guys, please. Wait, where's the video that I was watching?
Wait a minute, this guy like kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was in the mob. Like, what the fuck really happened here? back in 1969 when the moon landings were happening. Like, this was an innocent country. It was a different way. People had a much different way of looking at things.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government weren't. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the moon landing because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA and Command Center couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and a real flight.
They also had a history of faking things.
Yeah.
They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving people all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all the time.
And they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt.
I'm gonna give you Namby Burger.
You know, the puny power cell phone. Today they can only send astronauts 1,000 the distance. Okay, let's say they did that, came back with
all right.
more.
Band wave initiated. Loyal terminated from broadcast. Rabbi terminated from broadcast. Six terminated from broadcast. Band wave initiated. Termination of majority of the chat room. Tortoise dealer, good night. Alright, that was 80 bands right there. Fuck on the fucking stream.
They lied to the world. They lied to the right people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such good liars. They printed it on stamps and coins. It's taught in university. If that's true, which it is, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually gone. So one of the greatest events in human history is that.
Bro, if you guys don't want to watch this because your brains are too smooth and stupid, you have to go react to some stupid nonsense and you just can't expand your mind and you have no attention span and you're a no good piece of shit, then get the fuck out of the fucking stream and go do something else, you fucking retard. God! Go to sleep and don't wake up then. Society won't miss you, you son of a bitch.
Actually, the faking of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's.
I don't want to watch this. I want to watch something mind-numbing and stupid. Just say you're stupid. Say you're no good. You ain't shit. Just fucking say it. Fuck.
You know, a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 30 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did fake the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to theground.com. Watch 17 clips for free that prove it.
Have you had any debates with people that think we definitely went to the moon and what you're doing is dangerous and ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got as I showed all this proof to a college professor of a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which means it's electrical light, which means they didn't go to the moon. All this proof.
Tell me something there.
Shit on, bitch!
That means that photograph is fake.
Okay. Well, why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
Well,
in any case,
you could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs.
Man, that is a dog shit excuse.
Well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare fake any of it. Be accused of that.
I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It's pretty common. I mean, you know the famous one of the Gemini 15, where you see Michael Collins in a simulation where he's doing a drill and he's attached to wires.
LA Chains Action Man, guess who's going to sleep for the night, dude? Yeah, no content. Nice emblem you got there, dude. Say goodnight, dude. Salute the chat. Say goodnight, dude. You're right now, man. Done with you for the night, dude. I already got your name pulled up. You not typing. You're already asleep. All right, now go to a now go to REM sleep. Remove from the rock. Okay. Yes.
and then they just used the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space flights before then. Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place. Which was a spacewalk.
But what we have is them faking being halfway to the moon.
Right, but they do things like the spacewalk. They do things like the Space Center. So
Yes.
that's where it gets confusing.
Well,
right?
they can't leave the Earth orbit.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question is the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that? Something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts?
heard that. I don't know. It's not confirmed.
If you think we landed on the moon, you're a piece of shit.
What is Operations? Google that. What is
Oh my god. God. Wait. How do I dodge? Good Lord.
It's Rabbi Rothschild. Nope. This is a patio press. Let's go. Just wait till Monday. I love your setup.
like, yes, right now in order to play. If I keep playing, going forward to read shit, because for whatever fucking reason, I couldn't get this shit. I need my glasses, yeah, I'll put them on. I couldn't get this shit to go on my monitor. It was really frustrating as hell. I was late. I was like, why isn't it connecting to my monitor? I couldn't figure it out, so they helped me this time. Thank you, Kathy. You're playing like Jay played Mario. I'm playing exactly how Jay used to play Mario Kart. Yes, 100% I'm playing that way. Because like right before I was gonna stream, I was actually gonna stream like 2 hours earlier, but my Elgato completely broke. It broke. It just broke. So I had to go and get a new one. And then I was setting that up, and for whatever reason, it wouldn't connect to my computer. So yeah, so I bought a whole new one. I don't even know. So right now I'm playing like Jay used to play Mario Kart right now. It's frustrating as hell because I don't like it. Alright. We're on the second page.
Stop it. How are you gonna take my Coronas and hide them in a
I didn't say I was gonna take. I said the next.
We all know
you're a stunner kind. It's gonna be in a lockbook, so I can't even get a Corona.
Kyle would go nuts. Oh well, no, dude. I would go to the gas station.
But you just gave me a good idea for hiding that bed. Okay.
I would go to the gas station.
Where'd your alcohol go, bro?
Mine. My alcohol. It's right there.
No,
that's all I got.
Oh, I just said you gave me a good idea. This guy.
Oh, so you're gonna hide my alcohol?
This guy is so literal at me.
Cole, you realize I'm just talking about more than
no use to waste your Coronas by only drinking half. Coincidental.
Yeah, I might have to do that tonight.
I don't have it. What do you say? You go late tonight? Relatively. I don't even know.
Jazz.
What, boy?
Hey,
What?
Jazz, bro, they leave me at the crib. You know what I'm saying? They don't share the weed pens. It's all right, bro. I feel it. It's tough being a dreadhead in the KTK house. But we persevere. We go strong.
You guys know how many Coronas I drink? You guys know how many Coronas I drink?
It's fine.
You guys know what I'm asking for. You know how many Coronas I drink?
Stop yapping and vibe.
I don't even know what that means, Hobo. Honestly, I don't even know what that means, dog. Black Lives Matter? Yeah.
I don't know how many you drank. I missed the Corona counter.
Black Lives Matter movement. Hit up the fund a few kids through college. Exactly. So therefore,
give them the pen, Black Lives Matter.
Guys, you guys are sure. Doesn't look like that.
Nah, they telling him just pass it off to each other. You know what I'm saying? They be
Tilt bought it and fucking just literally, dude. Okay,
it's all right.
Little cop. Okay, man.
Okay,
Okay, now you're exaggerating. Now you're exaggerating. You know I'm a fucking lightweight when it comes to that.
We support you. I appreciate that, man.
But you are heavy. I'm light. That's the difference.
Actually, I was very light because I've been on break. You know what I'm saying? I haven't smoked nothing.
Did we land on the moon? Very hard to believe the entire thing happened with just one picture, and we can't even go
How do you follow the stream?
belt now.
How do you follow stream just to spam that random ass shit, dog? What the fuck, man?
He did. He did get good.
Man, what the fuck? Now I'm getting trolled. Now I'm getting fucking trolled. Alright, now time to fucking drink. Time to fucking drink. Cheers, motherfuckers, baby. There's no way what? Yeah, I'm getting the follow bots of hell. I'm getting the follow bots of hell.
I miss the rabbi.
The follow bots of hell. Hey, Cole, what's going on, man? How we doing? Any mods in the chat by chance so I can gamble here or no?
Yeah, you can temporarily log me. I'll roast them while I'm in a. I'll just this ass stupid ass nigga get dead, bitch. Oh, you're 03, now you're 02. Shut the fuck up, bitch nigga.
Preach.
I'm dead.
Yeah, cool.
Hey, yo, let me know when you need another arsenal.
Hello, what up, Val?
Cole only wear words on his clothing that rhymes with his name, I noticed.
Okay, Island. Okay, nice.
Chicago. Alright, Chicago Cole.
Okay. I see it. You get the theories.
Drop from SSB.
Drop from SSB is kind of crazy.
Alright, let's give up some bullshit. Give up on this bullshit. Now, here we go. Oh, God.
I haven't seen him rocking his faux apparel.
I know.
I like when I need someone to use the N-word.
What? Where is this shit coming from?
What? Oh, okay, me. He said call him nigger.
Rocky Bite. I'll take it to 10. Put it at 10. What's going on, man? Happy Friday or Saturday for you, right?
Yeah.
Are you in Melbourne?
That is it. I'm in the sports capital of the universe.
Melbourne. Wow. Melbourne. Am I saying it right? Melbourne.
Yeah, that's it. Melbourne. That keeps sounding like a real skip.
Do you want a fair suck of the salve?
You know, he was a footballer that became a player in your NFL. And yeah.
I'm probably gonna have to turn it off.
Oh, you're definitely gonna have to turn off that bitch. For sure.
I like your beard.
That is so cool. He is. This is why I can't miss.
I can do that again, bro.
Yeah, I got you though. I'm turning it off. It's now officially off. You will not have to do it again. It is off. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That has. I don't know how he has so many accounts. I don't know how he has so many accounts, bro. Insane. Anyways, what is suck of the stat? What did I even say, man? There's a guy here that like an hour ago. It was like, if you get somebody from Australia, tell them you want to suck the sat or something.
Well, you know, a sausage, it's like a hot dog. And we call it a battered sat, where we dip it in batter and fry it, a battered sat. So it's basically asking you to suck on the sausage without batter.
Oh, shit, okay. What do you got going on to do that?
I got a bit of this.
A little bit of that. What is that? Is that wine?
Red wine.
Red wine.
Smoking a few.
Smoking a few?
Peace bottles.
Alright. Red wine, you make me feel so fine. You keep me rocking all up. You make me feel so fine. You keep me rocking all of the time. Red wine.
I'm Phil, by the way. Pleasure to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet you, Phil. But Phil, I'm bored and I gotta pee. Guys, give me a second, I gotta pee.
Anything, but especially put up on other people, it's really a huge thank you. Thank you. Because today we really are trying to support other people out here, and I appreciate the people that still choosing to show us system. A little bit of love, pulling up in other people's chats with us and showing love to other streamers. I don't think that that's a bad thing to do. Some people, again, once again, some people hate that we do this. They're like, she can do a follow. She doing that. She doing that. You know what I gotta say? I'm really talking about me so much. What the fuck are you doing? What are y'all doing? Everybody makes so much shit about Laura Shay. What are y'all doing? Talking about Laura Shay. Even if forever Reese Sakari, I'm gonna put your name in blue. I believe you are a blue box holder. That's how I work my stream. If you get the sub, your name about this size. If you get the more, get the bigger than that. That's how it works here. I'm not gonna go over too much for the people to call the culture as we pull up on some more people. I'm gonna start taking a few people down because I gotta start making room for other people. So we got almost 30 people in here. What the hell? Where all these people come from? If you somebody come in roll call, just tell me who is for real in the chat because sometimes we don't know. We don't know. Who is really in here showing sister love? Who's just out here hate watching or whatever they do? You know, I don't keep the things up no more. So you gotta sit here and watch me be crazy. You don't get to go back and watch. No. Star Rail, Persona 5. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Fortnite. If y'all know Reverend is a fucking beautiful VTuber, has the look, the hair, the whole nine, y'all. So check out Reverie Sakari and thank you so much for supporting a sister. I didn't teach you a shoe marks, man. I didn't teach you a shoe shape. Breathe is in the chat. Real nigga roll call. Look, wait. I know we weren't I gotta take, I'm gonna put right here. I know we got salsa up. Still, but real quick, I do want to do acknowledgments for anybody that has followed today that was not a troll. Follow today and you are not a troll. Let me hold on. Let me acknowledge you really roll call. Mama, where we going on honeymoon? You gotta ask my husband. I know my husband would like us going on. Never. But God bless you. But God bless you and stay highly safe. I'm here to kick you in the streets. Let me do a shout out. Real nigga roll call for everybody that's in chat, first of all. Roll call. Redhead. Look, Shabuya, roll call. Marksman. Shabuya, roll call. Gigi, really in the chat. Flockout, Jay Breeze. Thank you so much, Flockout, for being there. Thank you for the follow. Rabbi Rothschild. Lord Jesus, help us. Hokey Pokey, and you turn this up around. How you doing, baby? Johnny Kiss, Jojo, I see y'all in the chat. Hold it down. Thank you. God bless you. We knew that was going to be a little crazy once you read the name out loud. Hallelujah. There's a lot of them coming through. Oh, dear. Oh, my Lord. These box must be. Salsa, thank you for the follow. We still have you up. We're coming back to you in just a moment, just so you follow. Thank you. FRZ, Eric, Duck Killer, Danny, Peter TV, Puts, McLaughlin, somebody, I think McLaughlin get rid of. Zenith, Fat Queen, Jace Brother, Minky Boodles, with some crazy names. The lower one.
There's definitely something on it.
It's the gayest photo of me that's ever been produced. This would be
These last things photo.
It's like I have a twin, yeah.
It's crazy. I know, this is crazy.
It's crazy. But he uses on Bumble, no wonder you're not.
See, that's actually crazy.
It's like funny.
Do it in front of the person? Where do you go? It's probably better lighting against this wall. So in between or with your poster? Yeah, we can do it with the poster. Yeah. I have got hands for this. I don't want to be in a chain. Maybe that way. Go that way. Well, do you want to help me here? And I'll be on the outside. Yeah, that's great. Unless camera. This is what happens. Ready and choppy scenes. Yeah, Chris. Sorry, it's been taxed. Yay! Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you for calling out. I'm gonna go because I don't have it, but thank you so much. Oh, did he go lost? Oh! You know what? Sit right. Rabbi Rothschild.
I'm fucking sad. Look at your almost good. Because you.
No, because you know how it's gonna go.
You were sad. I came in your chat because people told me you were sad.
You know what's gonna happen?
Don't you back it up. What?
Superman 11. That's his third time.
I'm gonna do this at Oxford. People told me that, and people told me that you were sad there. And I came in, I was like,
I wasn't sad. I just wasn't sad. Actually, I really didn't care. I really
no, yeah. You driving, I saw you driving this, that, like, yeah, I was there. You saw that. And I bet you're quit. Oh, yeah. No.
Do you think I'm pretty?
Yes, obviously. But you're twin. Other than she doesn't have a chest tattoo, but she has tattoos. Light skin, she has brown hair, beautiful smile. She doesn't have the septic piercing, but like, when you have the septic piercing, you can tuck it. I'm telling you. I promise you, if we get in Discord, it will be like 40 o'clock. This is my list. When I met her, she said, yo, do you remember me? And I was like, I was sitting there, I was like, this voice? I don't know. And then, like, I met her again, I was like, nope, that's not her. But that's her twin. I'm telling you, this is your twin. Why are you nice? You have good personality. You have a very good personality. And beautiful eyes, and a beautiful smile. And
I'm kind of ugly. Why does he speak me? Why are you letting that happen?
So what I'm saying is like, you already met him?
I don't want to. I see
Big girl. Little fucking peanut butter fucking Picasso looking ass, like, not skipping. Yeah, you got nervous the first time, okay? Second introduction.
I cried.
Why no, I heard you had to leave stream, you were in. Okay, if you cry, you leave, I'll pay for that. But like otherwise, yeah, you.
Dude, this Rabbi Rothschild Superman is feeling shit. Okay.
Actually.
Sorry.
Yeah, girl. Sorry, that's fair. Super kids, family. Well, get used to it, bitch. Whoops.
Your mother's a slut? You're an
Hey, my friend is from Egypt, you tell me bad words. That doesn't mean it's not good. Like I said it wrong. I know English.
I haven't skipped a
camera any closer to that window. In reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. You're talking to me, it probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth, like 30,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if you're shooting it through this window, and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the cameras they had back then would be to block out everything in the room and film through that circular window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception. Well, I still feel like you're in the back of the space right next to the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth. Right. If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be in tiny. Now it wouldn't be that small. No, it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, and the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is like the big ass fucking thing, right? So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landings are real or not? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you, I just want to know what you say. I'm gonna go at this. And I'm just gonna try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. This right now is if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. The difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get. Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers who